Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry was banished to a darker world by Voldemort's final curse. Here is short summary. After Voldemort's final curse backfires, Harry is banished to a darker world where he never existed. With war looming and familiar faces twisted by fate, can he rise again, this time, from the shadows? But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry felt self-conscious at the hat's laughter, well aware that it wasn't limited to just his head. The hat finally stopped laughing and spoke in an amused tone, once again speaking only to Harry. You are not the only one who has tired of that phrase. Though we weren't really speaking of him, many people may want to use you. Some people, more honestly than others, such as Draco Malfoy. Harry snorted internally. I'm well aware that Draco gave that oath because he didn't want to die like he had before. The hat gave a small burst of agreement, before it continued. We caution you though, just because someone makes mistakes does not mean they're evil. But, our request was serious. Do not turn someone away who would genuinely follow you. Keep them at arm's length if you can, and if you must. But do not turn them away. Harry sighed a little bit. I will do my best, but I will remain cautious. Of course, one final warning. Just because someone was good, or evil on your past world, does not mean they are so on this world. There are differences, the hat said solemnly. I will remember that, I promise, Harry replied. Harry's mental voice trailed off with a frown. Something was slightly different about the hat now. It was speaking in plural, and listening closely Harry was able to hear different voices speaking in unison when the hat spoke. As if sensing the direction of Harry's thoughts, the hat changed topic quickly. Now, suppose we should get you sorted. Do you have a preference? The hat asked curiously. Harry frowned at that. Not really. Somewhere I'll be able to do what I need to. Normally we would say this is a tricky decision, but it's really down to two houses. Hufflepuff would drive you nuts and they would worry for you whenever you were alone. Your intensity would probably drive a wedge between you and them quickly. Gryffindor is out as well. For the same reasons, you would have no peace in that house. The hat pondered slowly, musing to itself. If I put you in Ravenclaw, they would likely leave you alone whenever you were studying. And you would be able to study in peace. However, that would put you in close proximity to Iris Potter and the Miss Granger of this world. I think it would also limit you. Those in Ravenclaw tend to seek knowledge for knowledge's sake. Pure knowledge will not help you in your quest. The hat's voice was getting more firm as it talked through its thoughts. Harry swallowed. His momentary surprise at the mention of both Iris and Hermione in Ravenclaw was surpassed by the decision that the hat seemed to be heading toward. Harry had come full circle. The first time he had sat on this stool he had begged the hat not to place him in Slytherin. Now the hat from this world was drawing the same inexorable conclusion the one in the old world had. Harry didn't have quite the same problem going into the house as he did before. The first time his concern was mostly that he had heard Voldemort had gone there and had seen Draco Malfoy go there. He had desperately wanted to avoid that. Harry's concern about placement in the house was much more elemental now. The question was whether or not he'd be able to resist the urge to slaughter a generation of future Death Eaters the first time one of them tried to prove their superiority to him, or the first time one of them tried to cram a pureblood agenda down his throat. It was the symmetry of the conclusions from the sorting hats in two separate worlds was eerie to him. Once again people were stunned as the hat began to burst out in the same deep laughter for several seconds. The hat's voice was amused. Yes, in your last world, you successfully argued to be placed elsewhere. However, I don't think that will work a second time. You have a plan to save the world. What is that if not ambition? The hat's voice turned firm and Harry was surprised. He could hear actual anger in the hat's voice or voices. As the hat's emotions rose, Harry was able to pick out different voices in the hat's speech. The hat even seemed to tremble with rage on top of Harry's head. We were wrong, Mr. Potter. We have a second request for you. You're going to the house of the ambitious and cunning for many reasons. The politics can destroy people in that house, but you have lived through far worse than anything you might be faced with by the members of that house. For too long that house has been a bastion of bigots and bullies. To be in the house is incredibly dangerous, and it is known as a viper pit for a reason. What limited power the headmaster over the houses has been unable to change it despite his attempts. Until now we have been powerless to do anything about it. No longer. The hat's voices rose in Harry's head, and he could clearly hear the combination of 2 male and 2 female voices, though the hat hadn't said any of this aloud. The hat seemed to cackle with glee, though this time Harry could tell it was only in his head. This time though, the hat spoke with only one voice. And it was noticeably different than the hat's normal voice or the 4 voices in unison. It was deep and rich, and sounded far more cultured than Harry had heard before. This chance may never come again. I'm going to release a basilisk among the little vipers. Accept yourself and all of who you are. Above all, I ask that you do not allow the atrocity that the House of the Serpents has become to continue any longer. The house I gave my name has fallen into disgrace. You have true power. Your potential is unlimited. Change my house, Mr. Potter. Change it and you make strides to saving the school and changing the world. I beg you to restore nobility to my name and to the House of Salazar Slytherin. The last word was shouted with an exuberance that raised some eyebrows all around the professor's table. Harry took the hat off and kept his face carefully blank of any surprise. The Slytherin table was clapping politely. Harry wondered if anyone else knew just how much of the founders were in the Sorting Hat. He also made a mental note to investigate closer in the near future if the opportunity presented itself. Harry rolled his eyes slightly at all the gawkers. He made the way over to the table, his robe already changing to acquire the silver and green trim of Slytherin. On his way over, despite his internal resolution not to look for familiar faces, out of the corner of his eye Harry caught a glimpse of Ron for the first time in this world. Perhaps unsurprisingly, Harry could see that Ron had a sneer affixed to his face. Harry didn't really blame Ron. The Ron of his world had never gotten over his dislike of Slytherins, though that might have had to do with the fact that they had met very few Slytherins that weren't trying to put them down in their early years, or kill them in their later years. As Ron so eloquently put it, if it looks like a duck, smells like a duck, and quacks like a duck, chances are good that it's not a cow. As he descended from the dais, Harry glanced up at the head table and saw Snape watching him with a blank expression, though Harry could tell he was curious. A quick curious glance at Dumbledore showed nothing but polite clapping and a smile on the man's face. He did notice a slight flurry of activity from the other side of the table. Lily Potter's eyebrows were drawn up in surprise, as were the 2 teachers nearest to her. Though Harry only spared it a thought, wondering what they might be surprised by as he focused on the Slytherin table. He could feel the evaluating eyes of the house even as they clapped politely. Harry saw Draco, surprise still etched on his face, nudging Crabbe over, so he made a beeline for the spot next to Draco. Better the devil you know, Harry thought as he approached and slid into the seat with a nod. Harry turned his attention from the surrounding hall to Draco and his new housemates. Draco's expression was still surprised, and he leaned a bit closer and his voice was soft. Never figured you'd end up here. He glanced around at all the people in Slytherin that were watching them with a variety of expressions, from cool indifference, which Draco knew was feigned, to thoughtful evaluation, to outright greed. Harry glanced around at the Slytherins, the majority of whom were either eyeing them with open curiosity, or pretending not to, and he smirked slightly at Draco. You'll find I'm full of surprises, Malfoy. He kept his tone even, but his posture was stiff and Harry could feel his hand twitch slightly, instinctively wanting to lash out at several students that he knew would be Death Eaters in the near future, or at least they had been in his world. He took several slow breaths even as the people all around him seemed to be eager to interrogate him, but just didn't want to be the first person to break the ice. Any further conversation was cut off as Dumbledore got up to make another announcement. Harry turned his head to listen to the announcement, though he was already well aware of what the headmaster was going to announce. Harry turned with feigned interest as Dumbledore announced the guests everyone had seen arrive with a flourish. Though Harry was attentive at the entrances of both Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, and was only mildly impressed at their theatricality and the impression they made on the other students. Harry's eyes picked out Fleur out of the Beauxbatons group. She was at the very end of the Beauxbatons line, and twirled before curtsying to the crowd with the rest of our schoolmates. Her cool eyes swept the room with a haughty expression, a thoughtful expression crossing her face as her eyes traced the room searchingly a second time. Looks like she's recovered from exposure to the Cruciatus curse. Harry mused to himself as he turned away, turning his attention back to the head table, mentally relieved at that fact. He had endured a busy week, and had checked the Daily Herald for any note about how she or Gabrielle had done. But there was nothing there about their status. Harry had wanted to check with St. Mungo's directly to be sure, but Nicholas had convinced Harry that if he did it would draw attention to him. Harry didn't bother to roll his eyes at the excited murmurs that broke out through the student body, and definitely didn't take part in any of the discussions that broke out when the fact that Victor Crumb was there caused murmurs to break out at all four tables. Durmstrang came and sat down at their table. Most of the Slytherins shifted and moved in order to give Victor Crumb and his friends some space to sit. Several people throughout the table were making eyes at Crumb, though Harry noted that Draco made no move to engage him in conversation this time. Instead, Draco remained nearby Harry, and merely nodded at Victor Crumb, who seemed pleased at the subtle acknowledgement as opposed to the fawning that he became immediately besieged with. Harry himself remained silent, his eyes roving up and down the Slytherin table. He noted the boys and girls of Durmstrang all sitting stoically under the watchful eye of their headmaster. Then Harry's eyes roamed the people of Slytherin, though his eyes didn't linger anywhere. Once again Harry was struck by how many familiar enemy faces were sitting there, including some that Harry himself remembered killing. The rest of the meal went as he remembered it. The introduction of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Moody coming into the Great Hall through the side entrance, the clouds in the enchanted ceiling thundering and lightning and him dispelling the effect with a blast of energy from his wand. Harry's watched Moody carefully. Normally he might even be concerned that he was showing too much interest in the man, but he definitely wasn't the only one who was looking. Half the hall had turned to stare at him. The Slytherins' reactions were interesting. There were some angry looks among the students, but they were curiously subdued, though Harry wasn't certain whether it was because of fear or respect. Harry watched intently and then saw what he was looking for. Moody's tongue flicked out of his mouth, just briefly in a sort of tick. Harry's eyes filled with malice as he stared at Moody. The flask that Moody kept with him at all times was the same one he continued to use after the cup, so simply drinking from the flask wasn't proof of anything. However, that tick had told Harry everything he needed to know. He felt his magic inside him start to clamor for release, and for a moment Harry wasn't sure that he wanted to prevent it, but Draco elbowed him in the side, which brought Harry back to reality long enough for him to settle back into his seat. Harry hadn't even realized that he had risen, just slightly, in preparation to get up and attack. He turned to meet Draco's gray eyes, anger still reflected in his own eyes. Draco didn't say anything, but his expression was a combination of seriousness, puzzlement, and what Harry almost thought was concern, which was enough to bring Harry back to some sense of equilibrium. Harry held Draco's gaze for a few moments before he nodded slightly and then looked away. Draco watched him for several more moments before turning his attention back to didn't see a pair of deep blue eyes watching him speculatively and suspiciously from a little ways down the table. There was one last set of announcements. Harry listened to the announcement as Barty Crouch got up to speak about the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Harry searched Barty's face from this far away, wondering if he was already under the Imperious Curse, but Harry couldn't detect one way or the other. Barty Crouch Sr. stood, looking very formal as he glanced around the room. This tournament will be a test of skill, bravery, and power. To ensure that an impartial judge chooses who is best to compete in this tournament, we will be using the Goblet of Fire. Anyone may write their names on a piece of paper and submit their name to the Goblet of Fire, and be chosen to be a Tri-Wizard champion and to represent their school in the tournament for eternal glory. There were excited murmurs around the hall at this statement. Crouch around, pleased at the excitement his announcement elicited in the population of Hogwarts. Harry and Draco exchanged quick looks but hadn't said anything. Though Harry noticed the sternness in Dumbledore's expression at that announcement, anyone could tell he was not pleased, and he stepped forward with his arms raised, irritation in his tone. The Ministry, in its infinite wisdom, has decided there shall be no minimum age requirement for this tournament. There was no mistaking the mutual scowls that crossed the faces of both Dumbledore and Barty Crouch as they stared at another for just a few seconds. It was clear that Dumbledore wasn't happy about there being no age restriction, and Crouch was equally as displeased about Dumbledore's shot at the Ministry. Dumbledore turned his attention back to the students who were hanging onto their words. Please do not take this commitment lightly. The Goblet of Fire represents a binding magical contract. If you submit your name, and you are chosen, you will be required to compete or lose your magic. The Tri-Wizard Tournament is a dangerous competition, and the number of competitors who have lost their lives in the past saw the end of the tournament until now. Do not enter your name lightly. There is no having second thoughts or getting cold feet. If you enter, and you are chosen, you will be required to compete. Harry turned his attention away from the front, and met Draco's eyes for a moment, but he didn't miss the ominous tone Dumbledore used when he unveiled the goblet and announced loudly, "The Tri-Wizard Tournament has begun." Harry did, however, see Dumbledore wave his hand and make the opening feast appear at all of the tables. He couldn't help a reflexive breath and a closing of his eyes as he took a deep breath of the food from Hogwarts. For just a moment he forgot where he was, and it took him back to the first time he had smelled all the delicious aromas and couldn't wait to try them all. Then Harry snapped back to reality. This wasn't his Hogwarts. No matter how much it might smell like it. He had to stop reminiscing. He helped himself to several dishes and some pumpkin juice. After loading his plate up, Harry deliberately snapped his holly wand into his hand. An action that was noticed by a few with raised eyebrows, including by Draco as well. When Harry cast several detection spells on his food and drink, it was someone sitting close by who spoke up. "Are you expecting someone to poison your food, Flammel?" A masculine voice asked with a slightly mocking note. Harry turned to regard a sneering Marcus Flint, with a carefully raised eyebrow. "Did you see this food prepared?" Marcus Flint frowned, and shook his head. "Of course not. Cooking is for house elves," he said with a sneer. Harry briefly wondered if that was simply Flint's default facial expression any time he spoke. Harry shrugged a bit. "That may be, but it also means you have no idea what's in the dish you're eating." Harry didn't bother continuing the argument with the older Flint, who apparently had to repeat his final year of schooling in this universe as well. Instead, Harry turned back to his meal, making sure all the charms came back clean before he began to eat. It was something that Ron had actually gotten Hermione and he to do in the old world. After Ron had been poisoned any time they had food that they couldn't see prepared, the three of them had meticulously checked their meals. Ron found that a side benefit of it was the fact that he managed to avoid a large number of jokes from his elder twin brothers at the same time. Harry did not notice the many speculative looks that were being sent his way, or more appropriately, he didn't care. Though Harry had no idea that his action had not gone unnoticed by his new head of house, who was watching him speculatively. It was Pansy Parkinson who brought up the question that Harry had been expecting since the moment he arrived at Hogwarts. Her tone was slightly condescending as she spoke. "So, Aries Flammel. Are you related to the famous Flammels? Do you know any others?" Harry responded to her blunt question with a blunt riposte of his own. Pansy shook her head, her dark hair in a pixie cut covering her face briefly. "No, of course not. But that doesn't mean you couldn't have been raised by Muggles and be a mudblood with a similar name," she responded arrogantly. Harry clenched his fist under the table at her casual use of such a slur, but he managed to keep control of his emotions. It was Parkinson of all people. He was more than familiar with her bigotry from his world, so instead of snapping, Harry rolled his eyes. "Yes, because then I'd be able to be homeschooled in magic, by non-magical parents before coming here this year." His words had more than a touch of condescension in them. Pansy had always irritated him. It seemed like this one was the same way. Pansy flushed at the brushback but wasn't willing to give up that easily. "That doesn't tell us whether you're related to the immortal alchemist or not." Harry turned slightly to catch Draco smirking at him, with a very, "told ya so," expression on his face. Harry sighed a bit as he realized that Nicholas and Perenelle would probably be wearing the exact same expressions if they were observing now. He rolled his eyes and extended his right hand, flashing a ring of light blue, very similar to the color of the uniforms of Beauxbatons with a distinctive golden crest on it. It was in the shape of a cursive F, with tiny vines of gold etched around the letter. The heir apparent ring, if that will convince you. Though, given the title, Immortal Alchemist, I don't foresee moving up to head of house anytime in the near future. Harry said blandly, showing the ring off sent a ripple of whispers up the Slytherin table. Draco looked at him in shock for a few moments before he turned away, and Harry saw him shake slightly in what he was certain was a bit of laughter. This had been a long extended argument with both Nicholas and Perenelle over the past week, and hadn't been resolved until the day before when they met with the goblins. The Flamels had insisted on adopting him into their family magically. Harry had argued loud and long against it. He hadn't wanted any sort of family and certainly didn't want the Flamels to feel obligated in any way. He had no interest in trying to form familial bonds here. Nor did he have any interest in being adopted, out of some sense of pity. Perenelle in particular had been stubborn in the argument by trying to get Harry to accept adoption. She had never been able to have children, though there had been rare times the two of them had adopted orphan children in the past. Perenelle and Nicholas were both aware that Harry was older than his appearance, and his experiences made him anything but a child. Perenelle also didn't suddenly feel some great love for Harry by any stretch, though she would freely admit she was concerned about him. But she was also aware that anyone would have cheerfully maimed to be in the house of Flamel. The renown alone carried a powerful weight. But there was also the economic power the Flamels were capable of wielding. Yet here was a young man who was doing anything he could to stay out of the family. Perenelle had argued that given the name Nicholas had given Dumbledore, it had only made sense. More than that, he was a new entrant to their rather exclusive club. And while he seemed to have a great deal of life experience, he seemed to have had the least formal training or preparation of any of the other immortals they had encountered. She and Nicholas were both united on this. Harry hated the idea, but he knew that it wasn't just his decision. Nicholas and Perenelle, after hearing his story, had chosen to take a stand, at least insofar as helping him was a stand. And Harry couldn't deny that even if he somehow managed to overturn that decision, then the Flamels would be forced to rely on someone else, or even to fight themselves if it came down to it. Besides, he had always complained about people not being willing to fight for themselves or not giving him tools to help, and there they were insisting on giving him aid, and he was fighting them on it. And though Harry wasn't willing to go so far as to call them friends, Harry desperately didn't want the two of them to end up dead because they had the gall to help him out. And considering the historical chances of people helping him and living, was exactly zero. Harry was incredibly leery of risking it. Despite this, Harry had only relented in the end when he had been informed by the goblins that if he didn't accept, then the ministry would automatically be notified to assign him guardians. And while Nicholas and Perenelle were willing to swear oaths not to sign any contracts for him, or hinder or restrict him at all, any family the ministry might place him with would likely not be so willing. They also assured him that if anything happened publicly, that it would give Harry some semblance of legitimacy. No one would question the Flamels' claim that he was their heir. Harry and Perenelle were also amused by how excited Nicholas seemed to be by all of this. He couldn't wait to see what sort of effect the mere existence of Ares Flamel was going to cause. He was even trying to guess what the reactions of different families would be. In the end, all it had taken was a contract signed with a blood quill. It didn't require any exchanging of blood or anything, since the adoption was magical, not a blood adoption. Harry shook his head, pulling himself out of his thoughts on the Flamels and refocusing on the Hogwarts meal around him. He was relatively silent for the rest of the meal, though he could feel eyes on him from many angles. He ignored it. Draco didn't attempt to engage him in any further conversation either. Harry appreciated that much. He wasn't sure what he would say, and at the moment being surrounded by a mass of people was more than a little unnerving to him. It had his instincts screaming at him. Shortly afterward, the meal was dismissed. The prefects got up to lead the people back to their houses. Harry idly wondered if Dumbledore or someone else would want to meet with him. However, no summons appeared, and he got up to join the rest of his house in the short trek to the dungeons, with Draco at his elbow. Harry found it odd to be headed down when his instinct was to head up to the Gryffindor room. Harry kept his expression blank as he felt a little pang, just briefly. If Draco noticed, he kept it to himself as they ventured into the depths of the dungeons. They reached a solid stone wall in the dungeons, and the prefect leading them, Terence Higgs, if Harry's memory served, said loudly and clearly, "Fraternity." The prefect went on to explain to the first years that the password would change every fortnight, and if they forgot it or neglected to get the new one from the notice board, they would be left outside until someone came to let them in. The wall melted to the side, opening to a large room that was lit by lamps. The lamps emitted a greenish light, giving the entire room a green tinge. The room itself had lots of black and dark green leather chairs and couches, spread throughout the interior. The walls were decorated with tapestries featuring people that Harry assumed were Slytherins. Part of the room had a giant window that looked out into the lake, and Harry could see the fish on the other side of the window, swimming around. Once inside, Harry noticed the entire house remained gathered in the main room, rather than dispersing to their rooms. At that point, one of the prefects strode to the front of the first years. The prefect was one that Harry didn't really recognize, though he seemed to be in charge, so Harry assumed he was a 7th year. "All right, listen up, you lot. I'm Lucian Bowl, I'm the 7th year prefect. You've been sorted into Slytherin. As such, that comes with certain expectations and rules." He looked around at all the first years, who all shifted nervously, and then glanced over to Harry, who merely kept his face blank. Harry was doing everything he could to clamp down on his emotions. He was in Slytherin, but it really wasn't so much that he was in the house that bothered him. Nor was it the common room itself. He'd been here before. Granted, he'd been polyjuiced and convinced that Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin. Harry wondered if he would have done it if he had known just how dangerous a risk he was taking at the time. If someone had found Harry Potter in the Slytherin common room, he would have been lucky to make it out of the room alive. That wasn't what was bothering him. It was all of the faces, many of which were looking at him. He was used to being stared at, had gotten used to it from the time he was 11 years old, until Voldemort had killed everyone who could stare. No, Harry was surrounded by faces that were at least passingly familiar to him. A great many of these faces had sided with Voldemort. All of them had died in the war. Some of them were the faces of people that killed some of Harry's friends. Some were faces of people that Harry had killed personally. Some fell into both categories. He was resisting the urge to start throwing curses, though at the moment he wasn't even sure he'd need to do that. Harry could feel the magic inside him boiling so much that he felt like it was almost ready to lash out at people around him. Harry clenched his fist tightly at his side, his nails digging into his palms so deeply, Harry thought he might have drawn blood. He slowly started to relax, and leaned back against the wall behind him. Harry's pose was casual, but it served two purposes. One, it made sure that no one was flanking him in order to curse him. Second, it gave him a relatively direct path toward the entrance of the common room. Through it all he kept the look on his face blank. "First off, you represent our house now. As such, you will not be late to any of your classes in the first month. The prefects will take turns guiding you to your classes for the first week to make sure you know where you're going." Lucian stopped waiting to see if there would be any questions before continuing. "Secondly, you are never to go anywhere alone. Always go in pairs, even to the bathroom." Lucian obviously saw some confused expressions, so he expanded. "We are Slytherin. There are some in other houses that would take advantage of one of us on our own. This we do not allow." Once he got confirming nods, he continued, "Thirdly, if you are going to cause trouble or break the rules in any way, you better not get caught. If you get caught and cost this house any significant amount of points, you can expect there to be repercussions within the house." Lucian glared at each one of the first years to make sure they understood. He once more looked over at Harry, but Harry continued to keep his face blank. "Fourth, it doesn't matter what happens in here. Anything that happens in the Slytherin common room, and dormitories stays in the Slytherin common room. Anyone caught so much as gossiping about something that happens in here, much less running to a professor who is not our head of house, is subject to severe punishment." After a pause to make sure his point sunk in, Lucian continued. "Lastly, and most importantly, Slytherin is one house. We present a united front at all times. If you have a problem with someone, you don't address it out there where the rest of the world can see. You deal with it in here where it doesn't go beyond the walls of this common room. We have a dueling pit for any disputes that need settled like that. Out there in the castle, you always support one another. You never, ever show division to the other houses. We act together. This rule above all others will be followed or the consequences will be most severe. Are there any questions? Lucian finished his speech with a question, though the tone of his voice made it clear that there had better not be questions. When no one spoke, Lucian gestured to the side. Your rooms are that way. Your names are on the door. Each of you have your own. In it you have your bed, a desk, a chair, a toilet and a shower head. Anything else you want you will have to provide for yourself. Once you learn appropriate spells, you can shift and change the room however you are able. Do not ask a prefect to help you, the answer will be no. When no one moved, Lucian clapped his hands together. What are you waiting for? Go. The first years all scampered away in the direction he had indicated. Then Lucian turned his attention on Harry. Oi, Flammel. Harry raised an eyebrow but didn't move away from his position on the wall, or give a response other than, yes. Lucian moved closer until he was within a few feet of Harry, and looked down at him. Did you understand all those rules? Harry's eyes narrowed briefly, before his expression smoothed out. If Lucian thought he was going to manage to intimidate him, he was sorely mistaken. Harry almost laughed out loud at the idea of the prefect intimidating him. Instead he channeled his best Draco impression and drawled, the first years all understood what you said. But no, it was too confusing for me to follow. Do you perhaps have an illustrated instructional parchment I could see? That would probably help. Lucian scowled at Harry's flippant and nearly insolent response. Harry also saw Draco frown, though it wasn't out of anger. Lucian took a step closer to stare down into Harry's eyes. I don't need you to be a smart ass about it. I want to make sure you understand. I don't want you to embarrass our house. We don't need you causing trouble. Harry met Lucian's eyes levelly but didn't say anything. He knew that the older boy wouldn't approve of him saying that he didn't care about the rules he'd just outlined, and that Harry intended to cause more trouble than the prefect could ever imagine. Whether that happened at the school remained to be seen. The larger prefect was trying to intimidate him by entering his personal space and stare him down. Given that he'd stared down Voldemort before, Harry felt that this prefect's stare was a good deal less than frightening. Harry thought he was being incredibly polite and restrained by not rolling his eyes. Sensing that Harry wasn't about to engage in an argument with him, Lucian pointed to Draco. You're with the 4th years. I'm sure that Draco can show you to your room. Without waiting for a response, the older prefect spun around and moved to talk to some others he apparently had business with. Harry turned to Draco with a raised eyebrow, and Draco gestured for him to follow. Which Harry did without complaint as he was led through another door and down a hallway, past several named doors, both female and male, before he came to the room with the plaque beside it, stating, Aries Flammel. Harry stepped in and looked around curiously. It was just how the 7th-year prefect had described. A small room with a bed, desk and chair, and then in one corner was a toilet and a showerhead. There was no curtain or anything hiding it. Harry nodded in acceptance, though Draco was looking around with a puzzled expression. Harry raised an eyebrow at him. Draco finally looked at Harry, with a puzzled frown. Your trunk should have gotten here by now. The house elves always have them here before we arrive. Harry chuckled and then lightly patted his chest, where the trunk remained shrunken on its unbreakable chain. I never go anywhere without it, Malfoy. Then he quickly snapped his wand into his hand and cast a detection spell for any sort of listening charms in the room. Draco raised his eyebrow and then nodded at the wisdom in that statement, then glanced around. You should make as many changes as you want to this room. Expand it, change the interior. Add some furniture or whatever else you need. Some people have full-fledged potion lab setups in their room. Harry shrugged. This will do. I don't plan to spend a lot of time in here. It was the truth. There wasn't a lot of things Harry wanted to do in the Slytherin dormitories. Harry wasn't even sure he was planning on sleeping in the room. Draco frowned at that. You should expand it as much as possible. You never know when you need the extra space. Harry tilted his head thoughtfully before nodding at that. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Draco frowned a little bit more. Besides, you don't want to make it seem like you want Spartan features to your room. It's one of the many functions of status in Slytherin. How well can you enchant your room? I can promise you the others will judge when they see your room. Harry shrugged noncommittally in response to Draco's statement. He looked around once more and then murmured, "You should consider getting to bed. If you're serious about training, I'm going to be up early." Draco sighed a little bit, but decided against pushing the issue of his room farther. Then he nodded in response to Harry's statement, "I told you on the train. I'm serious about this, though I still say we need an actual teacher." Harry sighed a little bit and nodded, "Yes. And the Sorting Hat told me that the Room of Requirements wouldn't be able to make an actual teacher. That solidly punctures a hole in my first choice and doesn't leave me with any other options I consider viable." Draco frowned. "Well, we both know Dumbledore's out." Harry snorted in amusement. "Of course he is," though he didn't elaborate further. Draco chewed on his lip. "I am not sure who else that leaves. We could ask Snape as our head of house. He might agree to do it." Harry immediately and violently shook his head no. He hated Snape, not with quite as much loathing as the headmaster or Voldemort, but Snape would never be one of Harry's favorite people. Absolutely not. Snape is almost as much a bastard as Voldemort. I don't know where Snape's loyalties lie. I don't know his motives, and I sure as hell don't trust him. We run the risk of him running and telling Dumbledore or worse." Harry took a moment to calm himself before continuing. "Besides, as a fighter he was a fair one, but we both know he doesn't have the necessary skills to defeat some of the better Death Eaters, much less the Dark Bastard himself. And that's what I need. I can't just hope to rely on luck this time. We saw how that worked out for everyone." Draco sighed. It was weird for him seeing Harry like this, much less having an actual conversation. But he put that aside for later and then nodded a little bit. "As I said, that probably lets out all of the professors here." Draco's tone turned thoughtful. "You know, after Dumbledore, the people that are widely considered the best fighters are James Potter and Sirius Black." Harry once again shook his head immediately. "No, absolutely not. They're scary good. Even Lucius knows that the odds of fighting either one of them successfully is a flip of the galleon at best, much less the two of them together. We don't have to tell them everything. But we could get their help," Draco argued, though his tone wasn't very earnest. Draco could tell Harry had closed down the idea the instant it left his mouth. "No, even if we could convince them without telling everything, anything they teach us will probably find its way to Dumbledore," Harry said. There were a multitude of reasons beyond that. He was going to stay as far away from both of them as humanly possible. Draco sighed and then nodded. "You're right. Besides, I don't think they'd ever teach anything to a Slytherin. Anytime they've been in the castle, occasionally filling in for McGonagall or judging a dueling tournament a few years ago. They're not fond of Slytherins. They'd probably stop listening entirely at Malfoy. Or they might just start tossing curses. They and Lucius don't get along. I wonder why," Harry said sarcastically, though he noted that Draco had referred to his father as Lucius rather than any sort of familial title. "Because he's a bastard," Draco replied, his voice grim. When Harry made no move to reply to Draco's comment, he sighed a bit. "I'll keep thinking on it then." Harry nodded in assent and then murmured, "And if you so much as think of suggesting your aunt, I will be forced to hurt you." Harry's tone was relatively dry, and Draco could tell it was meant to be humorous, but it didn't quite work, because there was an undercurrent of seriousness to his voice. Draco just nodded, and turned to leave, and gestured. "I think my aunt is probably too busy being an escapee from Azkaban and dodging Aurors to give us some tutoring. Anyway, I'll let you get settled in. What time are we getting up tomorrow?" Harry tilted his head thoughtfully. "Figure on 4:30. Draco looked up slightly startled at that, so Harry continued, "I'll wake you up if need be." Draco's eyes narrowed a bit. "You won't be able to get in my room." Draco frowned fully as a thought occurred to him. "That reminds me, everyone wards their doors. Sometimes other students will attempt to break in. You'll want to protect yourself." Harry's eyes narrowed at the implied challenge in Draco's first statement, but let it pass. "I've never heard that the students from other houses attempt to get in here." His tone was curious rather than challenging. Harry had planned on putting up defenses. It was second nature to him. He even did it at the room he slept in at the Flamel's house. which caused Perenelle to look at him with a sad expression on her face, and Nicholas shook his head and repeated, "Paranoid." Draco shook his head and a momentary flash of irritation crossed his face. "Don't be naive, Aries. It's not to protect you from people outside of the house. This is the house of the cunning. You have to protect yourself at all times. Most purebloods, especially the women, come in knowing several wards, both normal and family protections, so that they can protect themselves from one another." Harry frowned in confusion for a few moments as he pondered the implications of Draco's statement. Draco, seeing the confusion on Harry's face, quickly continued to explain. "It's not called the Den of Serpents for nothing. This isn't a safe space. According to the older students, it's this way to teach you from the moment you step in that, just like in the magical world, you're not safe. It's dangerous. Alliances and protection pacts are made all the time, as much for social and physical survival as anything else. Scytherans rarely have friends, because it gives someone too much opportunity to put a dagger into your back." When Harry didn't reply, Draco continued, his voice serious. "Tonight, between 2 and 3 a.m., the 6th and 7th years will all attempt to break into the first year's rooms. If they don't have very good protection, or one of their families has protection from the families of one of the older students get through the wards and punish the first years. They almost all end up strung up and humiliated, until someone comes to release them right before breakfast. It happens every year to almost every first year. Occasionally you'll get a first year whose parents have taught them a complex enough ward that the older years can't break through, or the student has enough protection through family connections for the wards to hold them off." Harry's expression was slowly darkening as Draco talked. Draco saw the anger on Harry's features, but plowed on, figuring that Harry should know it all up front. The first night is the only night by tradition that they're spared any sort of pain. After that they have a week to get up decent protections, and then it's a free-for-all. The only rule is that no one is to permanently damage anyone. That's why females especially come in knowing some protection wards. Though, they're usually safe until 3rd year from anything serious. As Harry realized what Draco was truly saying, his expression went blank and he bowed his head slowly. Draco instinctively jolted as Harry's eyes flared bright green, and Harry began to shake with rage at the idea. And the professors just let this go on. They don't do anything. It's tradition, and while Snape and the headmaster might punish someone from time to time, when it's reported, it's the reporting that's the issue. The last time someone reported, they ended up in the hospital wing for 6 weeks in a permanent limp. It's so much worse to go against the house. Draco summed it all up, as he watched Harry cautiously. This house meets the definition of its name. It's a true viper's nest. Harry trembled as he once more fought a battle to control his magic as it flared higher than it had even at the World Cup. His entire body vibrated for nearly 30 seconds before he gained control of his emotions. Harry idly realized that he was getting better at holding the volatility down. But at the moment it was a very close thing. Harry had rarely felt himself as angry as he was in that moment. Finally, he looked up at Draco, and though his eyes had stopped flaring with unreleased energy, they still gleamed with emerald luminescence. Harry's voice was soft and flat. He repeated the words of the Sorting Hat from earlier. "Well, now there's a basilisk loose in the viper's nest, and things are going to change. And they're going to change starting tonight." Instead of speaking, he just swallowed at the tone of Harry's voice. At that moment, Harry was as scary as anything he'd ever seen from the Dark Lord. There was something decidedly deadly in Harry's voice. More than that, Draco could feel the magic that Harry was suddenly radiating. It wasn't visible, but Draco could absolutely feel it as it seemed to fill the room with menace. It filled the air and seemed to surround Draco. For just a moment Draco felt that the magic might consume him. Draco opened his mouth to say something and then shut it. Harry's expression and voice told him all he needed to know. This wasn't negotiable, and Draco didn't even find himself disagreeing. He knew that Harry was going to do something, and Draco wondered exactly what that would be. Harry's own mind was racing. He had initially formed a tentative plan of keeping his head down while he waited and saw how the house worked. He wasn't even sure that he wanted the responsibility of wholesale changes. It was just more responsibility heaped on him, when he had one objective and one responsibility already and felt that that was more than enough. But given everything that he had seen thus far, and the environment both inside and outside the house, Harry was not going to sit back and bide his time. If Harry did that, he would be allowing the cycle to continue. Harry was now beginning to understand what the Hat had asked him to do. He briefly wondered how the professors had allowed a culture like this to exist, before dismissing that thought. He didn't know how the professors worked in this world, but he remembered the impotence of the professors in his own world. Harry wasn't sure how he would go about changing a whole house, especially if it was as toxic as the Sorting Hat and Malfoy both intimated. No wonder Death Eaters are the way they are. They're practically bred by the environment in here. Harry realized. There was no question in Harry's mind that he wasn't going to allow behavior to continue. The question was just how to go about it. One option involved declaring immediate and open war against the culture and the people who supported it. Harry was sorely tempted, but decided against it. There were other ways to start. Harry knew it would come to a head eventually, but he hoped this way that at least some people in the house didn't get caught in the crossfire. Draco already saw the wheels turning in Harry's head. For a moment Draco wondered whether or not there would be fatalities during the night, or a common room left standing in the morning. Draco wasn't sure what Harry was planning, and had to stop himself from asking for the plan. Instead Draco found himself asking, "What would you like me to do to help?" Harry's gleaming eyes locked on Draco's gray ones for just a moment before Harry shook his head. "Nothing. Get some rest." Draco frowned, wondering if Harry was already cutting him out. "Are you sure?" "I can." Harry shook his head again. "I'm sure. If I do something, whatever I decide to do, we're more likely to trip over one another's feet because I know nothing about your capabilities, and vice versa." Harry smirked a little bit as he met Draco's eyes, a plan forming in his mind. "Trust me." Draco frowned. "You're not, going to kill them, are you?" Draco was surprised at just how much that idea didn't really bother him. Harry frowned and thought that over for several moments before finally deciding. He shook his head. "Not this time. I'm merely going to teach them a lesson." Draco frowned a bit at the implications. Some of them may be slow or reluctant learners. Harry shrugged unconcerned, his voice ice cold in reply. "While I am here, I'm not going to tolerate that sort of thing. If the professors can't or won't act, then I will, and I'll make sure that the lessons stick." Draco shivered at the look on Harry's face, but nodded slowly. "If there's anything you need." Draco hesitated. He was uncertain how to offer aid, and once again the look and air of menace that was on Harry's face had him shivering. Harry waved his hand dismissively. "Go to bed, Malfoy. Thank you for the warning. I will see you in the morning." Draco frowned and hesitated before nodding slowly. "Okay. Let me know if you need anything. Worst comes to worst, I can always be your alibi. I'll see you tomorrow morning bright and early." Draco hesitated and then scowled. "Don't forget to ward your door. They might come after you as well. In fact, I'd wager on it." Harry nodded slowly, a smirk crossing his face. "It won't be a problem, but thank you for the warning. As I said, I'll wake you in the morning if you're not up and ready to go by 4:30. Draco shook his head a little bit. "I'll be up. I don't sleep well right now. Since I got here." Harry nodded once. That was one thing he could sympathize with. He didn't often get much sleep himself, so he had learned to go on minimal. But he did leave Draco with a parting shot. "If you're not up, I'll meet you in your room at 4:30 sharp." Draco hesitated and then shook his head, and headed towards the door to make his way toward his own room, determined to set up a ward scheme that Potter wouldn't be able to get through. Unbeknownst to both of them, someone had heard every word the two had just said. After Draco left, Harry shut the door with a flick of his hand. He took a breath and then slumped, leaning back against the door. He was tired, and it wasn't a physical or magical tiredness. He was just weary. The entire day had been a lot more emotionally draining than he expected. And now the Sorting Hat, or the Founders, or the castle itself seemed to be laying more expectations at his feet, when all he wanted to do was finish his damn job. It had been harder than he thought. Being here again, He had deliberately kept his focus on the area immediately around him, and that was just because he was trying to make sure he didn't fall under attack. Harry had done everything he could not to look to all the familiar faces he remembered. He did his best to avoid even glancing toward Gryffindor's table, sure he would see the red-headed forms of the Weasleys. The fact that every death in that family save for Percy's could be traced to him, still weighed on Harry. He was determined not to look out and see those faces, specifically Ginny and the twins, though he had already failed by seeing Ron's face right after his sorting. Harry still shuddered when he remembered the look on Molly Weasley's face when she had been told of the death of the twins. Harry was thankful for the very small mercy that Molly had died before Ron or Ginny. He was certain their deaths would have completely broken the woman. It was the same with Ravenclaw. Apparently Hermione was there and Harry definitely wanted to avoid her as well. Harry never had gotten the nerve up to go to Australia and restore the memories to Hermione's parents. Once she had died, Harry had kept putting it off, telling himself that he would do it after Voldemort was dead. But he could never really bring himself to put any more than idle thought into it. Bringing back a couple's memories of their daughter, only to tell them that she had died, and he was at fault. Harry shook his head. He knew he couldn't avoid every familiar face forever. But he still hoped to minimize it. Harry had slipped only twice during the evening. The first had been when he glanced at Lily Potter. Harry refused to think of her as his mother, because then that just made things harder. But he had avoided meeting her eyes for long and he had braced himself for that. Harry knew from reading the papers that she taught Muggle studies here. Harry knew he wasn't taking that class, so avoiding her wasn't likely to be a problem. The other time was when he had looked at the Hufflepuff table and found Cedric, alive and smiling, sitting there at the Hufflepuff table. The popular Cedric was among a good deal of friends. Harry only remembered that his was the first death his actions were responsible for. Harry shook his head a little bit, shaking off the morose thoughts even as a somewhat amusing thought occurred to him. Malfoy of all people had been somewhat of a stabilizer during the day. Harry never thought that that was something that he would ever ponder. Malfoy's presence had thrown a wrench into Harry's plan. Now Harry had another life he was directly responsible for. Then again it seemed that Malfoy had realized where his path was headed. Of course that only happened after his death. But there were times Harry had doubted Malfoy had enough sense that he would be aware even then. Harry ran his hands over his face, as he rested his head back against the frame of the door behind him. This had started out so simple. Relatively speaking. At least as simple as things were when they came to anything involving Harry. Kill Voldemort once and for all. Complicating things was pretty much par for the course when it came to anything involving Harry. A world in which he never existed. A world where a lot of the people closest to his family seemed to live better lives because he hadn't existed. Now Harry hoped his mere presence didn't ruin that. Now he had Draco Malfoy not just agreeing but volunteering to follow him. He had making demands of him to fix an entire house. He was surrounded by faces of people that he had absolutely zero fond memories about. Why him? Why was he expected to do all this stuff? Fix the whole damn world that was a mess not of his own making. Harry sighed deeply once more before he shook his head firmly and straightened, pushing the feelings of tiredness and melancholy to the back corner of his mind with everything else he didn't want to dwell on. He was not going to stew on those emotions. What and how he was feeling wasn't important. And that's the way it would stay if he had anything to say about it. No need to linger on it. He once more surveyed his room. There was no use in complaining when you've got a job to do. And Harry had things he had to do. He turned to his room, and snapped his holly and phoenix feather wand into his hand. The next morning, bright and early, Harry was waiting outside Draco's room when Draco came out, looking slightly bleary as he saw Harry leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Draco managed a smug grin. "I see you didn't enter my room." Harry shrugged a little bit in response. "I didn't even bother to try. It's 4:28. Draco frowned at Harry. There was an air of self-assurance that Harry had at the moment that made Draco wonder if it was all a bluff. Draco had only slept about 4 hours, which was pretty good for him over the past week. His body seemed to be adjusting to it. Draco had been plagued by nightmares since he entered this world. And there was something about sleep that left him feeling like he was dead again, so it still made him uneasy. Draco had spent almost an hour in bed the night before, thinking about this world. He didn't think there was a word that had been invented to describe how relieved he was to find Potter on the train. He had spent a week wondering if he had journeyed through the mirror alone. Thankfully his parents were naturally distant and left him to his own devices, unless he was required for familial duties. He had a hard time even thinking of his parents as his parents at the moment. Draco remembered with bitterness their complete lack of action regarding him when Voldemort had killed him in the past world. They both seemed like they were the same in this world as well. Draco's memories of both worlds and their actions matched almost perfectly, and it made him angry. However, he managed to keep it to himself as he went through his days. He had gone with his father to the Quidditch World Cup. When he saw Iris he wondered for just a moment if she had Harry's memories from their world, but one look at her eyes had told him all he needed to know. Iris had had a troubled and distracted air, but he could tell her eyes hadn't seen the memories he knew of his world. Draco had barely paid attention to the match. He had thought that he was alone on this world, and had no idea how he might avoid the same fate that he had ended up with in the other world. The magical world in ruins and himself dead before he was 23. That all changed after the cup. He and his mother had left afterwards and skipped the post-match revelry at his father's insistence. Which was a good thing, as his father and several friends had dressed in full Death Eater regalia and terrorized the people there, reminding them that the Death Eaters were still present. The first time it had happened, in the old world, Draco had seen it as a sign of power. The Death Eaters having the entire wizarding world cowering in fear before them. Now Draco just felt ill at the whole thing. However, Draco remembered as his father apparated home, shouting for one of the house elves to bring him a wound-cleansing potion. His father had been hit in the arm by a piece of wooden debris that was still lodged there. When Lucius described the battle, he did so between snarls of rage, and talked about the assailant thinking it was 2 or 3 wizards who had counterattacked. Draco had been surprised that anyone had stood up to them, since no one had in the last world. Until his father had described the whirlwind. Draco had heard that same spell described more than once by a frustrated Bellatrix in his old world. She had been incensed that it was impossible to flank or to corner someone when they used that spell. And it was dangerous just being close by that spell, because if it moved or beeped in a Death Eater, they were as good as dead. When Lucius described the spell, Draco knew without a doubt that meant that the Harry Potter he knew was present on this world. For the next week he had kept his eyes open as he watched anytime they were in public, looking for any sign. Today he had been checking every compartment in the train on the off chance that Potter might show up there. He hadn't known what to expect if he actually saw Potter. However, he had not expected to find Harry the way he did. When Draco had seen him, Draco had been shocked to see the familiar, unscarred and youthful face, minus the glasses, looking back at him. Draco wasn't even sure what he was going to do until Potter had held a wand up with the end sparking threateningly. The way that Potter was so blasé about either obliviating him or killing him had made the decision for Draco. If Potter was here, then that meant that he wasn't going to just let things stand the way they were. If there was one thing about Harry that Draco knew with absolute certainty, it was that he wouldn't be able to help jumping in to interfere, so things didn't end up the same way. Draco knew that Potter wasn't going to trust his word, and Draco couldn't blame him. Draco had sworn the loyalty oath without hesitation. He knew it was the only thing that would keep Potter from carrying out his threat. Draco was honest enough with himself to admit that he wasn't doing it because he was suddenly this good person, fighting for the light or anything like that. His actions were purely out of self-preservation. However, Draco had been quickly disabused of the notion that this was exactly the Potter he remembered. Draco was surprised at the harshness that crept into Potter's voice from time to time. Nor was he quite prepared for the bitterness or the level of disgust that entered Potter's voice when talking about himself. 3 times now he had seen Harry tense up in anger. Each time his eyes had begun to gleam, or outright glow. Though thankfully 2 of the times were in private and the other they hadn't gone to outright glowing, otherwise Potter's reaction would have drawn a crowd. Draco was forced to wonder if Harry wasn't, in some ways, more damaged than Draco was after dying. But he kept his concerns to himself. Draco looked at Harry curiously. "Did the upper years try and bother you last night?" Harry smirked and shook his head and gestured for Draco to follow him, as they headed toward the entryway of the common room. Harry kept his voice down as they walked, despite the fact that there was no one in the common room. "I told you, I wasn't worried about it." Draco glanced toward the direction of the first-year rooms and raised an eyebrow at Harry. Harry just shrugged enigmatically and murmured the password to exit the common room. Draco almost stopped and went to investigate the first-year rooms, but decided against it at the last moment. He was almost positive Harry had done something. However, Draco realized if he went to investigate at this time of the morning, then he might get caught up in the aftermath. Neither of them spoke as Harry led them through the halls. Neither one of them were eager to draw the attention of sleeping portraits or ghosts who roamed the halls at this early point in the morning. When Harry finally led them out of the castle, Draco looked at him curiously. "Okay, what are we doing?" Harry grinned mirthlessly as he guided Draco out across the grounds toward the Black Lake. "Simple. We're going to start getting ourselves in physical shape." Draco frowned in puzzlement. "You mean like a muggle?" Harry frowned. He had never liked the word muggle, but realized it was a personal preference and knew that a cultural word was the least of his concerns at the moment. He also took it as a positive sign that Draco didn't use another more foul term. Harry could tell Draco was making some adjustments that he knew he was going to need to around Harry. That or perhaps being dead did change a person. Harry gestured around. "You want to survive. Sometimes magic isn't going to save you. You need to be as fit as possible. Sometimes that ability to move just a little bit faster or go just a bit farther physically will save your ass." Draco sighed and shook his head. He wanted to argue. This was not what he had in mind when he had been so adamant about training. "I don't see how this helps us more than working on magic. You know, dueling, practicing and that sort of thing." Harry nodded in agreement. "I don't disagree. However, if we go dueling now, you will likely end up magically exhausted before we have classes today. My plan was to work out physically in the mornings, then do the same magically after classes are through." "What makes you so sure that I'd be the one magically exhausted?" Draco asked with a huff of indignation at the presumption. Harry didn't say anything, he just looked at Draco with a raised eyebrow. "Oh, right, toe-to-toe with the Dark Lord." Draco looked abashed for a moment. He felt more powerful than he remembered since he had gotten a body in this world. But he realized that part of that could be the fact that he actually felt anything besides the sensation of being disembodied. However, Draco didn't think that he could truly match Harry, given the brief flashes of power that he had seen and felt when Harry had gotten angered. To Draco's surprise, Harry didn't so much as smirk at the unspoken implication that he was more powerful, he merely nodded. This more than anything reminded Draco that any semblance of their old relationship of competition was gone. Not that Draco had truly expected anything else, but habits were habits. Harry chuckled. "Now come on, enough delaying the inevitable, we're going swimming." Draco blinked, distracted from Harry's deflection by his last statement. "Swimming? Why in bloody hell are we going swimming, Potter?" Draco demanded as he followed Harry to the lake edge. Harry paid Draco's demanding tone no heed as he kicked off his shoes and shed his cloak. "Don't call me that. You'll slip when people are around. And a couple of reasons. First, it works your whole body. Secondly, the water keeps you moving, even when you stop to take a breather. Treading water takes energy. Lastly, the water's chilly." Draco scowled as he reluctantly began to kick off his shoes and shed his cloak. "Of course the water is chilly. What has that got to do with it?" Harry was already down to a pair of shorts and a sleeveless shirt. He had his arms crossed and was clearly waiting on Draco. He debated on ignoring the question and just pushing Draco to finish disrobing enough to start. Wizards are a pampered lot. They don't like pain. Between pain relief potions, calming drafts and even memory charms to erase the memory of pain, they aren't used to being hurt. It's part of what makes the experience, pushing your body when it's not easy and comfortable. Oh, and no cheating and using warming charms. You say, they, like you're not a wizard. Draco scowled as he stripped down to just a pair of shorts and his loose undershirt. He could see that Harry had a wrist holster strapped to his right wrist, one that securely held his wand but kept it for easy access. Draco blinked and did a double take when he noticed that Harry had one on his wrist, and one on his leg. He wondered why Harry would need more than one. Deciding it was something he might ask later, Draco made a mental note to order one later in the day. Harry shrugged, and turned and walked out into the water waiting as it got deeper. Debatable. I definitely wasn't raised as a wizard. I'm more used to pain and discomfort. There was a time I thought there could be nothing more amazing than to be a wizard, right after I was told. But that was a long time ago. Draco frowned as he considered Harry's words, but his thoughts were interrupted as he followed Harry out into the water with a grunt. He couldn't restrain a shiver as he started to get deeper. You weren't kidding about it being bloody cold. Harry snorted in amusement as he waited for Draco to catch up. Wait until we swim in December. You'll miss this warmth. Without further comment he took off in a freestyle stroke. After a moment processing that statement, Draco was on his heels. It was 2 hours later, and dawn had lightened up the sky when they both were back on shore where they had started. Harry was standing on the ground, stretching a bit, breathing heavily. Stand up and stretch, it'll keep you from getting cramps. Draco was on the ground on his back panting for breath, but he dragged himself up to his feet, to try and copy the stretches he saw Harry doing. Harry knew that he was probably more fit than most wizards. His enforced summer exercise regimen kept him fit. Harry idly wondered if his cousin and friends would have continued Harry hunting, if they knew it did a great job of keeping him in shape. Of course Harry had never really thought about it in those terms when he was this age the first time. Harry had to grudgingly admit that he was somewhat impressed with Draco's level of fitness and level of stubbornness. Draco had only lagged behind on the final trip back across the lake. Harry had played it safe and discreetly cast a monitoring charm on him as they swam. He definitely did not want to explain things to someone in the chance that Draco got a cramp and ended up drowning. Though he had resolved that he would face any of the explanations needed if the choice was an inquisition or, God forbid, giving Draco Malfoy mouth to mouth. That wasn't bad. We'll keep getting better as the days wear on. Draco was still panting heavily, but he managed to nod in response. The swim had been miserable for him, but he was determined not to let Harry leave him behind. He was thankful that he spent so much of his summers playing Quidditch when he was this age. It may not have kept him as fit as possible, but twisting and turning and throwing did give him at least some semblance of a workout. You plan to do this every day? Harry nodded. At least school days. Weekends we may try and find something else to do. Shake things up a little. Draco groaned at that, and muttered something about insanity. Harry shifted his shoulders a little bit. He had been mostly truthful with Malfoy about everything. However, there was another reason for the morning exercise. Harry was readjusting to the movements of this body. It still felt weird to him. It had been a week since Harry had arrived in this world in his old body. He'd started to make adjustments, but still felt off to him. There were times that he found his right eye bothered him. The first few days it seemed like it was always either watering or it was too dry. Harry had spent several years with the fake eye there, and even something as simple as blinking felt strange to him. However, that had shown significant improvement over the last week. His leg, however, was a different story. Whenever Harry wasn't thinking about it, he still tended to put most of his weight on his right leg and favor his left. It wasn't until Perenelle had asked him for the 4th or 5th time to re-examine his leg that he realized what was going on. He had spent so long walking with the limp that he was having to adjust to not limping. And since the movement was a conscious one, it seemed somehow more ingrained to him. It was the reason that he had made no attempt to see if he could shift into either of his animagus forms yet. Harry didn't think shifting to them would be a problem, but shifting back might be far more problematic. At the moment Harry felt like he was still in a stranger's body. It was like wearing a set of clothes that should fit, but for some reason weren't sized right, and fit oddly. It was still stiff and uncomfortable at times. Doing this physical activity was forcing him to use this body and become familiar with it all over again. Harry looked over at Draco, shivering in the cool morning air, as dawn had not quite broken around the castle yet. He took pity on Draco and snapped his wand into his hand, and threw out a couple of drying charms on Draco's clothes and then his own. Draco nodded gratefully as he gathered his clothes up and put them back on, once again noting how handy the wrist holster Harry had was. They were in the castle and walking toward the common room when Draco spoke up again. I'm going to order a wrist holster today. I didn't like being out on the lake without one. Harry frowned, though he didn't break his stride. I hadn't thought about that. Don't bother. I've got a couple spare you can use. Draco hesitated and then nodded. He opened his mouth somewhat awkwardly to express his thanks. Thanking Potter of all people felt weird. Instead he returned to their earlier conversation. Have you figured out anything more about who we might get to give us some decent instruction? Harry frowned and shrugged a bit. At the moment it will probably be me trying to see what we can learn from one another until we figure out someone who might be able to help us actually make stuff up as we go. If I thought I could get away with it, I'd be tempted to free the real Moody and get him to put us through our paces. That would probably be the best option I can come up with. But again he'd probably just run to Dumbledore. What do you mean that? Draco started to ask but was cut off by a screech in the air. He looked around startled at the sudden sound. Harry didn't even blink, or look away from Draco. He merely raised his arm just in time for a white snowy owl to land on it, carrying a letter. Harry turned his head and smiled, reaching up to stroke Hedwig's feathers. Hey girl, fancy seeing you this morning. Hedwig gave a peck of acknowledgement and stuck the leg holding the letter out for Harry to take. She butted her head affectionately against the side of Harry's. Afterward, however, she fixed Draco with what could only be qualified as an angry glare. Draco stared at the owl for several seconds before turning to Harry. You even managed to find your bloody owl. Harry shook his head. At the same time there was an indignant protest from Hedwig. No, Hedwig came through the mirror and followed me here. I don't think she trusted me not to get myself in trouble without her. There was a hoot of assent from Hedwig as she continued to glare at Draco. Your owl followed you to this world. Draco repeated dryly. Do you do anything normally? Draco asked sarcastically, though any joining comment was cut off by a loud and aggressive peck from Hedwig as she stared at Draco, accompanied by what could only be construed as a threatening flap of her wings. Draco stared at the owl for several seconds before he found himself looking away. There was something intense about the gaze. I don't think she likes me, Draco stated hesitantly. Harry turned his attention to opening the letter that Hedwig delivered. He replied absently. I don't doubt it. She's rather protective of me. And you were friends with Umbridge when she hurt Hedwig back in 5th year. A frown of consternation crossed Harry's face. Talking about events that were both technically in the past and a time still in the future of this world was weird to him. Hedwig gave a hoot of agreement and continued to glare menacingly at Draco. It was only a few more moments before Draco spoke up. Would you tell her to stop staring at me like that? It's bloody creepy. Harry shook his head slightly, turning his attention from the letter in which he only had gotten to the opening line. Nope, the best you can do is apologize to her and hope she knows you really mean it. Apologies that include bacon tend to go over better. Then again, I've never been part of breaking her wing. So, I didn't break her wing. You want me to apologize to your bloody owl? Are you mental? Draco sputtered as he switched from denial to disbelief. Harry shrugged apathetically before turning his attention to Hedwig for a few moments to stroke her plumage. It's your funeral, he murmured, his mouth twisted in a slight smirk of amusement. Draco grinned momentarily before he frowned, realizing that Harry sounded completely serious. He shook his head and decided not to make any rejoining comment. Who's the letter from? Harry turned his attention away from Hedwig and back to the letter in his hand and resumed opening it. It's from Nicholas. I only sent him a quick letter this morning. I just didn't expect a reply this quickly. Draco shifted a bit to slide around to Harry's left side, but a warning hoot caused him to stop and reassess. He realized that Hedwig was currently perched on that shoulder, and something told Draco that getting too close might not be beneficial for his long-term health. So he awkwardly shifted and sidled around to look at the letter from Harry's right side. Draco pointedly ignored the hoot of amusement and satisfaction that came from the snow-white owl. After a moment's hesitation, Harry tilted the letter to show him. There was nothing to be gained from hiding it. Aries, congratulations on getting sorted into Slytherin. I hope you didn't forget to pack anything in your trunk. You spent plenty of bloody time packing it. We hope you enjoy your classes. Perenelle solemnly insists on making sure that you're eating enough. Sincerely, Nicholas Flamel. That's it. Seems kinda. Draco trailed off, not sure what to put into words. Harry frowned a little bit. He wanted to make a comment, but had to concede Draco had a point. It was also an awfully long parchment for such a short message. Then his eyes widened in realization. That's because the message is hidden. Harry turned his arm over and out of the lining of his wrist holster he pulled a very small knife. Draco watched him with interest, his eyes widening in surprise when Harry produced a knife and cut the tip of his finger, dripping a few drops of blood onto the parchment. Draco was disappointed when nothing happened as Harry returned the dagger to the inside of the wrist holster. Nothing happened. Harry smirked and then put his finger to the paper. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Draco watched in amazement as the words on the paper faded out, and so did the blood mark, and then a great deal more writing than had been there before replaced it. Thank you for your letter this morning. I hope you are not surprised by the fast turnaround, as you know we don't sleep much by nature. I want to update you on several things. First, if you're reading this message you no doubt have realized how to get this text. If not, the rest of this writing is going to be pretty damn pointless. I know you trust your owl. However, Perenelle suggested that we hide our correspondence behind additional security, something she is certain you'll agree with. I was doubtful, but she prevailed upon me. All of our letters shall be written under this code. Only someone who knows the password to get into your trunk. Perenelle modified the charm after a bit of experimentation, and someone with our unique blood qualities will be able to see these letters. At the bottom you will find instructions on how to modify the charm to suit your needs so that you can send your letters the same way. Secondly, we have the information on the prisoner that you requested. He is still in Azkaban. He was caught immediately after killing another wizard. He had a brief trial, in which he refused to say anything for himself. Several members of his family attempted to speak for him to secure a more lenient sentence. When asked if he had anything to say for himself, he merely rolled up his sleeve to show the dark mark. However, there are a few odd things of note. First, he surrendered without a fight to the Aurors. Secondly, this occurred almost a month after the downfall of the Dark Lord, and had not been named by any of the other Death Eaters. Lastly, according to Auror's notes, he has said nothing since he went to Azkaban. If you decide to do what I think you will, be cautious. Secure an oath. Despite what the note said, you do not know this person's motives or allegiances. Also, be aware that should you free him, we will be unable to shelter him, even if he should provide an oath. It may be possible to track someone through their mark, or even control them. We will not expose our sanctuary and ourselves to that risk. Thirdly, the goblins capitulated to our demands. The chalice we sought within that madwoman's vaults has been delivered to us. Right now it is hidden remotely and well, and we are not likely going to be affected by it. However, we will destroy it upon your request. At that point the handwriting shifted from neat square letters to a more flowing script, that Harry immediately determined was Perenelle's. Nicholas really enjoyed arguing with the goblins, though I believe we may have almost touched off another goblin rebellion. Not that I think that would have bothered my husband much. It's also not like the goblins need much provocation, since looking at them wrong can be cause for an uprising. They refused to give up the item. They didn't care how cursed or dark the object was. The goblins' direct response was, "Wizard problems are wizard problems and mean nothing to us. We don't care what wizards put what in their vaults. We guard and maintain the vaults." At that point the goblin also managed to insult my husband enough that Nicholas decided to threaten the goblins. Which I think he enjoyed a bit too much. Nicholas informed them that if they didn't turn over the cup then they would regret it. You can guess how the goblins took that statement. Draco had been reading along the letter too, and he didn't understand everything written, though he was mentally composing a list of questions to ask. However, reading that last line he whistled lowly. He threatened the goblins. Does he have a death wish? He's lucky to survive that. What on earth could be that valuable? Harry shrugged and spoke quietly. It's something that Voldemort valued on our world, and appears to be the same here. It was in the possession of your aunt actually. Harry turned his attention back to his reading. The goblin asked if we were threatening them. Nicholas, Being dramatic, of course assured the goblin that he would not dream of physically harming a goblin. Then he put on his best innocent face, something he doesn't do well at all, and asked what might happen to the goblin bank and economy if he were to use his most famous invention to turn every brick and stone in Diagon Alley into gold. Draco laughed out loud when he read that, and Harry elbowed him lightly, though he couldn't keep a small smirk off his face as he imagined just how much enjoyment Nicholas got out of threatening the goblins and getting away with it. That got their attention. After some negotiation, we have the cup in exchange for 3 vials of our elixir of life. Not a bad price all told. Ragnarok seemed pleased in the end. Though we made sure that was after making sure he understood exactly what the elixir was and was not capable of. Now on to other topics. I am uncertain as to why the wards at Hogwarts would seem weak to you. It has been a very long time since we were in the area. However, I am aware from those experience the wards there were second to none. Given the location of the castle and the ambient magic given off by the students of Hogwarts, the wards should remain incredibly powerful. I am unaware of the location of a ward stone, and the headmaster controls the wards. Perhaps the headmaster has them low to allow the arrival of other schools. Relations between schools of magic historically were very poor. Unlike the present where schools tend to be geographically oriented, in the past schools competed for students. Often several of them would vie for the same students. The disputes became quite bitter, occasionally even leading to one school attacking another. The Tri-Wizard Tournament was instituted during that time, though it wasn't originally referred to as Tri, since the number of schools for a short time reached almost a dozen. The tournament was seen as a quantifiable and visible way for schools to establish bragging rights and claim to be the best for prospective students. This was a less destructive way to establish dominance. It has winnowed down to the Tri-Wizard Tournament because those are the only 3 European schools left. Though I never made a close examination of Hogwarts wards, they were built to withstand a full-scale and protracted war. This would have included attacks from other schools. So it's entirely possible that the headmaster needed to lower the wards to allow the other schools entrance. They are either down at his command or something else has weakened the wards. I suggest you investigate. Finding the central wardstone would probably be a good place to start. It is interesting that you mentioned the arrival of another person from your world. That's very curious. However, I'm not sure it clears anything up. Based on what you told me, he came through the mirror as a ghost. You told them about me? Draco half asked, half demanded, more than a little bit of anger in his voice. In Draco's mind he had a brief flash of paranoia at being discovered and then revealed to his father and then by extension Voldemort. Harry nodded, looking completely unperturbed at Draco's outburst. Of course, they have been more than helpful, and we were trying to determine if we could figure out any more information about the ritual Voldemort created and possible results. Perenelle is probably the foremost expert in the world. Harry paused there and looked as if a thought had just occurred to him. Oh, wait, unless you've become an expert in magical artifacts and rituals while you were dead, or in the last week. Draco frowned and shook his head. What? Of course not. Harry shrugged. Then yeah. Gonna consult the woman with hundreds of years of experience in rituals. He turned his attention back to the letter. Draco frowned but had no rebuttal, so he turned his attention back to the letter as well. The impact of a ghost on this sort of ritual is a complete unknown. The desires of ghosts tend to all be about returning to life, so I have no doubt that was probably his first desire. He could have been included as a tag along in your trip. The interesting thing you mentioned was the sound you say this former ghost described of the screaming he heard of Voldemort. Unfortunately, that could mean any number of things. In some of my more esoteric collections I did find research that might apply to at least some of the results of this ritual. You say your new ally is in his body on this world, and that he has the memories of both souls. That dovetails with something a researcher theorized about nearly 11 centuries ago. However, as it was never possible to be tested, it was nothing more than an academic theory and a postulate rather than anything firm or based on any experimentation. Your oathbound soul showed up in this world, where there already existed his soul. It existed within his body, since he was still alive this world. The free-floating soul would have been pulled toward his body, and one of two things would have happened. either a fight for the host body, or based on what you've told me, a melding of the souls. I would be very interested in running some tests and getting some magical readings sometime in the future. However, I must confess I am uncertain whether this gives us any insight into the Voldemort from your world. There are too many different variables. Yes, your oathbound melded with the soul in his younger body. That could have been because he was a ghost, and an unbound soul. Or it could have been because they were the same person at one point. However, you had a body when you came through the mirror and did not meld with your counterpart of this world. Either because her life experience at this point in life was too different, or because inherently she is not you. You asserted that your body was restored to its previous status. How? I am uncertain. Further, the Voldemort from your world came through in a body that was essentially a homunculus, with a soul that was likely in tatters, into a world where his counterpart would be in a different homunculus, with soul pieces scattered far and wide. For all we know, he could have or may yet emerge in this world, just how he was. Or his soul could combine with another piece of his soul. It's entirely possible that the soul from your Voldemort combined with one of her Poe's foul creations. For all we know, it could already rest completely helpless in the cup or one of his other creations. I think that makes gathering them even more imperative than previously thought. Thank you for the warning about the letters, but it is unnecessary. Once you were out in public, we expected the letters to come in. All mail is directed to a post box where it is checked for malicious magic, then transported here through more wards to check for more magic. We fully expect that there will be a minor spectacle. Nicholas is practically cackling with glee at the opportunity to meddle and cause chaos. I will remind you to also please be careful. As we told you before you left, while the Flammel name will protect your history from nearly all investigative eyes, and give you a certain stature, it will also put a target on you for others. I know you claim to be used to it, however I am merely restating my reminder. I hope you're giving AD absolute fits as he tries to figure you out. Nicholas and Perenelle Flammel. P.S. I hope you like the charmed parchment. It was your idea, we used and applied it to paper. Instructions to replicate it enclosed. Harry lifted his head and looked out across the lake, lost in thought for a few moments while Draco read through the end of the letter. Okay, I have some questions, Draco stated bluntly. Harry shrugged a little bit and then reached up to stroke Hedwig's plumage again absently while he had a faraway look in his eyes as he gazed out upon the lake. You can always ask. I can't promise to answer. Needless to say, you share nothing about this with anyone. What prisoner were they talking about in Azkaban? Draco asked, glancing at the letter again, making sure he had several of his questions firmly affixed in his mind. Harry glanced around, confirming that no one was around at the moment. Regulus Black. Draco frowned a little bit. Regulus is a loyal Death Eater, I think, at least according to what I've heard around my father. He was from an old family and was a decent dueler. He wasn't exactly inner circle, though he was probably the closest thing to it. The Dark Lord trusted him, I believe. Harry shook his head. It was a front, or at least I believe so. He stole something very valuable from the Voldemort. I've confirmed that he did the same on this world. On our world, he was successful in his theft, but he didn't survive the attempt. He is an enemy of Voldemort, but on this world he did survive. Harry furrowed his brow in thought. But he is now in Azkaban, but given his family was reasonably rich and includes Sirius. If he opposed Voldemort and shared the information, they would have let him out. But he has not spoken to anyone as far as the records indicate. So I want to know why he is still in Azkaban. Draco frowned a little bit and refrained from asking an obvious question, and then his eyes widened. Oh bloody hell, you're going to break into Azkaban, aren't you? His voice dropped to a low hiss. Harry nodded slowly, coming to a firm decision even as Draco spoke. Probably, yes. Draco ran a hand through his still damp hair as he looked at Harry. You're serious? Harry refrained from making a comment about that being Regulus' brother. He just nodded in response. At the very least I need information from him. I also don't like the idea of someone sitting in Azkaban who shouldn't be. Draco sighed a little bit, but rather than question Harry's decision merely asked, when? Harry tilted his head thoughtfully. I don't think I have anything pressing happening this evening. Draco looked startled at that, realizing just how serious Harry looked. After several long seconds he shook his head. You know, I'm not sure whether my estimate of Granger and Weasley just went up or went down. Harry stiffened slightly, and narrowed his eyes as Draco. What do you mean? Draco shrugged slightly. Well, either they were way braver than I thought, for following you on these little adventures of yours, or crazier. I'm not sure which. They were the best, Harry said, with a ring of finality in his voice making it clear that the topic was closed. Draco picked up on Harry's mood and nodded, instead choosing to change the topic. Even if you managed to break in, and Regulus did betray the Dark Lord on this world, and you managed to get him out. None of which is certain. Where is he going to hide? Draco demanded. Harry frowned thoughtfully. I don't know. I probably could shove him in my trunk if I move some stuff around. Though I suppose making him sleep on a pile of your gold would be a little bit uncomfortable. Draco blinked and a confused look crossed his face. What do you mean sleep on my gold? Harry sounded nonchalant, but he couldn't keep a bit of amusement off of his face. Yeah, in our own world. We hid out in the goblin tunnels for a while after they were sealed. One of us knew a secret and warded way into the tunnels. So when I was getting a crash course on curse breaking and wards by possibly the last living goblin trained curse breaker, we made a point to visit the vaults of a lot of Death Eaters and take their gold. We were still foolishly idealistic that when the war was over we could rebuild. Draco looked completely scandalized. You broke into our vault. And you still have that gold. Harry shrugged. Bill wanted me to get hands-on practice. Said he never found someone who took to runes and warding as fast as I have. That I was a natural. So yeah, we broke into most of the vaults. There were no goblins left alive to protest. I have a lot of gold in my trunk. Along with other odds and ends. Draco held up a hand and pinched the bridge of his nose. Okay, we'll come back to that. As much money as you have. That doesn't say where you would hide a fugitive like Regulus, and hiding him in your trunk is not an option. Harry nodded, focusing on the matter at hand. I'm not sure where it might be a good idea to hide him. It's obvious we can't trust any of our respective relatives. And we need somewhere that is completely secure. Draco nodded in firm agreement. Not to mention a secret from anyone else. Since the Ministry is bound to go all out in a search. They got a major black eye last year when my aunt escaped Azkaban. Having someone else escape is going to have the public in an uproar. So we need someplace secret, safe and secure. I'm not sure either of us know of anything that fits that bill. Harry frowned and stiffened, rubbing his fingers over the parchment slowly as he considered his thoughts. I may know someplace. Draco tilted his head curiously at Harry's expression. Where? Harry spoke slowly, though his words gained steam. It's protected by some of the best wards on the planet. People know of it, but very few people knows where it's located, and only 2-3 people have access. And I bet I can make some adjustments so that only I have access. Draco was looking completely confused. Where is that? Harry turned his attention to look in Draco's eyes. The Chamber of Secrets. Draco opened his mouth to say something and then stopped. You really went down there second year, didn't you? Harry nodded, and tilted his head curiously, making the invitation for Draco to speak his thoughts. Draco frowned slowly, nodded. The only problem would be sneaking him in the castle. Otherwise, that might actually work. Harry nodded in agreement and then chuckled. Well, I'll need to swing by there sometime today to make sure it's in the same place and check to see if Dumbledore put any sort of wards or warning on the entrance to the chamber. There are several passageways in and out of the castle. I'm sure we'll be able to get him in one of them. Draco nodded slowly and then blinked as he realized the enormity of what they were discussing. You're really going to do it, aren't you? Break into Azkaban and break someone out? Harry nodded. I already said that I would. It just adds one more thing to an already busy week. What else do you have planned? Should I be concerned as to whether or not the castle will remain standing after you're finished? Draco asked, only half sarcastically, the other half with real curiosity and concern. Well, I have another item of Voldemort's that I have to pick up, though that hopefully shouldn't take long at all. Since it's hidden in the castle. Then, like I said, I have to take out fake Moody and free Moody. Then I have to begin trying to figure out Voldemort's next moves. Harry stated blandly. Okay. 2 things. What are so important about these items of Voldemort's? And what do you mean when you say fake Moody and real Moody? Draco asked curiously. Harry frowned and tilted his head, his expression a combination of puzzlement and curiosity. He spoke quietly. Voldemort has taken steps to ensure immortality, creating an item of dark magic called a Horcrux that he stored a part of his soul in. As long as those items exist he can't die. We're working on destroying them. Draco frowned. He had not heard the term but he understood the process that Harry outlined. How many of these items did he make? Harry frowned. I mean myself and my friends thought he made 7 on our world. But it's possible he made more or he had other ways he was ensuring his immortality. We have already discovered 2, though one was a fake that Regulus placed after he took the real one. I checked the location of another that was on our world and it was not there. So we're searching for them. There was one stored in Hogwarts on our world. I'm going to find out tonight or tomorrow depending on time. Draco frowned and nodded slowly. And that bit about Moody? Harry nodded, glad Draco kept up with his explanation. I figured you knew about that one. In our world Moody was impersonated by Barty Crouch Jr. during this year. He was the one that put my name in the Goblet of Fire. He was the one that helped resurrect Voldemort. Harry couldn't help as anger bled into his voice at the thought of Crouch. I knew you were too bloody innocent to put your name in. You looked scared to death when your name was chosen. And how do you know it's the same on this world? Draco asked curiously, crossing his arms and looking at Harry curiously. Harry frowned a little bit, not liking the mention of that year, because it brought to mind all the disasters that followed. Watch him. He drinks from his flask about once an hour, and every so often he has a tic. One where he flicks his tongue. That's not Alistair Moody. That's Barty Crouch Jr. He's probably here to put Iris into the tournament under his master's orders. Harry explained. If you know that, why haven't you stopped him? I thought that you were trying to stop Voldemort from coming back. Draco frowned. Harry nodded a bit. He had debated that very same thing with himself this evening. I thought about it and that's what I'm going to do. However, I can't just stand up and point at him and accuse him of being a Death Eater. And I certainly can't just go accusing Moody of being someone that everyone believes is dead. That would get me locked in St. Mungo's for sure, or make Dumbledore wonder how I knew, and no lie on earth would be able to cover that up. So what are you planning to do? Draco asked curiously, trying to come to grips with the idea that their teacher is a polyjuiced Death Eater. Harry shrugged a little bit. I'm hoping to provoke him into attacking me during our first defense lesson. If I do that, then I can expose him publicly. I know it's not the most solid of plans but it's the best I've come up with it. Quote. Draco paused for a moment and then nodded his head with an amused grin. Actually, that's pretty brilliant. You're playing to your strengths. Harry frowned curiously. What do you mean? Draco chuckled softly in amusement. If anyone could piss off a Death Eater enough to lose his cool and break cover and have them start throwing curses, it's you. You've got more experience than anyone at pissing off Death Eaters and Voldemort. Harry's lips quirked in slight amusement at the statement and then sighed a little bit and looked guilty. I thought about not exposing him. Because when I do expose him, then I have no idea what Voldemort might do next to try and come back. And I already checked the Riddle House, where Voldemort holed up in our world. He isn't there, so I'm trying to work with what information I can. Draco frowned but reluctantly nodded. Then why are you going to be exposing him if it's going to cost you that advantage? Harry's eyes narrowed a bit and fixed Draco with a glare. I'm not going to turn into Dumbledore and treat people as pieces on a board. Putting aside the risk of having him around students, if I don't expose him, Iris ends up in this King tournament that could get her killed. I will not have that on my conscience. Draco frowned. You survived it. What makes you think she couldn't? He could tell by Harry's expression that he was on thin ice, but Draco was honestly curious. Harry shook his head. I survived on luck. It was a miserable year. And all it would have taken was that dragon being a split second faster. And let's not forget that Cedric Diggory died in the process. Draco was forced to nod in agreement to that. Harry murmured, lost in thought. I still never understood how Dumbledore claimed to never know. He was a good friend of Moody and was a master legilimens. He trailed off and stopped mid-stride, as he spun to face Draco. They had been making slow progress away from the lake toward the castle. He fixed Draco with a stare. Do you know occlumency? Draco frowned at the sudden change in topic. Of course. All pureblood families start teaching their kids. All of us have at least the most rudimentary of shields. Harry's eyes were fixed on Draco. How good are yours? Draco furrowed his brow further. They're good. At Harry's skeptical look, Draco continued. Probably not good enough to keep out a determined assault from the Dark Lord, but short of that I should be okay. Lucius never would accept anything less than excellence. Harry frowned and stared at Draco intently for several long moments. He had spent far too much time around Draco when the other boy had spent all his time bragging. Harry wasn't going to just take Draco's word for it. He hesitated, once more considering the merits of simply obliviating Draco and dealing with the consequences later, before finally asking, do you mind if I test them? Draco furrowed his brow further and then shook his head slowly. He knew that Harry was asking for access to his mind, but for once he wasn't trying to hide anything. Go ahead. The words were barely out of his mouth before Harry's eyes locked on his and Harry dived into Draco's mind with legilimency. He hadn't even bothered to raise his wand or speak an incantation. Harry had gotten quite good at this during the war, entering the minds of any Death Eaters that they had managed to capture. He had become quite the adept. Harry was honest enough to admit to himself that he had been a complete failure in learning the defensive side of the mind arts, at least consciously. Now, no amount of work he put in would allow him to learn occlumency. He was aware that only a combination of his freakishness and constant mental assaults had caused his mind to protect itself. On the other hand, he had become a master of the offensive side of mind magic. Harry found himself inside Draco's mind, before a set of firm occlumency barriers. Testing them, Harry pressed here and there at them looking for weaknesses, finding none. He then gathered his strength and hit Draco's shields with a blunt force strike, putting a large deal of power behind the impact. Draco's shields shuddered under the blow but held firm. Harry had to admit that Draco's shields were strong against that sort of attack. He could sense Draco gathering concentration to repel him. Then Harry shifted tack slightly, and focused his attack to a pinpoint and thrust forward. The barriers barely slowed this thrust. Harry found himself in Draco's mind for several seconds. It was easy to read Draco's shocked response before Harry pulled back out of Draco's mind and memories. This all happened in the span of a few seconds. One moment Draco was giving Harry permission, and the next he felt a presence in his head, feeling around the edges of his occlumency barriers, pushing here and there. Then Draco felt Harry hit his barriers like a beater bat, but his barriers held. He tried to push Harry from his mind completely when suddenly he felt Harry burst through his barriers in one sharp thrust and enter his mind. Draco reeled with shock. After he had progressed to proficiency in occlumency, even his father had never been able to breach his barriers like that. Certainly never without a wand. Harry pulled out after a few seconds. When Harry's presence left his mind, Draco staggered back and put his hand to his head. What did you do? He demanded of Harry. Harry watched Draco with concern. I wanted to see how strong your barriers were. How did you get through them so fast? Draco demanded, actually angry at much at the ease of intrusion as the intrusion itself. Draco was rubbing his forehead from the after effects of the pain of having his shields being breached. Harry shook his head. I learned during the war. I'm very good at legilimency. Otherwise your barriers are strong, and you should be able to hold off Dumbledore and Snape without too much problems. And you'll definitely notice their presence in your head quick enough to get away. Draco shuddered a bit, as he patched the hole in his defenses. I'm going to hold you to teaching me how to defend against that. Draco rubbed a hand over his forehead and murmured, what about you? I assume you have occlumency barriers then. Harry chuckled. I assure you, my mind is well protected from any assault. Not so much occlumency though. I can't exactly show you, or do anything more than describe how to guard against attacks like I just used. But we ought to be able to practice until you get the hang of it. Draco frowned but let the comment pass, deciding to change topics. So you're really going to break into Azkaban tonight? Harry chuckled, snapping his wand into his hand, and with a quick gesture a small wordless incendio torched the parchment that Harry had the message on to ashes. That's the plan. Come on, let's get back to the common room and get washed up. Draco nodded and turned to follow Harry back inside. I'm coming with you tonight. Harry tilted his head to observe Draco thoughtfully as they headed back up the path to the castle. He didn't agree, but didn't disagree, instead chose not to comment as he thought about the pros and cons. They were walking in silence and approaching the castle gates when Harry, acting on instinct, pushed Draco one way as he rolled the other, just as the red energy of a spell passed through where they had been standing a moment before. While Draco sprawled to the ground from the sudden push, Harry came out of a roll with his wand already in his hand. He remained in a crouch as his wand swept the area that the spell came from. His senses on high alert, his wand already sparking as he prepared to fire a blasting curse. It took him only a moment to track the source of the spell, and another few moments to realize that it wasn't an attack of any sort that was aimed at him. Instead he found himself staring off a little distance away, near the side of the Bobaton's coach. Their two people were engaged in what Harry quickly determined based on their movements and facial expressions was a duel rather than any sort of real combat. Harry kept his wand in his hand as he waited for Draco to scramble to his feet. Harry idly noted that Draco had found the source of the spell as well and had his wand out. Harry watched with curiosity. He noted the two people, women clearly, were circling each other, and he noticed the one facing them had her mouth moving. Harry easily understood that they were behind a silencing spell. It took him only a moment to recognize one of the two people circling each other was the blonde-haired Fleur, and the second was a dark-haired woman of about the same age. However, the dark-haired woman had circled to face them and clearly had seen them, or probably more likely had seen Harry's wand out and sparking. Harry watched as she held her hand and wand up to end the duel, saying something. Fleur immediately turned around to look at them with a look of surprise on her face. Fleur waved her wand and clearly dispelled the silencing spell that had surrounded them. I'm sorry, we didn't think anyone would be up quite this early. Neither of you were hurt, were you? Fleur's tone was filled with a level of concern, despite it being raised to carry the 30 or so meters separating them. Harry frowned at the tone and then quickly lowered his still sparking wand, looking slightly abashed, not having realized he was still holding it threateningly. Harry shook his head. No apologies needed. I was distracted with something and wasn't watching my surroundings. Fleur hesitated for several seconds and walked towards them, while the dark-haired girl had her head tilted speculatively as she looked at both Draco and Harry. Pardon our rudeness then. We believed no one would be up this early and were just getting some practice in. Neither of you were hit, were you? Harry shook his head, but it was Draco that spoke up before Harry could say anything. We're fine, thanks to good reflexes and no thanks to you shooting random spells off at people. Draco's voice was cold, and more than a trifle angry. The dark-haired girl seemed taken aback, and Fleur's expression had turned stormy. However, neither of them had a chance to speak before Harry interjected. Harry held up his hand to stop Draco from saying more. Malfoy, enough. It was an accident. Draco huffed a bit at Harry's admonishment before he sighed a little bit seeing Harry's hard expression, before turning back to the two French students. My apologies. I was caught off guard and am still wound up. His apology came out stiffly and sounded reluctant at best. Harry turned his attention back to the Fleur. You'll have to forgive Draco, he's not used to having spells surprise him. The last time it happened, well, the results were rather serious. Draco snorted slightly in response, his face still a trifle angry to that, but said nothing. Fleur turned to regard Harry thoughtfully. And you are? I'm Aries Flammel. Harry said, cursing inwardly. He really needed to remember to get used to that name a bit more. He did marvel at how much this Fleur was like the Fleur of his world, their voices were the exact same. That got a reaction from both girls, as their eyes widened slightly, though Fleur was the one to ask the question. Any relation to the immortal alchemist? Harry sighed and rolled his eyes a little bit. That seems to be the most common question. Yes, I'm his heir, not that being heir is likely to be important given the whole, immortal, thing. Fleur's face looked speculative, and the other girls looked doubtful as she sized up the two of them. Harry just sighed and flashed the ring on his hand, making it visible for a few moments. He saw Draco smirk out of the corner of his eye, but this time he kept his mouth shut. Sensing his irritation at the question, Fleur's tone was apologetic. "We heard rumors last night at Z table during dinner, a new student with Z last name Flammel. Though no one at our table seemed sure if you were any relation to the alchemist." "Well, Hogwarts was the same way, they were all quite in an uproar as well," Harry replied. Fleur laughed a little bit, but it was the dark-haired girl who replied, "I am Amy, and this is my friend Fleur," she said with a gesture at her blonde-haired friend, who smiled politely at the two of them. "We're students at Beauxbatons. Thank you for that. I'm sure we never would have guessed given the accent, the location of them near the Beauxbatons carriage, or the uniforms," Draco said with a roll of his eyes. Harry was about to reprimand the other boy when he was distracted by a shake of Fleur's head, flicking her silky bee-owned ponytail from where it had come to rest on her shoulder. His gaze snapped to her face, eyes narrowed as his instincts perceived the sudden spike in desire to drink in her beauty as a threat. Her features hadn't changed, but suddenly the light blue of her eyes, the softness of her skin, and her other admittedly flawless features wove a captivating tapestry that something in him wanted to fall into without thought. Harry mentally shrugged off his sudden fascination with the beautiful girl, recognizing the focused allure for what it was. He resisted the urge to snort in amusement as he turned his attention back to Draco, who was staring at Fleur with a slack-jawed, glassy-eyed adoration that reminded him of how Ron used to get around her. Harry sighed a little bit and reached up and smacked the back of Draco's head firmly enough to jolt him forward slightly. Draco jerked forward slightly and then jerked slightly in surprise. Draco rubbed his hand on the back of his head, with a frown, rubbing it. "Hey! What's the big idea?" There were stunned looks all around. Fleur was staring at Harry in shock. Amy was alternating between staring at Harry and staring at Fleur in surprise. Harry was staring first at his hand and then at Draco in shock. He hadn't made a conscious decision to hit Draco, but the situation had felt so familiar he hadn't even needed to think about what to do. He seemed to recover first though. He turned and looked at the two girls, his polite expression having faded, leaving his face as though it had been carved from stone. "I'm sorry for the rudeness. It was very nice meeting you, Amy. You too, Miss Delacour." Harry didn't give them time to reply to his sudden abruptness. Instead he gripped a slightly resistant and still frowning Draco by the arm and guided him away from the girls and quickly into the castle. Harry only made it a few steps inside the castle when Draco pulled his arm out of Harry's grip. He opened his mouth to say something and then saw more clearly the expression on Harry's face. Harry had closed his eyes a few moments, taking a breath to push back the sudden surge of loss that threatened to overwhelm him. "Ron, Ron," Hermione's voice from across the table said, rising in irritation. Harry glanced over from the book he had opened to see Ron sitting next to him staring off to the side. Ron had been writing something, but his quill was currently frozen and unmoving on the parchment and ink was pooling on the page. Harry followed his gaze to see Ron's brother's fiancée Fleur had come in and sat down at the other end of the table, looking pleased about something. He felt the flush of warmth emanating from her direction and ignored it. Ron had also improved around Fleur. He no longer felt the need to shout when in proximity to her, or tried to get her attention, but occasionally he still slipped, like now. When Ron ignored the fourth repetition of his name, Harry sighed and reached over, and smacked the back of his head. Ron's head jerked forward, and he seemed to snap back to himself. Hermione was rolling her eyes in exasperation, honestly, before she turned her attention back to her book, muttering about boys and a lack of sense. Ron flushed guiltily and his ears turned red before he looked down at his parchment. Several moments later he murmured out of the corner of his mouth, "Thanks, mate." Relieved he wasn't on the receiving end of a Hermione lecture. Harry grinned slightly and shook his head again, "No worries." Harry shook his head, freeing himself from the sudden memory. The similarity between that action and how he had just acted with Malfoy had been jarring. That was added to the fact that years of experience had conditioned him to react to even the slightest hint of mental influence with immediate force, so it took a conscious effort to restrain the urge to turn his wand on her, and only the slight non-threatening familiarity of the effect had stayed his hand. What happened? Draco's voice had a sound of concern in it. He was watching Harry with a worried expression. Vila Allure, you were enthralled. I snapped you out of it. At least you weren't drooling. Harry replied as his face slipped back to an expressionless mask. Draco nodded slowly. I'd honestly forgotten she was a Vila. I wasn't prepared. But I meant you. Are you okay? Draco's tone was filled with worry. Harry frowned. Draco, concerned. Yes. Hell indeed had frozen over. I'm fine. I just remembered something and it caught me off guard. Draco watched him for several seconds. He was wondering if Harry had thought that one of the two girls had represented some sort of actual threat, or had on their old world. Are you going to be adding something else to our to-do list for the day? Harry shook his head and his mouth tilted upwards in slight amusement. No, like I said. Just a memory. He gestured, cutting off any follow-up questions. Come on. I want a shower before breakfast. Harry also made a mental note that if Malfoy was serious, that he needed practice until he could throw off an imperious curse. Draco watched Harry as he moved away from him, and then stopped and turned around to walk the other way with a mutter. Sorry, Slytherin common room. I forgot. Draco shook his head and fell into step beside Harry. His urge to reprimand Harry for his actions was forgotten as they walked and Harry seemed to once more be focused. He was also angry with himself for falling under the sway of a compulsion so easily. He was a Malfoy. Draco frowned. He always used to throw his name around like it had meant everything. But now that he was really looking, it meant nothing. Less than nothing. It meant his family was weak-willed and sycophantic. Draco had determined to change things, and yet he'd just failed his first test when a girl about his own age had him completely at her mercy. Draco was determined to change that. However, as he watched Harry he couldn't help but think. He had seen the pained expression on Harry's face as he mentioned memories. Draco had died on their last world. But he wondered, if maybe, just maybe, there were fates that were worse than dying. He didn't ask the questions, quite sure that Harry wouldn't answer at the current moment. They didn't talk as they came back to the common room entrance. Draco quietly said, "Fraternity," to the wall and entered the common room. What they found was utter chaos. Fleur stared at the two retreating figures in astonishment. Her friend Amy was standing beside her desperately trying not to break out into giggles. It had been a particularly frustrating week for Fleur. She had been tortured at the World Cup. Fleur was just happy she had shielded her sister from almost all of it. Gabrielle had only been hit with a moment of the cruciatus before Fleur had tackled her and interfered. She had never felt agony like that before. Fleur had been certain that she was going to die, and the only thing that kept her from wanting to die while she was under the torture curse was knowing that then they would turn their attention to Gabrielle. Then out of nowhere they had been saved. By a man who saved them despite being faced with overwhelming numbers. All that they knew of him was that he spoke with an English accent, had green fire for eyes, and apparently knew exactly who she was. The person also put off more power than anyone she had ever encountered in her life. When he was casting she had felt the deluge of his power surrounding him. Felt like it was surrounding her and it overwhelmed her senses. Fleur's father had been contacting different friends and connections in order to find out who it was. He had even let it known that there would be a significant galleon reward for anyone who could provide a legitimate lead. It was as much a personal search on behalf of his family as it was for the truth of what had happened. There were all sorts of silly rumors regarding Vila and life debts, up to including that it required the sacrifice of the Vila as a wife or even as some sort of avenue to the person who had saved them. None of those rumors were accurate. A life debt for a Vila meant the same as a life debt for any other wizard. Not that that made the idea much better. The one who owed the debt to the other would one day be obliged to repay the deed by doing something beneficial to her for the person they owed. As this bond is magically binding, the indebted could commit the repayment without acknowledging it, or even against their will. Debts were also important to the family in general, and her father was determined to thank the stranger for saving his daughters. And yet, he had found absolutely nothing. Fleur knew her father was frustrated by his lack of ability to come up with something. She had heard him say several times to her mother, "Somebody with that sort of power doesn't just show up out of nowhere without someone knowing who he is." While Fleur's thoughts had revolved around her mysterious savior, she also had vowed she would do all she could never to be put in that position again. In an effort to bring her level up, she had been getting up early every day to get some dueling practice in. Fleur had started with her father, when she had been sufficiently recovered from the cruciatus she had been put under at the World Cup. Her father had his duties to attend to, though the events at the World Cup had made their family paranoid enough that Fleur's mother Apolline had joined the Beauxbatons delegation in order to keep her eye on her daughters. Gabrielle was still scared to sleep alone and woke up several times with nightmares. Her sister followed Fleur practically everywhere now. Fleur didn't mind mostly because she barely let Gabrielle out of her sight. This morning Fleur had convinced her friend Amy to be her dueling partner, and they had been practicing when apparently one of their dodged spells had nearly hit students that Fleur had assumed just emerged from the castle. While one of them had been polite, if stilted, the other one had been outright rude to both of them. Especially after the boy flashed his family ring, it seemed like the two of them were intent on looking down on she and her friends. In response, Fleur had focused her allure deliberately on the both of them. She couldn't narrow the focus of it enough to only hit the one who had been rude, but figured it would teach the two of them a lesson. Fleur did not get the results she had been expecting. The blonde-haired one had reacted exactly as she had become accustomed to. He had succumbed to the force of her allure immediately. However, it was the reaction of Ares Flamel that had left her flabbergasted. She could count on one hand the amount of times someone managed to break through the effect of her allure when she had deliberately focused it. However, it hadn't looked like he had broken through it. He had not even gotten a dazed look. He had completely resisted the effect of her allure. Instead, it looked like he had gotten angry. She had heard of a few occasional cases of people with such mental fortitude to completely resist the allure, though they were incredibly rare and all were older, more powerful wizards like Albus Dumbledore. Fleur herself had never actually met someone like that. Even her father could be enthralled for a few seconds by her mother. Fleur had been too stunned to do anything other than stare as Ares had snapped the other boy out of his stupor and dragged them both off. Amy was practically bouncing in excitement. "Oh my God, add the ring. So it's true. And, completely ignored your allure." Fleur flushed red and glared at her friend. "I'm sure it was a fluke or something." If possible, Amy's grin got wider. "What if it wasn't? Wait till I tell the others we met the son of the alchemist and is immune to your allure." She didn't wait, instead was already headed toward the carriage with excited steps. The name of Nicolas Flamel was very well known in France, both for his work in alchemy and that he and his wife had lived there for nearly a century. One of his old houses still stood as a tourist attraction in Paris, as the oldest stone building in the city. It was toured by Muggles regularly. They had no clue that the unbreakable, stasis, and assorted other charms on the masonry would probably hold for centuries longer. The fact that an heir for that family had come out of nowhere would undoubtedly send a ripple through the magical community. Of course, news tended to linger in magical communities since the attack at the World Cup still dominated the papers nearly a week later. Amy was undoubtedly just as excited to get back to the carriage to share that confirmation as she was anything else. Fleur rolled her eyes half in exasperation, and half in amusement as she followed her friend back toward the Beauxbatons carriage. Amy was probably her best friend, out of a close-knit group, and it had evolved naturally. In her earlier years, when she had less control of her allure, it tended to draw attention to her. Amy had become adept in neatly pulling that attention away from an embarrassed Fleur through sheer exuberance and audacity. Her mind still on the interaction they had just had, both on the apparent immunity of Ares Flamel and on his actual reaction. She also tried to shake the odd sense of familiarity that she had gotten, and that she still couldn't shake. There was also something oddly familiar about the dark-haired boy that she couldn't put her finger on. She couldn't shake the feeling that she knew him from somewhere, but nothing was coming to mind. When the common room entrance opened, nearly every person in Slytherin House was gathered in groups and talking amongst themselves, though people moved between the groups. Draco blinked in surprise and came to a stop, Harry beside him. They were nearly barreled over by a fifth-year prefect as he rushed past them and out of the common room. Draco looked around puzzled, before heading toward where a group of fourth years had gathered in one corner of the room. Harry could see Draco headed toward a group of 5 girls and 4 guys all gathered together. Harry recognized Crabbe and Goyle easily. He also recognized Millicent Bulstrode and Pansy Parkinson, so Harry assumed it was a group of 4th years. He recognized one of the girls as the one who had ridden in the carriage with him yesterday, and vaguely recognized the other 2 boys in the group, but couldn't put names to faces. The other 2 girls were complete unknowns to him. Draco walked up to the group, and Crabbe and Goyle both immediately backed up to give him space to talk to the huddled group. Harry remained quietly at Draco's shoulder, though his attention was on all the different groups in the room. Draco tilted his head curiously. "What's going on?" Blaise Zabini turned his attention to Draco with a raised eyebrow. "Where have you been? Everyone has been out of bed for nearly half an hour because this." He gestured toward the first-floor corridor. Blaise was a tall dark-skinned man, with high cheekbones and slanting eyes. The expression on his face was one of aloofness. Draco shrugged and kept his expression bland. "I was showing Ares around the castle." "This early in the morning?" Blaise demanded with narrowed eyes at Draco for a few seconds while Draco just shrugged in an unconcerned fashion. Blaise turned his attention to Harry and met his eyes with an evaluative look. "Pardon my rudeness, we've not been introduced. I'm Blaise Zabini." Blaise held out his hand to Harry, who after a moment's hesitation shook the hand politely. "Ares Flamel." Harry kept his tone formal and polite. He honestly couldn't remember what side the Blaise of his world had ended up on, nor what his fate had been. He thought it likely that Blaise had died with so many others during the Battle of Hogwarts. It was one of the 2 girls Harry didn't know, who seemed to practically bubble with the need to share. She was an attractive girl with light brown hair that fell to just below her shoulders, who seemed to burst in on the conversation. Something happened to all the 6th and 7th years when they went to break into the 1st year's rooms this year. Draco glanced back at Harry before frowning curiously. "What do you mean? One of the 1st years stopped them from getting in this year?" The brown-haired girl shook her head quickly. "No, not one. All of them. The 6th and 7th years are all petrified." Her voice dropped. The word petrified brought up remembrances of their 2nd year where petrifications were occurring all over the school. The girl seemed to snap back to herself as she looked at Harry, and she blushed. "Oh, I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself. I'm Tracy Davis." Harry nodded his head in response since she didn't offer her hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Ares Flamel." Draco brought their attention back to the topic at hand. "They're all petrified." Worry battled with concern in Draco's tone as he once more glanced back at Harry. While his face was still a mask of blandness, his eyes danced in amusement. It was the dark-haired girl with deep blue eyes that spoke up this time. "They're not petrified, but close. They can't move, and we can't move them. They're stuck, completely, and none of the 5th-year prefects seem to be able to cancel the spell." She narrowed her eyes as she met Ares' eyes. "So you give your name to them?" Harry shrugged, though he met the girl's stare unflinchingly, his lips quirking ever so slightly in amusement. "They introduced themselves first. Besides, you've clearly found out my name at this point." Harry watched as the bubbly Tracy Davis seemed to settle in contently next to the girl, though her attention was split between the 1st-floor corridor and the conversation happening here. The girl frowned before scowling and saying, "I'm Daphne Greengrass." Harry nodded as her name clicked. He had remembered her face vaguely, but not her name, and certainly not what happened to her after the war broke out. "Pleasure. As you've heard, I'm Ares Flamel." He found himself meeting her eyes for several long seconds before his attention was drawn by Draco. "Have they tried to use a finite on them?" Draco asked curiously, bringing the attention of the room back. "One of the first things they tried. One of the 5th years ran off to go get Professor Snape." Blaise responded blandly. Or at least he tried to. Harry could tell that there was an air of amusement in his tone. Only one person in the group caught the ghost of a smile that crossed over Harry's face for the briefest of moments at Blaise's statement, before his face returned to the polite and curious mask. Daphne's eyes narrowed ever so slightly at that, though she struggled to keep her face impassive. There was a great deal she wanted to find out about Ares Flamel. However, she needed to observe and figure out more things first before initiating any sort of confrontation. If her suspicions were correct, She would be asking him for a favor very shortly, and the stronger her negotiating stance was, the better. Harry looked around the common room for several moments, his eyes taking in all the conversations, but since it seemed like it was nothing more than conversation, he shrugged lightly and then moved away from the group. Tracy frowned as he turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "Shower and change before class. Nothing to do down here but stand around," Harry said in an offhand tone as he made his way toward the fourth-floor corridor. Only Draco noticed the tenseness of his shoulders as he turned his back to the room. The eyes of the fourth-year group followed him as he left the group. "You two seem friendly," Blaze commented as soon as Harry was out of earshot. "We get along well," Draco responded, his tone light, though knowing he'd have to navigate the conversation carefully. He turned his attention back to the first-year corridor, giving him somewhat of a distracted air. "How long have you known each other? You seem awfully familiar to have just met on the train yesterday." Daphne spoke up, her eyes fixed on Draco. Here was someone else who seemed to have changed a great deal over the summer, even if none of the others realized it yet. Added up with everything else she had observed, she was watching every twitch Draco made. Draco chuckled softly. "We have known each other a while. Though I had no idea he was going to be coming here for school." Draco was inwardly pleased. One thing he had learned as he matured was that sometimes bland understatements and misdirections could be infinitely more fun than empty bragging about his parentage. Daphne's eyes narrowed further at Draco's reply. She knew he was lying. If Draco really knew there was a Flamel heir, he would have lorded his knowledge over the rest of his classmates with accompanying grandiose claims of friendship. Now he was understating things, and only in response to questions. He was actually acting like a Slytherin for once. Before Daphne could press him further, she was cut off. "Is he really in line to inherit the Flamel fortune? What's he like?" Pansy asked, eager for information, as she sidled up close to Draco. She had been silent up till now, still seething over the curt dismissal a conversation with Ares had resulted in the night before. Draco rolled his eyes. He had forgotten how pretentious and materialistic Pansy could be. She seemed to be focused on that even as she pressed into his side. "You saw the ring yesterday. You know that's impossible to fake." His voice was in a drawl that verged on the edge of mocking. Pansy flushed but didn't say anything in response. It was Blaze that spoke up next. "How is it that none of us knew the Flamels had an heir? They are recluses, but that is information I'm sure that would have gotten around to the families like lightning. I know the Ollery was nearly empty last night with messages home." Draco shrugged and chuckled softly. Maybe they just didn't want the hassle, or preferred to keep him hidden. Tracy shook her head. "As soon as everyone finds out, they're going to be buried under an avalanche of mail." The last boy, a tall wiry one whose expression had been nothing but haughty, half sneered out at the others. "Of course Draco is making friends with the Flamel heir. Everyone will be in a rush to as soon as they hear back and are given the go-ahead from their parents. The Flamels coming out with an heir is likely to be as much news than the Tri-Wizard tournament. With their wealth alone everyone would be clamoring, but throw in the Wizengamot seat of an ancient and noble house, and I bet marriage contracts fly to the Flamels by the dozen. Better to ingratiate yourself first before everyone else rushes in too. Not as right, their wards are going to be working overtime anyway. I'm sure all their mail is routed through a post box somewhere. You know how reclusive they are. That makes me want to know how you two know each other." Blaze observed dryly. Draco shrugged and smiled enigmatically. "All I will say is that Ares and I have some common ground. I think I can be relatively certain when I say Ares isn't likely to make friends with sycophants or people who want to befriend him for his name alone. It was better to leave things unexplained than it was to try and make up something, especially on the spur of the moment." Draco pulled away from Pansy and turned and began to head back to his room. "Where are you going?" Pansy demanded, in almost a whine. Ares had the right idea. "Nothing to be done here, and I could use a shower too." Draco called over his shoulder as he left the room. 6 of the 8 fourth years remaining exchanged glances, different thoughts running through their heads. The other two wondered if they could leave for breakfast yet. Crabbe and Goyle never were the smartest of people. When Harry came out of his room some time later, he was carrying a school bag and was dressed in his school uniform. He still felt weird dressing in green and silver, though he had to admit that it was less jarring on the eyes than red and gold could be. Draco was pacing up and down the corridor by the rooms. Draco jumped when Harry seemed to literally appear from out of nowhere. "Where the hell were you?" he immediately demanded. Harry tilted his head, as an amused look briefly crossed his face. "What do you mean?" Draco gestured. "I can't find your room." He had taken a quick shower and grabbed his bag with the necessary things he'd need for class during the day. Then Draco had gone to find Harry, only to realize Draco didn't know where he could find him. Despite Draco having been certain that he had shown Harry to his room the night before, for the life of him, he couldn't remember where that room was. Harry nodded and chuckled. "Of course not. I told you I was capable of protecting myself." He had put far more extensive wards and protections around his own room than he had around the rooms of the first-year students. Draco frowned. "But that doesn't explain how you managed to make it so I couldn't find your room." Harry chuckled softly and nodded. "A Fidelius charm." The Fidelius charm not only required a lot of power to produce, it also required a lot of skill at making the charm hide something within someone's soul. It was extra difficult when the person casting it was trying to hide the secret within himself. Draco froze mid-stride and turned to look at Harry with a surprised expression. "You put your room under the Fidelius?" Draco brought himself up short and held up his hands before Harry could reply. "Wait, of course you did. Yourself as the secret keeper, I presume." Harry nodded. "It was one of several wards and charms I put up there." Draco chuckled softly. "Well, that explains why you weren't worried about being bothered last night." He could hardly be surprised by the extent that Harry was able to hide things. Draco was forced to wonder how many skills Harry had felt necessary to learn. Harry nodded and then leaned forward to murmur very quietly, loud enough for only Draco's ears. "The room of Ares Flammel is the last door on the right in the fourth-year corridor of the Slytherin dormitories." Draco frowned and then his eyes went wide as a door seemed to pop into existence where none had been before. He was brought out of his distracted air when Harry tossed something at him. Reacting instinctively, Draco caught the object and looked at it. It took a moment to realize that it was the wrist holster Harry had mentioned. Draco smiled thankfully, immediately rolling down his sleeve to attach the holster and fit it comfortably onto his arm. Once it settled on, Draco slid his wand into it. Harry just watched as he slid the wand in. His voice was solemn when he spoke. "That was used by one of the bravest and best people I've ever known. Don't ever give me a reason to regret giving it to you." He idly wondered if the universe was appreciating the irony of Draco gratefully accepting a wand holster once worn by Neville Longbottom. Draco's head shot up and tilted his head curiously, wondering who Harry meant. However, Harry's face was impassive and not at all forthcoming. Rather than press the issue, Draco just nodded in understanding. Draco and Harry made their way back to the common room. Harry was surprised to see that the issue had grown enough that not only was Snape there, but so was Professor Dumbledore and Professor Babbling, the professor of ancient runes. They were deep in conversation, and for just a moment Harry couldn't prevent a brief smile of amusement at the scowl on Snape's face, as well as the consternation reflected on Dumbledore's expression. The three of them were in discussion, and hadn't bothered to bring their voices down. Or rather, Snape and Dumbledore were in discussion. Professor Babbling was casting what Harry quickly ascertained to be diagnostic spells. It was hard to tell from this angle what the results were, though Harry was fairly certain he knew what they should be. "What do you mean the wards are beyond you?" Snape demanded of Dumbledore, surprise flickering across his features. Dumbledore shrugged a little bit. "I am in control of the wards guarding the castle itself. These are independent of those. Therefore I can't just shut them down. Then just dismantle them," Snape said with a scowl. "Students are trapped in there." Dumbledore shook his head. "These are very complicated. I'm having trouble making heads or tails of them. I wouldn't want to trigger a reaction of some sort." Dumbledore was running his hand through his beard as he peered thoughtfully down the hall. "How are we going to get the students out then?" Snape demanded. "I suppose it's possible that Fawkes may be able to," Dumbledore began but was cut off. "These are absolutely brilliant," Professor Babbling suddenly blurted out with a laugh of amusement. Dumbledore and Snape turned to look at her with different expressions. Snape's was deeper than his normal scowl, while Dumbledore was merely curious. Bathsheba babbling had stopped her casting and crossed her arms over her chest with a very pleased smile. "Have you figured them out, Bathsheba?" Dumbledore asked curiously. The attractive teacher adjusted her glasses on her face before nodding. "I would love to meet whoever put these up. They are quite literally a genius." When she got no response from either Snape nor Dumbledore, she continued. "The doors all have a number of wards tied in together in a way I've only seen once before, really." "Please elaborate if you would, Professor," Dumbledore encouraged. He considered himself relatively experienced with wards and runs. However, Bathsheba was definitely one of the foremost in the field of both ancient runes and warding, because of the crossover that occurred between the two different fields of study. It also happened to be pretty much all she was adept at. The entire common room was quiet as they listened to the professor talk, practically hanging on her words, and the professor seemed to be well aware of it. She was practically bouncing with excitement. "First, let me test a theory." And with that she strode purposefully into the hall to the first door where one of the sixth years remained frozen. She ignored the protests from both Snape and Dumbledore as she ducked and moved around the frozen form of the student to enter the room and then came walking back out to her original position, nodding to herself, having gotten the verification she needed. "These wards have several things tied into them. First and most easily distinguishable, is a ward that determines the intent of anyone entering. That is probably why nothing happened to anyone who investigated. It also explains why our new first years are out here in the common room, rather than trapped in there. It makes me curious why these other students tripped the wards." Bathsheba narrowed her eyes as she glared at both Dumbledore and Snape. Snape kept his face impassive. "Believe me, they will be disciplined for that." Snape was actually pleased that they had been caught in the act. He and Dumbledore could discipline them without worrying that they would take it out on a specific member of Slytherin House. Assuming, of course, that the perpetrator of the wards remained anonymous. But Dumbledore partially cut Snape off with a wave of his hand. "I had already managed to pick out the intention ward. As for the students, I'm sure they had the intention of pranking the first years." Harry's jaw clenched briefly at that, but he managed to keep control of his temper. He knew Dumbledore's tendency to excuse actions because of youth or mistakes would come back to bite Dumbledore. But Harry was determined not to let it affect himself. Bathsheba glared for a few more moments before turning back. "And that's where the genius begins. The intent wards activate everything else. If there is no ill intent, the entire ward remains inactive. After that, a number of things are activated. Though I can't determine in what order they're activated in." Seeing her audience well and truly entranced, she continued. "One ward snaps up and immobilizes them. Sort of the same as a petrificus totalis. They're aware of the passage of time but unable to move. One spell locks them down in place so they can't be moved from that spot. Another ward produces some sort of shield, so they can't be easily hurt. Another ward is some sort of sound ward." Babbling broke off thoughtfully at that. "A ward that prevents them from hearing us." Dumbledore frowned curiously at that. If they were completely immobile, he wondered why it was necessary to cut them off from sound as well. But Professor Babbling shook her head. "No, they aren't completely cut off from sound. It's not a silencing ward. It's producing some sort of sound. I'm not sure what, but it's producing it for them to hear. But it's not physically harming them at all." Dumbledore clarified quickly, wanting to make sure he understood the entire picture. Babbling quickly shook her head. "Not at all, at least as far as I'm able to tell." "I'm curious, Professor, where else have you seen this?" Dumbledore asked, his fingers stroking through his beard. "The only place I've really seen this is with goblins and their master cursebreakers. They're experts at tying wards in together, though I will admit that this would be considered a fantastic job, even for the goblin masters." Babbling frowned thoughtfully as she tapped her lips. "No matter where you've seen it, is it possible to undo it?" Snape asked irritably. Babbling shook her head. "I wouldn't even know where to begin, truth be told." However, she held up her hand to forestall complaints or protests. "I would say that it's unnecessary." When Babbling was sure that she had cut off both professors' protests, she continued. "There's also a timer tied into the wards. If I've judged it right, Within a matter of 20 or so minutes, the wards will reset, releasing them for us." Harry had to keep the expression off his face. He had never taken class with babbling in the previous timeline, which made his learning curve far steeper when he worked with Bill Weasley. But Harry had to admit she had pretty much hit the nail on the head with her analysis. She had even caught the sound ward, which he had tied right in with the petrifying ward. She had missed 3 wards that he had tied into one, but since they weren't active at the moment he wasn't surprised. Dumbledore looked somewhat at a loss for a few moments, before speaking. "Well, then we shall simply have to wait to see if they're released shortly. Will the wards dissolve completely or will we have time to study them further?" he asked Babbling curiously. Babbling shook her head. "Oh no, you misunderstand. The wards won't be gone. They'll merely reset, allowing those captured free, then they'll be back to full strength." Dumbledore frowned at that. "I guess we'll have to work out some other place for the first years to stay until we can untangle these wards." "Why would we have to do that, Headmaster?" Babbling asked with a puzzled frown. "We can't have our first years at risk for being trapped every time they venture into their rooms." Dumbledore replied with a puzzled frown of his own. "Then there are no worries. As long as they don't intend to hurt the residents of the room they enter, then the wards remain completely inert. In fact, these are probably the safest first-year rooms in the castle. And since the Slytherins are encouraged to ward their rooms as practice, I see no problem with the protection," Babbling stated with certainty. Dumbledore frowned thoughtfully at that, and then nodded. "Good point." Though Dumbledore was still clearly looking thoughtful as he considered who might have put up such a detailed and complex ward. Snape's face was blank, though he was wondering the same thing. However, anything he might have said was cut off by the sound of a loud and nasal child's voice singing a familiar children's song that never ended. The song repeated twice as everyone looked around at one another in shock, before it faded off after the verse. There was silence for several long moments before the silence was broken by a scream. First one scream, and then another joined as the 6th and 7th years came scrambling out of the first-floor hallway as if being chased by a pack of wild dogs. They tripped and stumbled over one another in their haste to get away from the first-year rooms and into the safety of the common room. Everyone seemed caught off guard, and even Draco seemed surprised as he glanced at Harry. Harry, however, remained completely impassive. The only sign of any sort of change was the slight quirking of his lips into a small smirk, though that was gone in a flash. Harry hated to admit it, but he had gotten the idea from Dudley. When Harry was 7 or 8, Dudley had apparently heard the song on some television show, and then had spent the next week walking around singing it loudly around all the neighbors, and especially around Harry. He had even gotten his friends in on it and they would take turns. Harry had thought he was going to go crazy. It actually made Harry miss the game of Harry hunting. Even his Aunt Petunia had gotten fed up with it. Snape caught the arm of one of the 6th years that was scrambling past and demanded loudly, "What happened?" The panicked 6th year looked up at Snape and seemed to snap back to reality. "Oh God, it was horrible. I can't get them out of my head. The song just wouldn't stop." Snape stared at the 6th year for several moments before releasing him. Then he shifted his gaze to where the group of students had gathered away from the first-floor corridor. "Mr. Bowl, perhaps you will be better able to explain what has happened than Mr. Grandlow seems capable of at the moment." Snape's gaze stopped when he met the eyes of his 7th-year male prefect, whom he fixed in place with a glare. The 7th-year prefect came forward, taking a moment to gather a breath before straightening his back and trying to gather his composure. He chose his words carefully based on the presence of both Snape and Dumbledore. "Last night, during our traditional late-night welcome to the new students in Slytherin, we attempted to enter their rooms. Only 1 or 2 seemed to have any wards at all. But the instant we stepped into the rooms we were trapped." At this point Lucian had to swallow a bit before he continued, a slight tremor in his voice. "I couldn't move, and then this song started playing. Did you hear it?" Snape shook his head slightly. "We heard a song briefly. Mr. Bowl, was that the one you heard?" Lucian swallowed again. "I don't know. It was like a child's voice singing. A song that wouldn't end. It went on and on. Even as he said the words his voice began to take on the tune of the song, until he trailed off at the end and the 6th and 7th years gasped and covered their ears." There was some shudders from students as they seemed to gather close to one another for protection, distinctly a good distance away from the first-year dorm corridor. The sixth year they had spoken to initially called out, "Merlin, don't say the bloody words. You don't want the song to start again. I assure you, Mr. Grandlow, that you are no longer under the effects of any spells," Dumbledore reassured the sixth year. "You may be feeling its consequences, however. You never know when the magic of music may stick with you. I still find myself occasionally whistling a tune I once heard near a Muggle circus, and that was nearly 50 years ago." He whistled a couple of bars with a smile at the memory before he seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. The horrified look that the boy sent the headmaster was so amusing that Harry just managed to prevent from snorting in amusement. But the smile on his face died before it really formed. He had remembered it was Dumbledore talking. No matter how much he told himself this was a different world, he still didn't trust the old man. "Move along, Mr. Bowl, and Mr. Grandlow. We are already late for breakfast. You are not ready for the day," came Snape's drawling voice. "You've shamed yourself enough for the morning." The sixth year scampered around the adults, probably heading straight for the bathroom after being frozen in place for hours. The rest of the sixth and seventh years followed. Lucian waited a few moments to see if they had anything additional to say to him before he followed the others. The entire Slytherin room watched them leave. There were murmurs among each group of students as they watched the students leave. With an inscrutable squint of his eyes, Dumbledore watched them leave and then turned to ask the attractive brown-haired professor, "Are there any more effects tied into the ward, Bathsheba?" Bathsheba had watched with an amused smile on her face as the students scrambled out of the room. "I don't know. I'd need more time to unravel these, and frankly these wards could take me a month of serious study on this while class is in session. I hardly think it's worth disrupting the students' lives that much, unless you wish to get a Cursebreaker to dismantle them. I can tell they're purely defensive in nature." Touching his beard, Dumbledore kept his silence for a few seconds before nodding and turning to address the potions master. "Severus, I believe that last night's ordeal has been enough punishment for your students. And from what we can tell, this ward will do nothing but protect your first years, so I believe that for the moment, we should adjourn to the Great Hall for breakfast." Harry watched as Snape scowled, but simply acceded to the headmaster's wishes and turned to the students of Slytherin. "You will follow us to the Great Hall. The older students will join us in time." Snape turned without another word, his customary billowing robes giving his movements a dramatic flourish. Harry had always been impressed by Snape's robes never seeming to get caught on anything, or knock down anything, that happened to those who tried to spell their own clothes to act like that. Harry secretly believed that Snape enjoyed watching people fail to copy his dramatic flourish without success. Harry just stood with Malfoy, until the group decided to move as one, following Snape to get some breakfast. Harry was completely unaware of the intense gaze that flicking to him as he walked with Malfoy. Daphne Greengrass knew she had to talk to Ares sooner rather than later, and felt she had enough to negotiate for the favor she needed. Harry sighed as he slowly walked through well-traveled Hogwarts corridor. Much to his chagrin, he was currently on his way to the headmaster's office. He guessed he probably should have expected it, but he really had believed that he would manage to get farther than breakfast of the first day before being summoned by the old man. And yet that's exactly where he was headed. The Slytherin table was alive with the younger years talking quietly about the events of that morning, but Harry noticed that none of the conversations were loud enough to escape the table. When the older students in Slytherin came into the Great Hall several minutes after, murmurs sprang up from the other houses from people who saw this circumstance as different. Harry also noticed that the younger years of Slytherin quieted down immediately when they saw the upperclassmen enter the hall. Harry had quietly sat down and begun eating when Snape had approached the group. He strode down the aisle with a scowl, and he spoke only when he stopped directly behind Harry. "Mr. Flammel, the headmaster requests your presence in his office. The password is licorice comfits." Snape didn't wait for an acknowledgement. He merely strode off after the message had been delivered. Harry had glanced up at where the headmaster sat during mealtimes, and found that the old man had already finished his breakfast and departed the hall. Harry couldn't resist the small sigh that escaped his lips. Draco's eyes had widened a bit upon his head of house's announcement, and he took up his schedule mechanically. Harry mentally cursed when he saw that Draco couldn't keep a worried expression off of his face. He looked up and saw that Draco had noticed his gaze, and quietly offered, "Do you want me to show you the way to the headmaster's office?" Harry resisted the urge to roll his eyes as he shrugged a little bit and stood up. "That's not necessary, Draco. I'm sure I can find my way since there are portraits everywhere that can direct me on my way. I assume I'll see you in class shortly." Draco watched him go with a worried expression on his face, before he quickly schooled his features. While Harry was wondering if he could make it through the conversation without attacking Dumbledore. If Dumbledore attempted to read his mind, Harry feared that a fight was inevitable. Idly, Harry wondered who might win the battle. He had never actually crossed wands with the Dumbledore of his old world. Sometimes he wondered if the old man had actually passed on any magical knowledge or skills his twilight years. The entire wizarding world seemed to hold the old man's skills in worship or fear depending on one's alignment. But Harry bet that nearly every person that passed through Hogwarts in Harry's time saw the man personally cast less than a half-dozen total spells the entire time they attended the school. Harry had seen Dumbledore fight only once, during his 5th year at the Ministry, and Harry had to admit that Dumbledore was beyond skilled with a wand during those few minutes he had seen him fight. Harry could barely follow the magics that had flown back and forth between Dumbledore and Voldemort. Harry wondered what he might make of that battle now with his years of experience. Given his perspective of that battle between Dumbledore and Voldemort, Harry would agree that Dumbledore was probably more skilled than Harry currently was. Harry tended to be more creative with his admittedly limited repertoire of spells, though Harry believed he was probably more magically powerful. However, Harry figured, if a confrontation truly did occur, then surprise would remain on his side. He just prayed they made it through a conversation without it resulting to violence. As Harry approached the stone gargoyle, he paused for just a moment to take a deep breath before speaking the password. "Licorice comfits." The gargoyle immediately began to spin around as it moved up, a staircase revealing itself as the stone shifted. Harry stepped forward and allowed the stairs to take him upward. When Harry stepped into the office, he looked around curiously. It was slightly jarring to him that this office was almost a perfect match for the one Harry remembered in his world. It was a very large circular room. Little noises filled the air at odd intervals from a number of silver instruments, and the walls were covered with familiar portraits of all of the previous headmasters and headmistresses. Harry idly wondered once again if the portraits slept by default or if they had mastered sitting in such poses while silently observing visitors. In front of him was the huge ornate wooden desk, with parchment scattered across the top. Harry surmised there were more than a few open books underneath some of the parchment, but only one on the corner of the desk was visible. Behind the desk was an enormous bookshelf, and on one of the bookshelves sat the Sorting Hat. Harry was surprised to see that the hat shifted its tip slightly as he moved through the room, as it was apparently tracking his progress across its home. Harry heard a soft trilling and turned to the window to see Fawkes staring at him. Harry was relieved to see that the bird looked fit, even if it was somewhat undersized. He didn't want his slightest touch to kick off a brand new burning day. Meanwhile, the Phoenix looked at Harry intently with a cocked head. Harry wasn't certain, but he thought he could read surprise in the Phoenix's eyes before it trilled again, this time in a highly pleased greeting. Harry was just about to give in to temptation to go stroke Fawkes' feathers when Dumbledore's voice came from a side entrance to the room. "Ah, Mr. Flammel, so glad you could join me." Harry tensed up for just a moment as he turned around to face Dumbledore. Dumbledore had already moved toward his desk. "I see you have met Fawkes." Harry nodded and spoke, while being careful to keep his tone respectful. "He's quite gorgeous, sir." Dumbledore nodded as he settled down into his large ornate chair on his side of the desk. His fond gaze went to the Phoenix residing on his stand. "Yes, he had a burning day about a month ago, so he is quite young at the moment. He seems pleased to meet you." As if emphasizing the headmaster's word, the Phoenix gave a loud trill of pleasure. Harry bowed his head respectfully to the Phoenix. "I'm very pleased to meet you as well, Fawkes." Dumbledore raised his eyebrows as he steepled his fingers in front of him. "Fawkes has been my companion for a great many years. Hopefully, He will remain so for a great many years to come. Dumbledore seemed pleased at the greeting Harry gave to the bird as well as Fawkes' reaction to Harry. Harry just nodded, not quite sure what to say in reply to that, before he braced himself and turned his eyes from the phoenix to look at Dumbledore. Harry's expression was carefully blank and he was being certain to guard his emotions. Despite Harry's tenseness, he had not felt any probe with legitimacy. Dumbledore was merely looking at him with a curious expression on his face. After a few moments of silence, Dumbledore gestured to the ever-present candy dish on his desk. Drop. Harry resisted the urge to gag. He had tried them once and vowed never to do so again. It wasn't until later that he had heard the Weasley twins of his world speak about how they suspected the headmaster's sweets were probably laced with a combination of truth serum and calming draught. Harry was impressed that he managed to keep the disgust off his face and just shook his head carefully. I'm not a big fan of them. Thank you, though, for the offer. Dumbledore shrugged, seemingly unbothered by Harry's refusal. He took one of the candies from the bowl and popped it into his mouth with relish. I must admit that I am rather partial to them, but not everyone seems to share my fondness. Perenelle, in particular, did not seem to enjoy the taste. Harry's mouth twisted up slightly, in approximation of a smirk. Clearly the Weasley twins got that one wrong. He was a bit relieved seeing Dumbledore take one of his own candies. I don't think she likes foods that are quite as sweet or tart as drops might be. Dumbledore nodded seriously. Yes, I recall that she preferred her own baked snacks to anything that I found at any candy store. Harry nodded. She prefers her own food. She has mentioned that you were not that big a fan of her cooking. Dumbledore heaved a sigh, and a light chuckle escaped his throat. I commented one time that something was a bit bland for my tastes and she has never let me live it down. He shook his head slowly before fixing Harry with a firm gaze. I'm sure you're wondering why it was I asked to meet with you. Harry shrugged, and kept his face blank, a multitude of possibilities running through his head. The thought had crossed my mind. Dumbledore nodded sagely in response to Harry's reply. Well, Mr. Flammel, I was wondering if you would mind me asking you a few questions. Harry managed to keep from letting out a noticeable sigh. As much as he personally detested the Dumbledore from his universe, Harry wasn't yet sure if this Dumbledore was any different than the manipulative saboteur from his world. Harry figured that Dumbledore was interested in one of two things. Either the old man had singled him out as possibly the only culprit for the Morning Ward fiasco in the Slytherin dorm, or Dumbledore was going to poke and prod at the Flamels. Harry managed a polite if somewhat cool smile. Of course, Headmaster. What are you curious about? Harry was very careful to make no promise to answer any of the questions. Dumbledore's sharp eyes regarded Harry thoughtfully for several long moments before he nodded to himself. Well, first I was hoping you might tell me how long you have been living with the Flamels. Harry's eyes widened very briefly in surprise before he managed to return to his polite and blank mask. What makes you ask a question like that, Headmaster? Harry managed to interject enough surprise into his tone to keep it believable. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair a little bit with a polite, but clearly pleased, smile on his face. Several things. First, I am very old friends with the Flamels, and I was relatively certain that they would have told me if they had any children. Nicholas would have been particularly exuberant, I expect. As such, I expect that they adopted you at some point. So you can understand my natural curiosity. Harry was inwardly cursing. Perenelle had suspected that Dumbledore would see through their story. Despite the fact Nicholas had grudgingly agreed with her, none of them had expected it to happen quite so quickly. Harry's hand twitched slightly, wanting to snap out his wand already, but he felt that any attempt to obviate Albus Dumbledore was destined for failure. I have lived with the Flamels for a while, Harry said. He was off balance and took a breath to steady himself. Without giving too much information to Dumbledore, Harry's entire body was tensed up as he watched Dumbledore warily. This was where he wanted to be careful. He didn't want to get caught in a lie to the headmaster, so he kept his answers vague. He had, after all, had years of experience watching Dumbledore's way of speaking, to lie to someone's face and yet tell the truth at the exact same time. Dumbledore, however, nodded thoughtfully at Harry's non-answer. Dumbledore's voice was musing. I am rather surprised, I must admit. I had no idea the Flammels adopted someone. I can't see them adopting a non-magical child. I suppose it's possible that you were a Muggleborn, if they had taken in someone from a Muggle orphanage. I expect that, if they did so, it was probable that their attention might have been drawn by a case of accidental magic or something of that nature. But I try and keep an eye on any mentions of weird occurrences around orphanages in the Muggle papers. So I'm uncertain where they might have heard about it. Dumbledore's tone was half musing and half questioning as he looked at Harry. Harry frowned and shrugged slowly. He was well aware that this was a tactic Dumbledore sometimes used. Making comments that would lead to a conversation and him giving up more information than he expected, before he realized it. I've never been in an orphanage if that was what you wanted to know. I didn't quite catch an actual question in what you just said. Dumbledore frowned thoughtfully and he steepled his fingers while he observed Harry intently. Your accent tells me that you're from England. Your age gives me a relative idea as to when you were born. The Death Eaters killed off a lot of families, Muggle, pureblood, and everything in between. Most of them were families I knew personally. There were a number of orphans after the last war with Voldemort. I know and ensured that all of them went to members of their extended families. As a matter of fact, I can't recall any out-of-family adoptions. So, since I'm relatively certain you're not Muggleborn, I'm rather curious as to where you came from, not to put too fine a point on it. Harry couldn't help a quick scowl that flickered across his face, nor could he help the sarcastic comment that slipped out. Of course, orphans going to extended families is always the best thing for them. Even if that family isn't fit to raise dandelions or goldfish, much less children. Harry quickly gained control of himself and once more cursed his own loss of control. Dumbledore's eyebrows raised at that, and he regarded Harry thoughtfully. I'm afraid you have me at a loss, would you care to elaborate? There was a great deal of bitterness in Harry's tone. Harry sighed a bit and tilted his head as he considered. He could point blank refuse to answer the man's questions. But that would just make Dumbledore more determined and suspicious. Harry was also relatively sure that Dumbledore was able to tell when he was prevaricating, and being caught in a lie would probably be worse than outright denial. Besides, one thing he had learned from Dumbledore was that sometimes general truths could be used to lead people toward desired conclusions, which were nowhere close to reality. Finally, when Harry spoke, his tone was polite but carefully controlled. I was orphaned when I was very young. I was sent to live with my aunt and uncle, who did not approve of magic at all, denied its very existence to me for years and punished me for any bursts of accidental magic, which was something that happened with some regularity. Needless to say, my experience was less than pleasant while growing up with them. Harry kept his voice level and careful. He felt there was no further need to go into his home life or provide details of the outright abuse he suffered at the hands of his relatives. A look of surprise and sorrow crossed Dumbledore's face as Harry related the story, though it was quickly calmed as he observed the boy in front of him. He read between the lines of Harry's statement and could almost shout that there was abuse involved. Harry shrugged his shoulders, lightly. Nicholas and Perenelle found me and were kind enough to take me in. They were kind enough to do what they could to make sure I was healthy, and passed on what knowledge they felt they could. Later, they made the decision to adopt me as an heir. Harry kept his voice calm and bland as he spoke, and was very proud of his composure, as he observed the old man's reaction. Dumbledore's brows furrowed at Harry's explanation, as he tilted his head thoughtfully, nodding slowly. Do you mind me asking what your family name was before you took the Flame's last name? Harry smiled a little bit, though it was a brittle smile. I prefer to keep that to myself. I am here as Ares Flammel, that is all that matters to me. Dumbledore frowned. You have no interest in your family's history. I am sure it could be procured for you, so you would at least know all of your roots. Harry's face turned into an outright scowl, and he suddenly had no desire whatsoever to continue playing the old man's game. Headmaster, I grew up for the first several years of my life thinking my name was Freak. Unless that is a venerated wizarding name, I ask that you drop this line of questioning. Dumbledore's eyes widened at Harry's statement, and the slight surge of magic he could feel the boy give off as his anger rose. Dumbledore made no move to keep the shock off of his face. It was several seconds before the man gathered his thoughts and nodded his acquiescence to Harry's demand. Very well. My apologies for prying. I did not mean to press on an uncomfortable topic. What of the Flamels? Why did they choose to send you here for school all of a sudden? Any particular reason why this year? Harry hesitated a moment. You heard what Nicholas told you. I believed he said that it was to interact with students my own age. Dumbledore nodded again, and stroked his beard thoughtfully. I had simply wondered if there might be other reasons as well. Harry frowned a little bit. He knew Dumbledore was fishing. Thus far, Harry had made nothing but true statements, but Harry knew that if he kept up answering questions at the headmaster's discretion, Dumbledore might be able to catch him in a lie. So instead he decided to rock the headmaster's composure a little bit. He immediately switched to an extremely aloof manner, and spoke airily to the question posed to him. Well, I can't actually say for certain why they chose this particular school. I'm not sure that they had all that high of an opinion of Hogwarts given what happened to what they last entrusted to your care. Dumbledore flinched slightly at that, but then he nodded his head. I admit that I am entirely at fault for the destruction of Nicholas's stone. Harry shrugged a little bit. His tone was apathetic. Well, wise people are known to say that admitting one's mistakes are certainly a good place to start. Harry certainly wasn't going to provide excuses or forgiveness for the headmaster. Dumbledore frowned at Harry's response as much for the apathy as he was for the unforgiving tone. Forgive me, if you don't mind me commenting, I'm surprised that you seem rather unconcerned with the loss of the stone. Harry frowned for a moment. Perenelle and Nicholas had argued over this point with Harry as a spectator. He had found it rather curious to watch their interactions. For all of Nicholas' enjoyment of pranks, he was friends with Dumbledore and was of the opinion they should provide a reason for their continued existence. Perenelle on the other hand was all for heaping guilt on Dumbledore and poking his foibles. After much back and forth Nicholas had won the argument and they had come up with an agreement on what to tell Dumbledore. Perenelle had pouted for nearly the entire evening after the discussion, an action Harry found amusing. Someone of her age pouting like a child. However, when he had been prepared to make a comment about it, a warning look from Nicholas had kept him from saying anything. Perenelle had been somewhat mollified in the end though. Their goal was to keep Dumbledore from trying to examine Harry himself too closely. Instead they wanted him chasing dead ends by chasing Harry's history. The route they decided to take with their story would still be utterly truthful, and at the same time probably knock Dumbledore for another loop. Something she took an almost vicious delight in doing. Harry allowed a placid smile to replace the frown on his face. I'm not sure why I should get overly worked up about it, Headmaster. A philosopher's stone takes over a decade to successfully transmute. While the work is time-consuming and slow, it's not overly taxing. Dumbledore was frowning, and regarding Harry with concern in his eyes. Yes, I'm well aware of how long the process takes. Nicholas explained to me the time requirements at one point. However, even if he's passed the secret on to you, the passing of the Flamels will be a great loss. There was a combination of anger at Harry's seeming dismissal of the deaths of the Flamels, as well as some curiosity laced into the tone. Harry knew that the headmaster was fishing for information to see if Harry had been told how to make the Philosopher's Stone, and he could also hear the unspoken rebuke in the headmaster's tone, but Harry's response was very calm and calculated. They're passing. I assure you, they are in fine health. Yes, Nicholas said he had enough elixir to get his affairs in order. However, that is not an infinite supply. Dumbledore responded with a frown on his face. Harry figured he knew the reason behind the frown. He had completely dodged around Dumbledore's unspoken question on the creation of a Philosopher's Stone. That was likely not the behavior he expected of a teenager. Dumbledore had probably expected some level of pride or boasting of the knowledge. Or perhaps he expected denial. Instead, Harry had completely avoided the topic. Something he was relatively sure had thrown Dumbledore off. Of course it isn't infinite. Why would it be? When they run out, they'll just make some more as they always have done. Harry kept his voice and words polite, and added a slight bit of puzzlement to his tone. Harry was well aware that he was intentionally baiting the headmaster. Whether or not the Dumbledore of this world was the same as the one on his world was irrelevant. However, Harry was equally as aware that he was probably enjoying the twisting of Dumbledore's beard a little bit too much. Dumbledore frowned. This time when he spoke, it was as if he were speaking to an absurdly slow student who was failing to grasp an incredibly basic concept in class. But the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, ergo he can't make any more. There was an amused smile on Harry's face as he tilted his head to regard the headmaster. Do you honestly think they only had the one? Especially if it was so important to their survival? Harry was careful to phrase his comment as a question. Dumbledore sat forward a bit, his eyes wide as he stared at Harry. His voice came out a combination of hoarse and shocked. He told me he only ever had the one. That he never felt the need to make more than one. Harry smirked a little bit. One of the best ways to hide something is if no one knows it exists in the first place. Dumbledore frowned, all geniality gone from his expression. Nicholas and I have been friends for almost a century. Why wouldn't he share this information with me? Harry narrowed his eyes at Dumbledore, managing to keep his own anger in check. He recognized that at the moment, he was angry at the question from someone who was so like his own Dumbledore. He was friends enough with you to lend you a stone of incredible power. I would say that, in and of itself, should be a fair testament that your friendship is significant. We will completely ignore what you did with that trust for the time being. However, let's explore how well you value your friendship with the Nicholas. Do you share all of your secrets with Nicholas? Dumbledore frowned a little bit at the slight twist in Harry's statement. What do you mean? Who has been saying that I have been keeping secrets? Harry shrugged a little bit, making sure to keep his tone calm, though his hand twitched slightly ready to bring his wand to bear should the conversation devolve. Every person, alive or dead, has secrets, Headmaster. Some secrets can be benign and harmless, while others can be malignant and dangerous. It's simply human nature to have them. Dumbledore nodded a little bit, his expression turning contemplative for a few moments at Harry's words. I will concede that point. But I think this is a rather large secret that Nicholas didn't tell me, and could very well be relevant to current events. That's what makes it important. He didn't share a relevant secret with me. Harry's eyes narrowed, all hints of a smile gone from his face. I repeat my earlier question. Do you share all pertinent secrets with Nicholas? Despite the question, there was no mistaking the accusation in his tone. Dumbledore frowned a little at the sudden animosity, and a guarded expression crossed his face. I'm not sure what secrets you're referring to. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes in a challenging stare. Harry knew that if the discussion was going to go sour, that this would be the moment it would do so. His body was tense as he replied. Oh, the fact that you brought the stone to Hogwarts, a school filled with children, as a bait for a trap for a Dark Lord most people believe dead. Or, we could discuss the fact that you hid it behind a set of traps that I could have navigated as an attentive first-year student. Dumbledore paled and his eyes fixed on Harry intently. How did you know all of that, Mr. Flammel? Harry met Dumbledore's eyes for several long seconds and was surprised that the headmaster made no attempt to read his mind. Covering his shock, Harry smiled in amusement once more, though there was nothing funny about tone. His hand twitched slightly at his side, ready to flick a wand out and respond to the slightest hint of aggressiveness. You practically announced its presence to the entire school. I know a lot of things. So do Nicholas and Perenelle. Dumbledore regarded Harry for several long seconds before slumping in his chair slightly. Yes, I suppose they would. It was not one of my better ideas, I will confess. I do owe them quite the apology. That statement, more than anything, threw Harry off his stride. There was no protest or attempted justification, no defense of his actions. Instead, guilt visibly crossed his face. However, the problem was that Harry couldn't tell whether the emotion was genuine or feigned. Harry didn't say anything, merely tilted his head and observed the headmaster. Dumbledore seemed lost in his own thoughts for several long moments. You must understand, Mr. Flammel. I was trying to do what I thought was best. But I am not perfect. I make bad decisions. I admit that that was one of them. Something that was pointed out to me several times, both before and after the fact. For one moment Dumbledore looked incredibly old as he sagged in his chair before he seemed to straighten again. I am curious about one more thing. How do the Flamels know that Voldemort is not dead? Harry narrowed his eyes. Professor, Voldemort is one of the most evil Dark Lords in history. Nicholas and Perenelle have both been around for quite some time and are not as easily lulled into a sense of safety as the sheep of the wizarding world. They know not to just assume someone like a Dark Lord is dead. Dumbledore seemed slightly taken aback. Harry wasn't certain whether it was by the venom in his voice, or simply his opinion about not only Voldemort but of the wizarding world. Dumbledore didn't comment on it. He schooled his features and merely nodded. Perhaps I should approach Nicholas and apologize. Harry shrugged a little bit. That is your prerogative, sir. However, if there was nothing else, I believe I have class shortly. Harry stood up from his chair. Dumbledore looked up, lost in his musing thoughts for a moment before nodding. Of course. He waved Harry toward his door. Harry turned and walked towards the door. His posture was stiff, and he was ready to move at the slightest hint that Dumbledore was standing or moving to use his wand. He reached the staircase and was stopped right at the top of the room. "Oh, and Mr. Flammel." Dumbledore's voice called out congenially. Harry braced himself and turned around to regard Dumbledore cautiously. "I do have one final question." Dumbledore regarded him with intense eyes. "Yes, Headmaster," Harry replied. "Are we likely to have any more issues like the ones we had this morning in your house?" Dumbledore inquired lightly, but with an edge of warning in his voice. Harry narrowed his own eyes slightly and then affected a bland expression. "I'm not sure I know, Professor. This is only my first day at this institution, after all. I don't know what is considered normal for a school day here, though I did get the impression the events of this morning were quite unusual." A genuine scowl crossed Dumbledore's face briefly. "It is certainly not normal. I dare say that I wonder if I'm about to receive a large amount of complaints from parents. The students shouldn't have to worry about being trapped in their own dorms." His last comment was a slight remonstration. The expression on Harry's face didn't change, but his tone grew quite cold. "I agree completely, Headmaster. Students should be able to feel safe in their house, and in the school in general, for that matter. If people don't feel safe inside this school, that is a reflection upon the failures of its leadership." Harry's face suddenly morphed into a look of perfect innocence, and his voice grew whimsical. "Of course, if you are concerned that you are receiving complaints from the parents of students that were nearly attacked in their rooms, I'm sure it wouldn't be any bother to involve the DMLE if further attacks upon your charges continued. They could investigate all sorts of complaints, if you wish, while they were here." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed, but he couldn't rebut that comment. Harry could tell that he had struck a nerve when he twisted the headmaster's words back onto him. The headmaster let the silence hang for several moments before he finally nodded slowly in response. "I believe it is time for classes to start for the day. If I recall correctly, Slytherin fourth years have Transfiguration, with Professor McGonagall." Harry nodded in acknowledgement and then turned and descended the staircase. Neither Harry nor Dumbledore was aware that each had a frown on their face as they reflected on the conversation. Harry's was from the similarities of this world's Dumbledore to his own, even if Harry was honest enough to admit he couldn't ascribe motive to the headmaster yet. The frown on Dumbledore's face was because he remembered the last time he had seen a dark-haired Slytherin with that air of confidence, bordering on arrogance. At the same time, Dumbledore couldn't help wondering at the true parentage of Aries Flammel. Harry walked into Professor McGonagall's classroom shortly after the class had started. McGonagall was already giving her standard start of term lecture when he opened the door. Harry was distracted at the time, deep in thought about the interaction with Dumbledore that he had just experienced. In some ways the discussion had gone exactly like the Flamels had predicted. Nicholas had been correct in stating that Dumbledore would likely apologize for the stone, but he hadn't believed that Dumbledore would admit to being wrong or to everything he had done without being confronted. Perenelle had been the one to urge Harry to confront Dumbledore about having the stone in the school of children, using it as bait without their knowledge, and protecting it with such feeble protections. Harry had verbally wondered why they ought to do that. He had then discovered that Nicholas wasn't the only one who could grin like a prankster. Perenelle's expression had topped even her husband's when she had told him that it would drive Dumbledore crazy, when he not only had to wonder about how much they Flamels knew but, most importantly, how they knew what they knew. Harry had gone to the meeting with Dumbledore fully prepared for a fight. He had expected Dumbledore to use legilimency on him. It threw Harry off that Dumbledore hadn't done it at all, even when Harry hadn't expanded on answers he'd given. Harry was also very careful never to tell an actual lie, responding with questions or misdirections. And if it felt a little good to twist Dumbledore's beard, well, that was purely a side effect. What they hadn't expected was for Dumbledore to be so interested in Harry's familial background. Both Nicholas and Perenelle had said that Dumbledore might mention it, but nothing more than that. However, Dumbledore had pried and poked, clearly wanting to know more about Harry, and definitely trying to get his family name. Harry once more hadn't lied. He'd given the headmaster honest answers, even if it would serve the old man no good in tracking Harry's family name down. Harry was pulled abruptly from his thoughts by two things. The first of which was McGonagall's voice directed at him. She had stopped her lecture to fix Harry with a glare. "So glad you decided to join us, Mr. Flammel." 5 points from Slytherin. People did not underestimate Minerva McGonagall. Not on purpose. Everyone knew what to expect of her, the teacher of Transfiguration in Hogwarts, head of Gryffindor House, and deputy headmistress, the right hand of Albus Dumbledore in managing the school. She was also known as fair in discipline, in that she tended to treat all houses evenly. If anything, she tended to be harder on her own house than the three others. Professor McGonagall received a special kind of respect from the people familiar with this unspoken fact, mostly purebloods and halfbloods. Those raised in the Muggle world simply respected her strict teaching demeanor. Harry froze for several seconds, but only heard McGonagall's address in the periphery. He had felt his magic surge inside him the moment he had stepped in the classroom, welling up inside him in a demand for release. It caught him off guard because the surges had only been happening since he arrived on this world, and only when he got angry. This was different. Harry didn't know how to describe it. He took a few seconds to take a deep breath and tamp down on his magic. Harry wondered if he was getting better at controlling the surges, or just more experienced. When he had discussed this phenomenon, Perenelle had said it was probably the volatility of his magic and would remain so until it was balanced. But she had also said that they had never encountered someone who'd been magically reverted to so young an age before, so it could simply be his magic as it matured and grew. Left unspoken by all was that he would soon be faced with a second round of maturation with his magic, and no one knew what sort of consequences this might bring. When Harry had stated that he never remembered his magic acting like that in his old world, Perenelle had told him that it probably had, he just wasn't really aware of it. Because he had been older, she thought that he was simply more knowledgeable and thus more aware of his magic. When she had asked if he had ever performed magic in his old world, that came across as surprisingly powerful when compared to other things he had done. When he had to confess that occasionally he had, she had nodded and said that was normal. If it was just his maturing magic, she said, his powers would smooth out and the surges would eventually decrease in size and frequency. If it was his magic being volatile and unstable, then she told Harry that it would likely slowly get worse and he would have to find a balance, or eventually it would likely kill him or just completely burn him out magically, leaving him a squib and possibly a mindless shell. Harry had asked how long it would take to know either way, and Perenelle had told him, if it was maturity then it would be smoother somewhere between 2 to 4 lunar cycles. That hadn't sounded so bad. He was controlling it fairly well and just needed to make sure he continued. When she had told him the other option meant he had to find a balance probably within 5 years or so, Harry had just rolled his eyes. 5 years was plenty of time. By that point he'd have either been successful, or failed again. Either way, Harry knew he would be dead before he had to worry about his own magic killing or squibbing him. His hesitation apparently hadn't gone unnoticed by McGonagall, as she added in an even more severe voice, if you cannot find a seat immediately, perhaps I should transfigure you into a map to help you. If that doesn't work, there will certainly be plenty of seats in detention for you to find. Harry wondered if she had taken his comments about the school the previous day personally. He frowned as he brought himself to the moment. My apologies for being late, Professor McGonagall. However, little that I actually care about them, the deduction of points is unwarranted. You can blame the headmaster for my tardiness, as he decided it was necessary to meet with me immediately after breakfast this morning. While I doubt you can deduct points from him, Perhaps a detention where you can discuss his poor scheduling decisions would be appropriate. And from my understanding, transfiguration is never used as a punishment at Hogwarts. Harry added after a moment's pause. He knew he was cheating a little bit, throwing McGonagall's own words to the Moody of his world back at her. However, she had used a similar threat on him during his first day at the school when he'd been late for class. McGonagall blinked in shock at his response, and after visibly getting over her surprise, she fixed him with a stern-faced glare. The class was absolutely silent in shock as well. Most students had their mouths open in surprise as their eyes darted back and forth between the formidable deputy headmistress and the impudent fourth year. Harry met her eyes for several long seconds, before he ultimately resisted his urge to roll his eyes and then took several slow, methodical steps towards desks near the front of the room. He slid without hesitation into a seat next to Malfoy, who was biting the inside of his cheek to keep amusement off of his face. McGonagall stared at Harry for several seconds as he once again met her eyes from his seat. It was several seconds later before she shook herself slightly and turned to the rest of the class to pick up the threads of her speech about attentiveness and foolishness. Harry had a polite expression on his face but had to shake himself from a memory. The previous moment had been far too reminiscent of the first time he had attended this class when he had stumbled in late. That time it had been as an excited if timid first year, with a friend who tended to speak before he thought. At least she hadn't threatened to turn him into a map or pocket watch. He shook himself out of his memories. Draco had caught his eye, and had his eyebrow raised to look at Harry, the question about the meeting with Dumbledore clear on his face. Harry shrugged lithely and Draco nodded slightly, turning his attention back to the professor. Harry kept a polite expression on his face, but he wasn't really paying attention to anything McGonagall said. He was inwardly making a list of things he wanted to accomplish and all the little things he needed to do. Chief among his thoughts was everything he needed to manage to handle Azkaban. He had planned to free Regulus unless there was some overwhelming reason not to. The letter from the Flamels hadn't cleared anything up, rather it merely added details to a muddy picture. On one hand, the man was a marked Death Eater, who actually had a trial and hadn't said anything in his defense, instead had simply shown his dark mark, showing that he was sane, or at least coherent. On the other hand, the note that was in the fake Horcrux in the cave showed that he had betrayed the Dark Lord. Harry was sure if Regulus had told someone that Regulus would probably be free. Especially with his brother still out and free. There was something Harry was missing, and that bothered him to no end. Harry was brought out of his internal thoughts when several items were floated onto the desk in front of every student, including a curled-up hedgehog. McGonagall began to explain to the class, "This is a review of the materials you should have mastered last year. Some of you will no doubt have to review your past lessons since things only get more difficult from here." She paused and gestured to a chalkboard where directions shimmered into view. "You will each complete these transfigurations. Anyone unable to complete any one of them in their entirety will have 18 inches of parchment on how to do it correctly, for each transfiguration you are unable to complete." Harry glanced at the list that had shimmered into view on the board. He always thought that was impressive magic, since it was something that both Snape and McGonagall did. That was until Flitwick had confided in him that all they were doing was writing things out in advance and then disillusioning the writing. Harry frowned and went over the list. It wasn't overly complicated. Harry wasn't a transfiguration specialist by any means. He had always been above average in the class, but not spectacularly so. However, he also had a few years of classroom experience in transfiguration, and he had spent several more years on the run and had needed to learn how to transfigure things on a regular basis when he found himself running in short supply of different items. He had also learned how to transfigure walls in front of himself from the materials in the ground around him on the rare occasions he did so. This was third-year material. Harry sighed as he heard the students around him pulling out their wands and murmurs begin to surround him. He saw McGonagall begin to walk the room looking at different people's attempts. Most people were digging out their books or scooting their chairs closer so several students could share a book, since not everyone decided to bring their third-year text. They clustered together as they looked up the incantations. Harry shook his head slightly, and his wand slid into his hand with a flick of his wrist. He glanced over to see Draco try and mimic the movement only to fumble with the sudden presence of his own wand in his hand. Harry glanced down at the items and with a slight furrow of his brow he flicked his wand several times, without saying a thing. He felt his magic humming within him, wanting to get out with every cast, but Harry concentrated as much on control as he did actually casting the spell. He didn't want to accidentally blow up the table or the things they had been given to transform. McGonagall's eyebrows rose, first in surprise at the sight of a fourth year with a wrist holster for their wand, then further as she noticed Draco Malfoy with the same thing. His fumbling as he got his wand from the holster caught her attention, so she had a perfect line of sight as she watched the new Slytherin student change every single object into the items requested on the board, without moving his mouth. This was more than a little surprising to her, and she made her way over toward the desk where Flamel and Malfoy sat. Her step hitched momentarily when she saw Malfoy completing his final item as well, though she also noticed his mouth moving a little. Harry looked up when he saw McGonagall step in front of his desk. He watched her expression as she examined the tortoise which had originally been a teapot, the pincushion which had been a hedgehog, the rabbit which had been a pillow, and the pillow which was originally a plain stone. Draco Malfoy beside him had done the same thing, though where Harry's pillow was plain white, Draco's was more ornate with a large D embroidered in the center of it. She glanced up and was surprised. Flamel's expression was a combination of apathetic and bored, a look that the Malfoy scion was trying to copy, though his pride in his more ornate transfiguration ruined it for him. Despite that, it was a far cry from the arrogant and boastful look she would have expected from such a clear display of skill. She looked at them both for several long seconds. Very well done. 10 points apiece to Slytherin. You've completed the assignment and have no homework, McGonagall stated simply before looking around at her other students. She frowned and moved away as she noted an issue at one of the other tables. Harry and Draco nodded and waited until she left before Draco leaned over and whispered, "So what did the old man want to talk to you about?" Harry shook his head slightly. "Mostly wanted to welcome me to the school, nothing exciting. We can talk about it later if you want," he said, hoping Draco would pick on the not too subtle hint. Draco nodded and sat back. Harry was about to take the opportunity to look around and really see his class members for the first time. He was sitting near the front with Draco, so he hadn't had time to examine his surroundings. However, a commotion behind them drew his attention. He found himself staring like everyone else at a table with two girls, one of them absolutely familiar to him. Harry's breath caught in his throat for an instant that seemed to stretch. He knew he'd have to face it eventually, but he'd done his best to merely not think about it and hope to avoid it as long as possible. But here in this moment he was unable to deny it. Hermione was alive. She was sitting less than 20 feet from him. She was obviously younger than he remembered, and she didn't have the stress or worry lines on her face, nor the burn scar on her cheek that she'd acquired a few months before she died. He knew she wasn't his Hermione, but for just a moment he felt a smile tugging at his lips. This wasn't his best friend. She was wearing Ravenclaw colors. She didn't know him, but she was alive. Though at the moment a surprised and confused expression was on her face as she looked completely engrossed at the other girl sharing her table. He jerked slightly and realized that he was staring. Grateful her attention was elsewhere, with a force of will he shifted his gaze over to look at the person Hermione was sharing a desk with, and the one who everyone else in the class was staring at as well. It was a girl with long dark black hair who was focused intently on the transfigurations before her, and she was midway through a transfiguration, but Harry could instantly see what had garnered everyone's attention. Her wand was giving off green sparks. Harry started slightly when he realized that her wand was identical to his own Holly wand, and internally he was willing to bet hers had the same phoenix feather core. However, Harry didn't think that was the reason her wand was sparking. After all, he had just used that same wand and done it without any of the visual effects. It only took another moment to realize he could feel the magic in the air and that the dark-haired girl's magic was practically filling the room, even if it wasn't visible, and she was struggling to control it. A feeling he had become used to over the past few days. She finished putting the final touches on the rock-to-pillow transfiguration, and then sat back with a deep breath. And then, despite all the stares in the room being on her, The girl looked up as if directed and met Harry's eyes. Harry felt a jolt go through him as he found himself staring into a pair of bright emerald eyes. He was not sure what he expected when he found out of Iris' existence in this world. He had half assumed his counterpart would either be a female version of himself, or maybe a miniature version of her mother. The black hair put that last thought out of the window. But it was her other features that made it clear they were different. Her bone structure was different, her face more full, and while she also appeared to have inherited her mother's eyes, she didn't appear to have inherited the father's need for glasses. Harry hadn't figured out why when he showed up in this world everything that occurred after fourth year seemed to be erased, but his need for glasses had not returned. It was one of those things he wasn't going to question. With all the rotten luck in his life, he figured occasionally he was due for some good luck. The stare probably went on for longer than he intended, and longer than he had stared at Hermione, but he wasn't sure. However, neither of them seemed to look away. It was McGonagall who broke the connection. "Miss Potter, what was that?" Iris broke the gaze with the new student she had locked onto with a surprising amount of internal reluctance. She shook her head a bit, looking down at the transfigurations. "I'm not sure, Professor." A puzzled tone filling her voice. Well aware of her best friend's concern, she offered Hermione a reassuring smile before she glanced up to where Aries Flamel sat, and found herself disappointed to find his back turned to her and him engaged in a conversation with Malfoy. It was a nudge from Draco that brought Harry out of his own stare, which had continued after McGonagall had misdirected Iris' attention, and Draco's intervention caused him to turn away, blinking several times. Draco gave him an inscrutable look before he let it pass without comment. Instead he spoke obliquely. "Any change in tonight's castle tour?" Harry barely resisted the urge to groan as he pushed aside thoughts of his green-eyed counterpart. He really needed to teach Draco how to be more circumspect. While he seemed to be okay at keeping a secret, at the moment Draco seemed incapable of hiding the fact that he had a secret to keep. Thankfully, class ended soon after, with McGonagall reminding her students that any person not completing a task owed her 18 inches of parchment for every one they failed. Harry and Draco were near the front of the class, so they were the last to leave when McGonagall spoke up. "Mr. Flamel, a moment of your time please." Harry sighed and turned back, and Draco murmured, "I'll wait for you in the hall." Professor McGonagall waited until Draco left the room, before she flicked the door to the classroom gently shut with her wand. Harry's hand twitched, but he managed to keep his face impassive. He did not expect McGonagall to attack him. She regarded him stiffly for several long seconds before speaking. "I must say I was rather impressed with your transfiguration performance today. I noticed you didn't have to look up the spells, and didn't even say the spells." Harry shrugged a little bit, keeping his tone bland. "Headmaster Dumbledore was told that I was rather advanced for my age, but as I was enrolled to socialize, felt it would be better if I stayed with those of my same age." McGonagall frowned thoughtfully. "I may have to find some work that challenges you nonetheless." When Harry nodded politely but didn't otherwise respond, McGonagall continued, "I was however less than impressed with the attitude you came into class with. Especially challenging me in front of the other students in that manner." Harry narrowed his eyes slightly, but kept his tone polite. "I meant no disrespect. However, you made no effort to determine why I was late." McGonagall nodded her head in acknowledgement of Harry's point. "You're right. You have my apologies, Mr. Flamel. I just ask that you try not to make a habit of it." McGonagall replied with a sigh. It had the sound of something said to people on a regular basis, with the uncertainty of whether or not the advice would be taken to heart. Harry nodded. "I will do my best to be on time. Though I should go. I don't want to be late to another class and repeat this whole conversation again with another professor. I'd hate for that to get round that I was a slow learner and had to have everything repeated." He said the last part with an amused half-smile on his face. McGonagall nodded sternly as Harry turned and departed. It was only after Harry left that she allowed an amused smile to cross her face. Iris and Hermione left Transfiguration at a slower pace than their classmates, and once the others were out of hearing range of anyone, Hermione spoke up, her tone filled with concern. "Are you okay?" Iris glanced behind them as they turned the corner to see Malfoy still waiting outside the Transfiguration room, not having paid them any attention as they left. Iris frowned before she shook her head slightly. I'm not sure. What happened? Hermione inquired as she eyed her friend with concern. Iris shrugged a little bit. I don't know. It was like, all of a sudden I was struggling with the transfigurations. Hermione continued to stare down her friend, but now there was no mistaking the concern in her voice. You know those as well as I do, they shouldn't have been too difficult. Iris shook her head. It wasn't, I don't know. It wasn't remembering those spells that was hard. It felt like I was struggling to keep from transfiguring not only the objects but the table they were on and other people in the room as well. Hermione frowned in confusion, so Iris continued. You saw how my wand sparked. It felt like it was a struggle to keep from doing more. Iris shrugged her shoulders slightly, frustration evident as she slumped slightly. I don't know how else to explain it. Should we tell your mom or Professor Flitwick? Hermione asked. Iris shook her head. No, it was probably nothing. Hermione glanced at Iris as she lapsed into silence but followed her friend's decision. Iris was silent as they made way toward their history class before she spoke up. So what did you think of Flammel? Hermione narrowed her eyes and scoffed slightly. I can't believe how rude he was to Professor McGonagall. Iris bit her lip to smother a chuckle of amusement at Hermione's response. Hermione was always incredibly sensitive about respecting professors. She wasn't fanatical about it, especially after their experiences with bad professors during their first 2 years. But Hermione still could get irritated with disrespect to a good professor. I meant aside from that. Hermione shrugged. Nothing really at all. He's in Slytherin, and Malfoy already seems to have ingratiated himself with him. Anyone who gets on with Malfoy like that is bound to be bad news. Iris nodded and then frowned a little bit. Speaking of, Draco's acting weird, I think. Hermione frowned at Iris. How do you know that? We've barely seen him and he's not said anything to us. Iris nodded and gave Hermione a look. Exactly. How many train rides have we gone without him visiting with his standard set of comments? Then today in class, no comment when my wand sparked. Nothing. Hermione frowned and nodded. That is very odd. She was forced to agree. Draco's train visits were almost religious, and he barely seemed to acknowledge them in class. She made a mental note to keep an eye on him. Come on, we're gonna be late for history. Iris couldn't restrain a roll of her eyes. Both she and Hermione knew the class was little more than a glorified reading period or nap time. The rumor among the students was that the Weasley twins, a pair of fifth-year Gryffindors, had gone beyond bringing pillows to class and had started transfiguring their chairs into full hammocks. She fell into step beside Hermione, but her mind was still on the pair of emerald eyes that had so caught her eyes. Iris couldn't stop thinking about how eerie those emerald eyes she found herself staring at were. On one hand, the eyes were hauntingly familiar. Iris knew they startlingly similar to her own. But at the same time, they struck her as old eyes. Iris couldn't help but think that the eyes were colder and duller, or less vibrant. Iris couldn't put her finger on it, but she got the overwhelming feeling of hurt and weariness. Harry exited the transfiguration room to find Draco waiting for him. Draco lifted a curious eyebrow at Harry, before shifting to head down the hallway. Did you manage to get out of there without detention? Harry nodded as Draco shifted to fall into step with him. Yes, she just wanted to talk a moment. You didn't have to wait for me. Draco chuckled. Actually I did. You didn't get your schedule before you left for your Dumbledore meeting. He just lifted an expectant eyebrow at Harry. Harry frowned. No big deal. He had questions about me and the Flamels. I gave him the information I thought he needed to know. Which wasn't much. Harry couldn't keep a small smile off his face. Once again he couldn't help the bit of amusement that the shoe was on the other foot. Draco regarded him thoughtfully for several seconds before nodded and handing him a bit of parchment. Here's your schedule. Pretty much everything I have, except you have runes where I have care of magical creatures. What's next? Harry asked as he took the parchment and glanced at it, nodding a bit. He had decided to take runes, though Harry was relatively certain there was very little he would learn in any level of that class at Hogwarts. He just wasn't going near divination, and while he had always been close with Hagrid, the classes were less than helpful in the long run. History. Draco responded with an expression of disgust. Harry's brow furrowed at that response. With bins. Draco nodded with a heavy sigh of sarcasm, in all his ghostly splendor. Harry stopped, mid-stride. Is he the same as I'd remember? Draco frowned and nodded. Goblin rebellions and uprisings. In a monotone that puts you to sleep. Yeah, pretty much as boring as you remember. If not worse, because you'll be sitting through it a second time. Harry frowned and nodded. Right then. Then he spun on his heel and headed off in a different direction. Draco frowned and then quickly stepped to catch up with Harry and fall in beside him. Where are you going? Harry frowned. I'm too old for a scheduled nap time, and I don't care to waste time listening to Ben. I have some of those things that we talked about earlier to get finished. First among those is to make sure we can get into the chamber. Draco nodded slowly. Well, I doubt Binns will miss us anyway. We'd hardly be the first people to skive off his class. He shrugged and followed Harry through the castle. Harry shrugged. I doubt I'll be attending history at all. There's other classes I'd skip if I thought I could get away with it. But I'll have to be satisfied with the ones I can skip. Which ones would you blow off? Draco asked curiously. Harry frowned and shrugged. All of them probably. Since I highly doubt any of them are going to teach me anything earth-shaking. I'm only here because events are centered on Hogwarts, and while events are similar to our world that is going to rapidly change as I change things. However, I was thinking specifically of herbology and potions. Bloody useless classes. Potions aren't useless, Draco interjected, with a combination of shock and indignation. Harry kept walking but turned to Draco with a raised eyebrow. I didn't say potions were useless. Draco opened his mouth to argue that statement and Harry cut him off. I said that potions class is useless. Draco scowled. Snape is one of the premier potions masters in the world. Harry nodded. Of course he is. However, he's a shite teacher. Instructions are on the board. You have 2 hours. Is not teaching. Especially when you then sweep around trying to intimidate people into making mistakes, while simultaneously letting the Slytherins get away with everything up to and including attempted murder, or at least the reckless endangerment of other students. He walked for a few more moments, then said, on top of that, at least on our world, he was a petty and immature bully who never got over an old grudge with my father over the fact that James Potter was F. King Lily Evans. Harry had gotten fair at potions out of necessity, but it had never had anything to do with Snape's instruction. It had been pretty much a combination of Neville's knowledge of herbology and constant repetition from Hermione as they made his large stock of potions, before they died, and then a little bit of learning on his own by trial and error. Draco frowned. Well, he's not quite like that on this world. He doesn't tolerate any sort of pranks or screwing around from anyone. And he gives a bit more instruction than that. His tone was anything but a ringing endorsement. Harry snorted in response. I'll believe it when I see it. Draco didn't say anything to that comment and instead continued. Yeah, I don't think Professor Snape would allow you to just blow off his class. Harry shrugged. I know. I figure if I skip those classes then Sprout and Snape will assign me detention. But if this Snape is anything like the last, I doubt he takes points off of Slytherin for it though. Draco hesitated and just shook his head, not bothering to say anything else as Harry walked purposefully through the castle. They passed several groups of students, and Draco saw many of them make whispered comments or stare at the two of them. Harry was completely immune to the stares and attentions. He had dealt with them all his life. This wasn't any better or worse than he normally dealt with. Harry led them down to the second floor of the castle, and as they got off the stairs, just before they began to shift. When they reached the landing, Draco finally spoke up. Where are we going, P? He cut himself off before saying anything further. Harry turned his head, an annoyed look flickered across his face at Draco almost slipping up again. He elected not to say anything since the expression on Draco's face seemed to do enough for both of them. Instead he just shook his head as he guided them down a corridor with no portraits. We're here, Harry said without preamble before pushing into door in front of him. Draco's expression was confused. This is the girls' bathroom. Harry nodded. It's also the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Draco blinked. You're joking. Harry just shook his head, frowning as he looked around. In front of him there was the familiar ornate and pillared sink. He was tempted to get out his wand, but instead he focused on the stalls in the bathroom. "Myrtle," Harry called out. There was silence for several seconds before a scowling and translucent face poked its head through one of the stall doors. "What? You look a little old for first years, and it's only the first day. Usually it takes a week or so before people will stop by to mock, ning Myrtle." Draco opened his mouth to make a comment, but a brief glare from Harry shut him up. Harry turned his head and full attention to the ghost as he shook his head and held up his hands in a placating manner. "We're not here to mock you or make fun of you in any way. I promise." Myrtle floated out through the door of the stall, a suspicious look still fixed firmly on her face. "What do you want then?" Harry could tell Draco wanted to make several comments but was merely keeping silent, for which he was grateful, knowing the smallest thing could set Myrtle off. "I'd actually like your help with something," Harry said conversationally, keeping his eyes fixed on Myrtle's to convey his sincerity. He felt Draco start beside him again, so he kicked the other boy's shin without looking, his expression not changing in the slightest. "My help!" Myrtle exclaimed dramatically. "Who could possibly want ning Myrtle's help? If you think I'm going to wail at one of your classmates as a prank, think again." Despite her theatrics, Harry knew that Myrtle was actually paying close attention to him, so he kept his annoyance off his face. He was honestly asking Myrtle for her help, so he didn't have to fake his expression. "No," Harry stated simply. "I wouldn't ask you to do something like that." A puzzled look crossed Myrtle's face, but with the obvious things people ask her for off the table she could not disguise her interest in what Harry might have in mind. Harry nodded earnestly and then a conspiratorial look crossed his face, and he made a point of taking out his wand and casting a silencing spell at the entrance door to the bathroom, and then added a repelling charm just to be safe. Then Harry made a show of checking all of the stalls to make sure no one was in the bathroom, though he knew from experience that no one ever came in here. Once he was satisfied, he turned back to look at Myrtle. "I was wondering how good you were at keeping secrets." Myrtle looked intrigued at this. "I can keep secrets." Harry nodded agreeably, before a conspiratorial look crossed his face again. "You know about the secret entrance in here?" Myrtle looked startled for a moment before an exaggerated look of sneakiness crossed her face. "I know all about it. It's why I died." Harry nodded in agreement. "That's what I heard. And since then, you've been here, occasionally pestered by people who want you to haunt others as a prank." Harry managed to inject disgust for other people into his tone. Myrtle looked thoughtful as if considering that, but didn't seem to come to a conclusion, instead returned to looking at Harry suspiciously. "You haven't said what you want from me." Harry nodded. "I was actually hoping for two things. First, I was hoping you'd keep an eye on anyone else who might try to use the secret entrance in your bathroom." Myrtle looked surprised. "My bathroom?" Harry nodded politely. "Of course, this is your bathroom. Who better to know the coming and goings?" A frown crossed Myrtle's face as she spent several moments considering that statement, before a pleased smile crossed her face at the idea of the bathroom being hers, before a suspicious look crossed her face again. "Even if it is my bathroom, I don't control the secret entrance. Are you going to try to open it and hurt people?" An affronted expression crossed Harry's face. "Of course not. I would open it and make sure that no other monsters came through." When he saw he had her entire attention, Harry continued, "I was hoping that if we made sure that there are no more monsters down there that you would not tell anyone we were using it." Myrtle looked surprised at that statement. "Iris Potter already killed the monster. That's what the headmaster said when he came by a few days after she went down. Before he cast some spells on the sink." Her tone sounded accusing that Harry was trying to deceive her. Harry shook his head. "Well, I'm sure Miss Potter did get the beast that got you. But did they check and make sure there weren't any more monsters down there?" Myrtle looked startled at that and a bit frightened, as if another beast might somehow be worse for her than dying. She looked around nervously. "You think there are more down there?" Harry shrugged and then belatedly remembered to put on an expression of concern. "I don't know, but did Dumbledore actually go down into the chamber and check?" Harry was gambling here, but figured it was worth the risk. Myrtle looked surprised and concerned. "No. He cast some spells and told me Iris Potter killed the beast. But he didn't go down." Harry frowned and nodded. "Exactly. So I'll give you my oath to make sure there is going to be no danger from other monsters that may be down there, if you'll give me your oath to keep our secret and let us know of anyone else who may come in here for any other reason beyond the normal. Myrtle looked thoughtful at that before she nodded slowly. Okay. You have a deal. She looked at Harry seriously. Harry wasn't sure whether it was his argument or simply him expressing interest in her that made Myrtle respond positively. Truth be told, he didn't much care. I give you my oath to make sure there is no direct danger to you from monsters within that chamber of secrets. Harry made sure to make his oath specific. No one had ever accused Myrtle of being a genius. Myrtle straightened a bit and was almost eager as she replied, "Then I give you my oath to keep your secrets and keep guard over the bathroom." There was a slight shimmer in her form but no other effect. However, Harry nodded solemnly at her before he turned back to the area of the sink. Draco just looked back and forth between he and Myrtle with a bemused expression on his face, though he chose not to say anything. A warning glance from Harry told him that he had chosen wisely. Harry pulled out his wand and began to cast diagnostic spells at the sink. It took him less than 20 seconds to discover that Dumbledore had indeed cast wards on the sink. Interesting, he murmured quietly. Draco frowned. What is it? Dumbledore has linked 3 wards to the sink. Harry responded thoughtfully after a full minute and a half of diagnostic spells. Draco frowned. Based on what I saw this morning, you're good with wards. What's the big deal? Did he do something complicated or obscure? I mean, he is Dumbledore. Harry frowned and shook his head. Not at all. It's actually rather simple. It's the nature of them that makes things difficult. Harry saw Draco's puzzled expression, so he continued, with wards, generally you set them up to have a specific response to a specific action. Like the way Gringotts wards its vaults. You try and break in, and the ward tries to beat you into the vault, leaving you unable to escape. Yes, but you said you broke into several Gringotts vaults. Draco countered. Harry nodded a little bit, still eyeing the sink thoughtfully. Yes, but that's my point. Those are more passive ward schemes. Or rather than saying passive, I'll say they are responsive ward schemes, rather than alert wards. Alert wards send an alert off to a predetermined place or person. This is a combination of 2 alert wards and a responsive ward scheme. Draco just nodded blankly. Wards were never his thing, though he was doing his best to follow along. Seeing Draco's blank look, Harry expanded. Think of it as a tripwire. Draco's face remained blank and Harry sighed to himself and rolled his eyes. Harry's voice was musing now as he considered the challenge. The difficult thing is that one ward is designed to send an alert somewhere if the entrance is opened. The second is set to go off if anyone tries to dismantle, bypass or break the first ward. The last ward is set to go off if either of the first 2 wards are tripped, a kind of area-stunning spell. Dumbledore was probably concerned Voldemort would try and get back in the chamber. Harry's voice continued thoughtfully. I'm going to guess Dumbledore tried to seal the chamber closed and the chamber's magic wouldn't let him. So he settled for the next best thing. I'm betting these alert wards are tied to something in his office. So, we can't get in without Dumbledore knowing it's been opened. Draco summarized. Harry shook his head slowly. No, but, as with most wards, they have a flaw. You just have to know how to work around them. I just can't dismantle the wards. I'll even admit that the warding is rather good. However, there's a simple solution. I have to move the wards and tie them into something else. Harry looked around the bathroom for something convenient. His eyes fell on a small square window high on the wall. It was one among several stained glass windows in the bathroom. Unlikely to be reached by anyone but Hagrid. Harry quickly cast an impenetrable spell on the window so someone wouldn't accidentally break it. While Harry didn't know if it opened, he also cast a strong locking spell on it just to be safe. Draco frowned. It sounds too easy. If he was concerned about Voldemort getting back in, I'd think it would be a lot more difficult. And a stunning spell stopping the Dark Lord. I kind of doubt it. Harry nodded a little bit. I think it might be more to stop any student, and possibly anyone else the Dark Lord might be with. Dumbledore couldn't do much more given the massive amount of wards overlaying the entrance. So he came up with his best. Draco scoffed slightly. It still sounds too easy. Harry frowned a little bit. I'm making it sound easier than it is. To move a ward scheme is very delicate work and takes a lot of concentration and skill. Even the slightest slip-up can cause the wards to go off, if you're lucky. Draco frowned. What happens if you're not lucky? Harry shrugged. The entire ward scheme could blow up in your face and destroy part of this bathroom. He restrained a smirk at Draco's pale face suddenly getting paler, but he didn't say anything as he focused on the sink. Then Harry very carefully, using his wand to direct and his hand to help guide the magic, removed the 3 wards in unison from the sink. Making sure he didn't activate any of them was a bit more challenging than he'd let on, but nothing he hadn't done before. He moved them across the room and then reattached them to the window he had charmed unbreakable and then locked for good measure. Draco watched in amazement, mouth open. Harry's eyes didn't glow but they seemed to gleam in the light as he used a combination of wand and hand movements. It almost looked like Harry was conducting a symphony. Draco saw what appeared to be 2 blue and 1 red glowing intertwined lines appear to come away from the sink and then move up to a window on the wall, where they seemed to shimmer and then solidify before they disappeared from his sight. Heedless of Draco's expression, Harry nodded in satisfaction before casting several more diagnostic charms at the sink. Once he was certain there was no other wards or alerts on the sink, he softly hissed, "Open." Draco jerked slightly as heard the parseltongue before he was hit with yet another shock as the sink began to move. Harry watched in satisfaction as the sinks moved just as they had back on his world, opening up to a dark hole. Draco couldn't resist moving forward tentatively and peering downward, seeing nothing in the darkness. "We need to jump in a bloody pipe?" he asked as he looked back at Harry in disbelief. Harry shrugged. "That's how I got down last time." Draco peered down the hole again, doubt creeping into his voice. "Are you sure it's safe?" "Mostly," Harry replied dryly. "Mossily." The parroted word had started out questioningly from Draco but then had stretched into a girlish shriek as Harry gave him a firm push into the hole. Harry listened as Draco finally came to a stop. When he heard a sound of disgust he could tell that Draco had made it to the bottom. His follow-up declaration of, "I hate you, Potter," confirmed that Draco was still in one piece. Harry hesitated, taking a moment to strengthen the repelling ward on the bathroom door. Then, a thought occurred to him. Harry hissed out the word, "Stairs," and then, "Open stairs." He looked around. When nothing happened he shrugged his shoulders and then hopped into the hole as well. When Harry came sliding out of the pipe at the bottom he stumbled as he came to his feet. Harry had barely steadied himself when he found Draco glaring at him angrily. "Don't ever do that to me again," Draco snarled, his expensive robe stained and rumpled, and his normally perfectly coiffed hair askew and grimy. Harry just met Draco's eyes. Normally he wouldn't put up with Draco telling him what he could and couldn't do, but his amusement more than made up for it this time, though he didn't show it on his face. "Keep forgetting not to call me Potter, and maybe I'll leave you down here." Draco rolled his eyes. "That time was on purpose. You pushed me down a bloody hole. Though I have to admit, calling you Flammel feels weird." Harry shrugged a little bit as he looked around. It was relatively dark, but he could see surprisingly well in the area. Draco fell into step behind him looking around, and then looking askance at the huge basilisk skin that had been shed. "So Iris Potter really killed the beast in Slytherin's chamber?" Harry shrugged a little bit. "I did on our world. Events seem to have happened similarly enough here, so the basilisk is probably dead." "Probably dead," Draco echoed, his voice cracking a bit. Harry didn't respond to Draco's question and barely spared the skin a glance, and instead looked around and muttered to himself, "Huh, no cave-in." Draco frowned and looked at the ceiling. "Cave-in? What cave-in?" Harry frowned looking back absently as he continued. "When Ron Weasley and I came down here on our world, we brought Lockhart down with us. That Ponce actually went somewhere dangerous." Draco scoffed. "Well, Ron and I sort of forced him down here at Wandpoint. We figured if we were going to die, we would at least push him in front to buy us time to escape," Harry replied. "Then the Git managed to get a hold of Ron's broken wand that was held together with spello tape, and tried to obliviate us. Only it backfired and wiped his mind. Cave-in happened at the same time due to the backlash." Draco snickered softly at that. "I don't know what happened to him here." He was just gone at the end of the year and I don't think anyone has heard anything since. Harry nodded but didn't reply. They came to a black circular door. Harry hissed out, "Open," in Parseltongue and watched impassively as the door animated, a snake slithering around the outside as the locks pulled back and the door swung open, to reveal pitch darkness. Harry stepped inside followed by Draco. The instant he passed the threshold of the room, torches flared to life along the walls behind large snakes with wide-open mouths. Harry saw the familiar face of Slytherin, as well as the huge form of the snake lying dead near the end of the walkway. The snake itself seemed very well preserved. Draco managed to keep from gasping as he saw the snake, but couldn't keep from swallowing loudly. Merlin's balls. It's huge. Harry frowned as he glanced up at the snake absently. It seemed about the size of the one he killed in his world, so he didn't bother to reply. Instead he focused on slowly examining the room, ignoring the snake as he closely looked at large face of Salazar Slytherin. How the hell did she kill him? Basilisks are nearly immune to spells, especially as they age. This one has to be centuries old, and she was only 13. Draco exclaimed as he got close to the basilisk, eyes running over the beast slowly in amazement. Harry moved over and ran his eyes over the basilisk, crouching slightly to see in the mouth before pointing at the roof of the mouth. Looks like she probably did it the same way I did, stabbing the sword of Gryffindor's through the roof of the mouth. Harry's voice trailed off as he turned thoughtful and then his expression turned startled as he realized the possible implications. Harry realized that Iris had almost certainly been bitten, and if she was still alive what that meant. He made a mental note to send a letter to the Flammels to explain. "Do you know how much potions ingredients you could harvest from this thing?" Draco asked curiously, though before Harry could answer the question Draco switched tracks. If the basilisk was free and roaming around for years, how come it didn't kill students? Harry glanced up from his distracted thoughts to look at Draco. "I assume because it usually couldn't get out of the statue," Harry said, pointing at the giant face that sat no more than 10 yards from them. "Out of the statue?" Draco asked blankly as he looked up from his inspection of the dead basilisk to the statue in front of them with a perplexed expression. "Yes, Voldemort summoned the snake from Slytherin's mouth," Harry replied. To cut Draco off from asking, he turned to the giant face and hissed out, "Open." Nothing happened. Harry sighed and then, after he had searched his memory for what the ghostly version of a young Tom Marvolo riddle had said and tried again, "Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four." "Arrogant sod," Harry muttered as the sound of grating stone filled the chamber while Slytherin's mouth slowly began to open. Harry had turned to say something to Draco, before suddenly spinning back around to face the statue. He clearly heard the sound of hissing from the mouth of the statue. "Malfoy, get behind me and close your eyes," Harry snapped out, wand already in his hand, and his gaze directed toward the ground, ready to clench his eyes shut at the first sign of movement. Draco was already looking at Harry, already scampering behind him as he slipped his wand into his hand, though he couldn't do anything more than point it in the general direction of the statue. Harry noted that Draco was trembling slightly, but that he had followed direction well. Harry hadn't had a chance to reply, though he kept his eyes on the ground, as he hissed out, "We're not here to hurt you." His mind was already considering whether or not just to flame out of the chamber. But he didn't want to just leave a new threat free to roam the castle. His thoughts were brought to a halt by the reply. His thoughts were brought to a screeching halt by the snake's clearly ecstatic greeting. "Mommy," came the hissed voice. It had taken Harry several hours to converse with the snake, which he quickly determined was a basilisk, before he felt comfortable leaving. The snake was young, though once Harry determined its gaze would only kill intentionally, protected by a second eyelid, Harry had risked looking at the snake. He discovered it was a small snake in comparison to the dead one laying in the chamber, measuring at a little over 10 feet. It was obviously a young basilisk, with only a grasp of instincts rather than any true knowledge. He kept referring to Harry as "Mommy." Any attempt to change that was just met with confusion and a resolute but happy, "Mommy is Mommy." He couldn't get the damn snake to call him anything else no matter what he tried. When Harry had pointed out that he was a human, the young basilisk sounded confused and said he smelled just like a snake. Harry wondered if the basilisk was just a young one and therefore relatively ignorant and naive, or if the snake was just dumb. Harry gave it 50-50 odds. When Draco had asked what they were saying to one another, he had burst out into helpless laughter when Harry told him that he was trying to convince the basilisk not to call him mommy. That laughter had ended abruptly when Harry added that he was also trying to make sure that the basilisk knew that Draco wasn't food. Harry had asked several questions of the basilisk but was frustrated by the corresponding answers. The basilisk knew nothing about the chamber or even Hogwarts as a whole, nor did it know anything about the dead basilisk that even now lay in the chamber. Moreover, it didn't seem to care about the dead snake. Draco, however, was examining the dead snake from multiple angles and muttering about harvesting it and making a killing. Harry had gotten caught up in the frustratingly slow conversation before Draco hesitantly reminded him that they had missed lunch and needed to go if they were going to make herbology. Harry almost dismissed the idea but realized that if he ended up with detention it would take up more time in the evening. Harry had sighed and ordered the snake back into the statue, and it obeyed, despite complaints that it was hungry. Harry promised it that he would bring it food in the near future before retracing their steps to the entrance. He had intended to explore the Chamber of Secrets, and though he had found a baby basilisk, they hadn't had time to explore farther. Harry had been hoping to find any other entrances or exits to the chamber. He point-blank refused to believe that there was only one. Unfortunately, this time when Harry and Draco went to exit, they didn't have Fawkes to show up and carry them out. Instead, after a few moments of consideration, Harry made Draco climb back in the pipe they came down in, over Draco's objections. Then, when Draco's view of Harry was obstructed, Harry flamed back to Myrtle's bathroom, and simply summoned Draco back up the pipe. Draco's girlish scream was every bit as satisfying to Harry when it came in reverse. Herbology was completely unremarkable. Harry paid just enough attention to make sure that none of the plants they were working with were going to try and bite his face off, or drench him in toxic goo. Which they didn't. Draco had been sure that they both had used Scourgify on themselves after exiting the chamber, all the while grumbling about Harry's sense of humor. Harry mentioned how much he disliked someone whining like a little baby and the grumbling had stopped. They had herbology with the Hufflepuffs and he noted that familiar faces such as Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Justin Finn Fletchley and Ernie Macmillan were all in Hufflepuff in this world. Though they very much seemed to refrain from interacting with the Slytherins for any length of time. Not that Harry really blamed them overly much. He was however distracted by two things. First, Daphne Greengrass, the girl who had shared the carriage with him from Hogsmeade Station to the school, had sidled up next to him very briefly, and asked to speak to him alone after herbology and before dinner. Draco had narrowed his eyes suspiciously but hadn't said anything. Harry allowed his curiosity to get the better of him, and had nodded in agreement. Daphne had merely nodded and then strode away and proceeded to completely ignore him for the rest of class, partnering with Tracy Davis, who seemed to murmur nearly non-stop at Daphne. She only seemed to pause when Professor Sprout was close enough to overhear anything said. Secondly, Blaise Zabini had asked where they were during history. Harry had replied that he had heard stories of how bad the ghost teaching history was and had no interest in subjecting himself to bins. Draco had just nodded, with a bit of a grin on his face. Harry reminded himself to get a letter from the Flammels to make it clear that he wasn't required to attend such a useless history course. After class, Harry and Draco had left with the class, though this time they were bookended by Crabbe and Goyle, who seemed to have gotten past the confusion that set in when Malfoy suddenly befriended someone else. Their solution was simple. They merely continued to stand around and look intimidating. They could do that nearly as easily around two people as they could around one. The pair didn't talk as they headed inside and made their way to the dungeons. They passed a few other years of Slytherins headed towards the Great Hall for dinner. Harry saw Daphne glance back at him and catch his eye. She inclined her head slightly as she broke off and headed into a room he hadn't paid attention to before when he had last attended Hogwarts. Harry raised an eyebrow when he noted that while others saw her break off, no one said anything. Harry shrugged and began to break off to follow, only to stop when Draco grabbed his arm. Harry paused to look at him with a raised eyebrow. Draco met his eyes seriously, his voice low enough for only Harry to hear. He murmured, Be cautious. She's incredibly perceptive. She's a pureblood, so she has plenty of reasons to approach you. She's ambitious but a bit more unrestrained in how she may choose her actions since her mother gives her that freedom. I highly doubt she wants to ambush you though. Harry just raised an eyebrow in response. Draco wasn't telling him anything that seemed to warrant this level of concern. And while he was trying to keep away from feeling or sounding arrogant, Harry had serious doubts about her able to hurt him unless she caught him utterly off guard. Draco frowned, realizing he wasn't getting his point across, then his eyes narrowed. Be careful with her. She'll hear much more from the words you speak than what you intend, so don't give away more than absolutely necessary. If it's possible to infer something you don't want known from what you say, there's a damn good chance she will. Harry nodded slowly and then shrugged again. I'm sure I'll manage just fine. He headed through the door that she had just gone. He entered the door to find Daphne alone in the middle of the room. She stood like a statue with an unreadable expression on her face as he entered the room. Harry glanced around, noting that they seemed to be in one of the numerous empty or abandoned classrooms in the school. There was a handful of desks along one of the walls, and Harry could see in occasional places where the stone had darkened from spells. Harry assumed that it was from people practicing. His perusal brought his gaze back to meet the dark blue eyes of Daphne Greengrass, who watched him silently. After a full minute's hesitation, she seemed to lose patience and slid her wand out of her robes. Harry tensed slightly as one of his own wands left his holster. If she so much as twitched her wand towards him, she would be silenced, stunned, bound, petrified, and hanging upside down from the ceiling before she finished any incantation. Instead, all she did was she cast several silencing spells on the door. If she saw his change in posture when she drew her wand, she never acknowledged it. Once she was finished, she focused her gaze upon Harry again, though this time her gaze was thoughtful and speculative. After nearly a minute of meeting her gaze evenly, Harry finally spoke. You asked to talk to me, Miss Greengrass. If all you wanted to do was stare at me, I have other things to occupy my time than to stare back. Daphne frowned a bit at the bluntness of the comment, though it was to be expected as she had not yet spoken and had requested the meeting. She had thought out several different ways to start this conversation, and different ways in which the conversation could play out. All of her strategies would ultimately lead to the same end goal, but Harry's bluntness seemed to throw her off. I know you were the one who cast those wards this morning, she said, and instantly struggled to keep the grimace from her face. Whatever plans she had initially made to confront him, paint him in a corner with inconsistencies, and bargain for his aid had just been completely ruined by the blunt way she herself had shown what knowledge she currently possessed. However, his unnerving directness had her on her heels. Oh, Harry said in a disinterested tone. What brought you to a conclusion like that? Harry kept his expression bland, but was wondering what the point of announcing it like that might be. Daphne frowned and seemed to gather herself. Her aloof expression returned as she studied Harry for several moments before she replied. Several things. Firstly, your own room was untouched. Harry shrugged a little bit, while he once more examined the walls of the classroom with more interest, before his attention returned to her. When he finally spoke, his voice had a tinge of surprise and disbelief in his words. You know the exact circumstances behind my own room's lack of visitation last night. They may have simply not have had the chance. Their night's activities seemed to have been disrupted last night. That is certainly not evidence that I was behind the wards cast last night. Daphne frowned, and leaned back against a desk. She slowly crossed her legs and simultaneously arched her back and chest forward as she spoke. Her movements were calculated to get his physical interest, and to distract him. Distracted people gave away more than they intended. After several moments she replied, I hear things. You did not make friends last night with Bowl. He doesn't appreciate it when people talk back to him. Harry snorted dismissively. Bowl wasn't even on his radar in the last world, and from what he'd seen so far, the 7th year was all talk in this world. I don't see how you think that means that I was responsible for this morning's entertainment. Daphne's piercing eyes remained on his, though she was somewhat disconcerted to note that his eyes never left hers. Despite her provocative pose, you challenged him. You have a name that has every pureblood and any halfway decent student of history turning their heads to keep one eye upon you. He and his friends wanted to take you down a few pegs and teach you your place in the hierarchy. A flicker of amusement at that thought crossed Harry's face. The idea of a 7th year trying to teach him his place, after he'd spent years doing all he could to enrage a Dark Lord who held a grudge, and had no sense of humor. The games schoolchildren played to inflate their egos were of no consequence to him. Then why didn't they come after me last night? His reply was clearly amused. A brief look of puzzlement crossed Daphne's face as she frowned. I heard them say they couldn't find your room. The look blossomed to confusion as she concentrated. I can't seem to remember where your room was, though, I thought. Her voice trailed off and she grasped onto her original thoughts. Harry couldn't help the smirk that crossed his face now. He had seen the Fidelius charm at work many times and could always tell when someone tried to remember a bit of information that they once knew but could no longer recall. Daphne's eyes narrowed at the expression that crossed Harry's face, though she misunderstood what the smirk was directed at. You think it's funny? This is Slytherin. Bull and his cronies will come after you as a group sooner or later. Even being a friend of Malfoy will only keep them from going too far. Harry blinked and stared in surprise at her. His surprise lasted just a second before he chuckled softly. He had tried to stop it, but he just couldn't help it. A very small chuckle of honest amusement. A feeling he hadn't felt in far too long. His response did not seem to please Daphne, if the way her surprised expression melted into one of anger was anything to go by. You do. This is a joke to you. You think your connections with Malfoy will protect you from them. Harry couldn't stop the snort of laughter again, but he regained his control, though amusement was still spread upon his face. You think I sought out Malfoy and allied with him for my protection? Maybe you should ask Draco about that. Daphne scowled a little bit, and flippantly responded, Draco is easy to figure out. He wants to be top of the hierarchy, and only allowed you to flock to his side to increase his own perceived standing. But, in reality, he is a pale shadow of his father, and his father was happy to serve at someone's feet. The son of Lucius Malfoy is all talk. You will not rule this house with Draco as your only ally. Amusement once more crossed Harry's face. He couldn't deny the truth of what Daphne had just said. It was fairly accurate. Of course that was before Draco died. There was also the minor detail that he couldn't care less who ruled the teenaged hierarchy of Slytherin House. People can surprise you with their intentions, Miss Greengrass. However, while this is potentially intriguing to watch you freely give your opinions on your housemates, it's ultimately not very interesting as I'm more than capable of forming my own opinions. You still haven't answered either of my questions. What do you want, and why would you think I had anything to do with the wards? His eyes never left hers, and kept his expression bland, showing only mild interest in her statement. He chanced a brief connection with legilimency. Harry wasn't being arrogant when he felt that he was probably one of the best legilimens in the world. Harry had discovered the hard way, brute force interrogations weren't always successful. Especially if someone broke someone's mind before finding important information. He kept his touch feather light and subtle. He could see she had occlumency training, and had no interest in her realizing what he was doing. He couldn't chance a deep connection and read her thoughts, but he could get an impression of her emotions and tell whether or not she was lying. Daphne's eyes narrowed at Harry's reply. I saw your face when the professor struggled with the wards. I saw your expression when that singing voice made itself known. I saw Malfoy look at you when the 6th and 7th years came screaming out of the hallway. Finally, I saw your smirk, the pride you held in your own work. It was pretty much like the one you've got now. He didn't bother denying the smirk, and responded in the same partially amused voice. I do believe quite a few people were barely controlling their smiles while watching the top members of the so-called hierarchy of the house flounder around like children. I don't see how that makes me the culprit, or even the prime suspect. I'm sure the professors would punish me if I was. If they had any proof, or if I was stupid enough to admit to it being me. Daphne's eyes were narrowed, once again thrown off by Harry's manner. She seemed to slump slightly in acquiescence. Fine. The word came out from gritted teeth before she smoothed her expression out. She took a moment to gather her internal composure. You're right, of course. No one would admit to doing anything. Let's say, hypothetically, You were aware of someone in the Slytherin dorms who could ward and protect rooms well enough to stump the teachers and trap all of the upper years, keeping students safe in their rooms. Hypothetically, if someone wanted protection for their younger sister, a third-year Slytherin, what compensation do you believe this wardmaster would accept for his time and efforts? The amused look slid off Harry's face. He didn't actually know much about Daphne Greengrass, but he did vaguely recall that she had a younger sister. He couldn't even remember her name, though he thought she might have been a Ravenclaw in his old world. That's what this conversation was about. You couldn't ask that right off the bat. Rather than playing hypothetical games or accusing me of assaulting our noble peers. Harry couldn't keep the sneer out of his voice at the word noble. He still had a hard time as classifying the majority of them as anything other than future corpses. Daphne couldn't stop a snort that escaped her when Harry so effortlessly denigrated her fellow Slytherins. She looked astonished at her break in composure before regaining it quickly. So if you can protect your own room, why can't you protect your sister's room? When he saw her start to speak, he quickly added, hypothetically speaking, of course. Harry rolled his eyes as he tacked on that statement and spoke as if talking to a child. With that comment, Daphne gave up all attempts at an act. 2 reasons. Tracy Davis and I have deliberately shared a room for years. Having 2 wands in one room is very helpful, though it's been the cause for more than one rumor in Slytherin. And I'm much better with a wand than my sister. I always have been, and on the occasions when someone has made it through our wards, I've made them regret it. It usually means we sleep in shifts anytime we're worried, like the beginning of the year. Daphne seemed to suddenly stand taller. I am the heiress of our house. I have been trained both to protect our line's reputation and our station. My sister has not needed such skills before now, and her focus has been upon much more subtle arts such as her love of potions. Not only that, but my sister never should have been sorted into Slytherin in the first place. She doesn't have the disposition for Slytherin amusements of betrayal and backstabbing. Daphne replied, as she had completely dropped speaking in hypotheticals and met Harry's eyes. Harry frowned thoughtfully and quietly asked, why was she sorted to Slytherin then? Daphne shrugged a little bit. My mother and myself were both here and she wanted to follow in our footsteps despite me telling her she should go elsewhere. Daphne looked down a moment and then looked up, anger flashing in her own eyes briefly. I found when I tried to protect her during her first year the prefects can stop us from going into the rooms of the younger years at night. Bunch of bloody hypocrites. Now she's a third year, and they're likely to be far less restrained with their fun. I've already heard comments that she's attracted the eye of more than one 7th year. I've probably made it worse by rendering myself untouchable. They'll go after her to get back at me. Daphne trailed off and blinked in surprise at the sight before her. Harry's expression had lost all traces of humor as she explained her point. It was replaced by something else. Harry hadn't outright disbelieved Draco the night before, but this just hammered the point home. His eyes bored into Daphne's for several long seconds, and he was reading nothing but truth in her statements, before he replied stiffly. I'll take care of it. Daphne blinked in surprise again, trying to shrug off the inexplicable fear that had risen in her at his sudden shift in demeanor. This time you didn't answer my question. What would you demand in return? There's nothing more important to me than my sister's safety, she forced out, ignoring years of conditioning to not reveal weakness. Absolutely nothing, she repeated forcefully. If you can protect my sister, I will give you anything in my power. The promise a near blatant invitation in her voice clear. Harry frowned. He may not be all that adept at social cues, especially given his general sense of apathy, but he was not so oblivious that he missed what she was willing to offer. The fact that she was willing to go so far told him all he needed to about how desperately she viewed the situation. Well, either that or she was just used to whoring to get what she needed. Harry got the gut impression that it was far more desperation. Harry shook his head. I'm not interested in compensation, Miss Greengrass. I have no need of compensation. I will take care of it so she'll be protected beginning this evening. Harry didn't wait for a reply. He spun on his heel and walked to the door. His wand was in his hand, and he waved it briefly at the door before exiting the room without saying another word, slamming the door behind him harder than he had intended. Daphne watched the door loudly close behind him. She had been ready to tell Ares that one of the spells she had cast had sealed the door, but either she had miscast it, or he had dispelled it with an ease she had never encountered before. It wasn't until the distant footfalls of Ares's confident steps had faded to silence that she let out the deep breath she had been holding. There had been something dangerous in Ares' face in those final moments before his departure. His eyes and expression had gone completely still. Daphne had barely managed to resist the urge to back away from the suddenly murderous intent that was so thinly veiled by his icy countenance. The idea that he was named after the ancient god of war didn't seem so arrogant at the moment. Overall, the conversation had not gone at all like she had expected it to. She had expected to use her knowledge of Ares being the one to cast the wards, to improve her bargaining position in order to get what she wanted. She had assumed that Ares wouldn't want the rest of Slytherin to possess the knowledge of who had embarrassed them, and that information could somehow be held over his head to maneuver him into the position where he would agree to ward her sister's room. Daphne had expected that she would have to give some sort of favor after some back-and-forth negotiation. Given his apparent association with Draco Malfoy, Daphne had expected those negotiations to have been less than pleasant no matter what sort of bargaining chips she brought to the table. She had been willing to go even farther and reveal what she had overheard of his conversation the night before. It was far more blunt than she was used to, but she was determined to protect her sister. Ares Flamel, however, had acted nothing like expectations. He had seemed amused at some of the common-sense things she had mentioned. In fact, his utter contempt for the members of Slytherin House and their traditions was visible for anyone to see. The kind of person he was underneath the multiple masks he donned was beyond her capacity to even identify, much less understand. He was either an idiot with no sense of self-preservation, an ignorant child who had no previous exposure to the sharks of pureblood politics, or he was something else. The rejection of a future favor was also something that Daphne could not wrap her mind around. That was the barter and trade for many of the purebloods in Slytherin, trading actions for future favors. The more desperate you were in the present, the larger the favors could end up being. Daphne had been willing to trade any sort of favors, even going so far as to be flirtatious to encourage his cooperation through physical means. She had even been willing to sleep with him if he protected her sister. She wouldn't have been enthusiastic, but she would have done it. Ares Flamel had completely dismissed any sort of payment out of hand. As if the idea of her being in his debt didn't matter at all to him. That, plus his warding of the first-year rooms, suggested that Ares Flamel had a hero complex. Putting himself at risk to protect others was practically textbook definition of hero complex. With anyone else, Daphne would have said that made him easy to manipulate in the future. However, she had seen his attitude as they talked. He seemed to truly believe that he was in no danger. She would have called that arrogance and foolishness, practically Gryffindorish. Except the expression on his face just before he left. Daphne had been reading people all her life. She considered it something she was particularly good at. And in that moment Ares Flamel radiated with rage. Her senses were practically screaming at her and telling her she was in the presence of quite literally the most dangerous individual Daphne had ever encountered. And he was only 15 years old. To make matters worse, Daphne couldn't even say for sure that her physical traits had made any sort of impact on him. Granted, she had barely tapped that particular angle during the conversation, and she certainly didn't want to whore herself out, though if given no other choice she would have for the sake of her sister. But to have her subtle wiles be completely ignored was a rather massive blow to her pride. She glanced down at her maturing body, and scowled at the idea that it wasn't enough to at least impress the newcomer. Especially after so many others among her house had attempted to claim it in the past. However, the Flamels had French roots and the French were known to be less conservative. Maybe he was accustomed to that culture, and her current outfit wasn't risque enough to attract his attention. She could read between the lines and easily saw that she had guessed dead wrong about Flamel aligning with Malfoy for protection. But she couldn't figure out what other reason the two might be allied over. The Flamels didn't need wealth, that was for certain, and while they never took part in government, they could, if they chose to, still wield an impressive array of legal and political power. Malfoy was another conundrum. Daphne was certainly not the only one to notice that Malfoy had changed this since the end of the prior school year. None of the others seemed to have noticed that the constant bragging and grandstanding, not to mention claims of his family's importance, which had previously been the majority of Draco's conversations in the past few years, had utterly vanished. That was just the surface changes though. Now, he seemed to be following Ares Flammel around, and Daphne hadn't missed his performance in Transfiguration. While Draco was never incompetent or slow, he had never displayed proficiency that was so far ahead of his peers like he had in Transfiguration that morning. However, what was most telling to Daphne was the conversation she had overheard the evening before, though for the life of her she couldn't seem to remember where it had occurred. She had remembered being surprised that she could overhear, that no one had cast silencing wards and she hadn't wasted the chance. She just wished she could remember where she heard the conversation. What she had heard absolutely stunned her. They had talked about Voldemort not only as if they knew he wasn't dead and was going to be making a comeback. That had shaken Daphne to the core. More than that, Ares had Draco Malfoy talking about defying he who must not be named. Daphne had assumed that he was just like his father and would be looking to lick the boots of anyone who allowed him to act upon his unhidden bigotry. She had heard Draco telling Ares about the tradition of Slytherin House and had wondered if he would manage to make it through the night without a trip to the hospital wing. She had actually doubted it at the time, especially as Draco hadn't said anything to the older students about Ares being under his protection. Daphne had thought Draco a fool for believing that simple association would protect Ares, especially after he had deliberately antagonized Lucian Bowl. However, Daphne hadn't expected for it to be the older Slytherins who would end up needing help. Yet, that morning, they had not only been caught, but humiliated. She wondered if Ares knew that while the older Slytherins might be slow, but not that slow. When the 6th and 7th year Slytherins found out who humiliated them, Daphne had no doubt there would be an infirmary trip involved. They would no doubt eventually figure out it was him. She wondered what he would do when that happened. However, she had a growing suspicion that there would be multiple infirmary trips involved. Now, Daphne just wasn't sure who would end up in the infirmary. She knew Ares and Malfoy were looking for a teacher, one that could teach them far more than they could learn at school. And they had disappeared during history class today. Though she had no idea where. She idly wondered whether Bin's ghost would report it, or whether it would start a precedent and other people would just start skiving off that class completely as well. It was obvious that there were now important events occurring in their world which she and everyone else she knew were completely oblivious to. It was also obvious that Ares Flammel and Draco Malfoy were determined to be in the thick of it. Daphne needed to know more and she was determined to do so, after making sure her sister would be safe. She stood up from the desk she had leaned against and prepared to leave the classroom. The soreness of her back made her realize she had been sitting with her chest pressed forward slightly to attract Ares' attention and throw him off guard. She glanced down at her bustline for a few moments. Daphne considered herself well endowed, especially for her frame, and had used her physical attractiveness on multiple occasions to twist and manipulate people, or even just put them off balance. It was second nature to her. However, for the first time she could recall her attempt had utterly failed. After a second, she snarled in frustration at how easily Ares Flammel seemed to frustrate her. He was a conundrum and she was determined to figure him out, as she left the room as quickly as she could. Harry caught Draco briefly as he re-entered the Slytherin's house. Draco was waiting in the common room, looking clean from his shower. Draco saw Harry come in alone and frowned, looking around before murmuring quietly, "You didn't kill her, did you?" His tone indicated that he didn't really think Harry had done so, but that he couldn't help asking the question. Harry shook his head and snorted, wondering just how easily Draco felt him capable of killing someone, especially so casually. Then he realized the idea that Draco felt he might be capable of such casual homicide didn't really bother him. Not at all. "Why don't you go ahead to dinner? I'll catch up with you." Draco frowned and looked at Harry's flat expression. "Have plans for tonight changed?" Harry glanced around, frowning a moment at Draco saying something in a public setting. However, the common room was nearly empty and the last stragglers seemed to be heading out after washing up. Harry shook his head with a sigh. No, they haven't. Go on. I want to do a few things, and then I'll catch up. Draco hesitated a moment longer and then nodded before gesturing to Crabbe and Goyle, who were looking longingly at the common room entrance, clearly eager to get to dinner. They eagerly fell into step behind Draco. Harry wondered at how utterly they followed Draco, before he shook his head. On Harry's world, Goyle had held Harry and several friends at one point just before the fall of Hogwarts. Goyle had been determined to drag them before Voldemort. Instead of stunning them and floating them, he had tried to march them there while he walked backwards, keeping them under his wand. He made it a grand total of 3 steps, before he stepped backward onto empty air as the stairways of Hogwarts shifted behind him. He had fallen 7 floors to his death. This of course was before Harry started killing all Death Eaters on general principle. Harry watched Draco depart before he headed towards his room. Once he was certain he was out of sight of anyone, he disillusioned himself, determined to work quickly. At least he was in no danger of getting rusty from lack of practice. Harry managed to finish his tasks quicker than anticipated. It wasn't as hard as he expected with people around. A simple disillusioning spell, and the general darkness of the dungeon sleeping area made staying hidden relatively easy. None of the ward schemes he encountered gave him more than a minute of challenge. Most of them he simply took down and replaced in quick sure movements, but a couple of them were creative enough or solid enough that he merely added layers on top of what was already established. He met up with Draco nearly 2 hours later as Draco left the Great Hall with Crabbe and Goyle as shadows behind him, both carrying food as they followed. He had passed Daphne as he exited the Slytherin common room, and had barely broken stride long enough to murmur, "Your sister's room is protected as well as all the others, 3rd year and below. Along with yours and a few others in 4th year, too. You won't stand out this way. Sleep well." He didn't stay for an acknowledgement, just kept walk down the corridor. He was oblivious to the stunned expression on Daphne's face, and equally unaware of how her gaze followed him down the corridor. Draco took one look at Harry's expression before dismissing Crabbe and Goyle to fall into step next to Harry. When Crabbe and Goyle stood there looking confused, Draco rolled his eyes and told them to head on back to the common room. The 2 large boys grunted acknowledgement before obeying. "You know Crabbe and Goyle tend to eat until the food disappears, and you still didn't make dinner," Draco said with a chuckle watching them leave. Harry nodded a little bit but didn't reply, and was glad that Draco didn't bring anything else up in the corridor where people and portraits left nowhere to talk privately. They made a quick detour to the kitchens, where Draco watched quietly as Harry asked the house elves for a small dinner, and if they could pack half a dozen meals for a picnic. Draco made no comments as the house elves excitedly provided a large dinner meal, and then packed enough food into a picnic basket for 15 people. His eyes widened in surprise when Harry knelt down and thanked the house elf that gave him the basket. The thanks set off a wave of excitement through the house elves, who all suddenly scampered away to become busy with something. Harry didn't say anything as they left, shrinking the large basket to more easily carry it, and headed off through the castle. It was in one of the corridors that Draco finally said something about the spectacle he had just seen. "Why did you do that?" Harry glanced at Draco for a moment as they walked through the castle, moving through the 2nd floor. "Have you ever heard the phrase, 'You catch more flies with honey than vinegar'?" Harry asked curiously. Draco frowned, this time completely befuddled. "Why would you want to catch flies? What does that have to do with house elves?" Harry sighed and shook his head. "Never mind. I treat house elves well because they're thinking and feeling beings just like us. I treat them that way because that's what they deserve." Draco frowned, clearly trying to work through what Harry had said. He was trying to understand, it was so different from what he had ever seen. Harry, however, was ambivalent to Draco's internal confusion, instead was looking around at paintings. When he found the one he was looking for, he turned to the nearest classroom, pulling Draco inside after him. This classroom had clearly not been used for some time, since it was nothing more than a blank area. Draco was a bit startled, but said nothing until Harry had cast several silencing spells and sealing spells around the room. "What are we doing here?" Draco asked. "Closest room to a secret passage that exits Hogwarts. I had hoped to explore the Chamber of Secrets more completely today, because I'm sure there's a secret exit there as well, but we got sidetracked." Harry replied, already pulling his trunk necklace over his head and setting it down to enlarge it. Draco hesitated and then nodded slowly. Do I need to bring anything? Harry glanced over at him with a dismissive roll of his eyes. Not unless you happen to have a set of dragonhide or basilisk hide armor stored away in your trunk. When Draco shook his head, Harry nodded. Right, I thought not. Harry took the time to open his trunk and shifted to the appropriate lock to open the correct compartment. Then he glanced over at Malfoy and sighed, before he climbed into the trunk, digging deeply as he moved clothing around until he found what he was looking for. He scrambled back out of the trunk and tossed a pile of clothing and a pair of boots to Draco. Put that on. Draco frowned, shaking out the pile of fabric that he had just been tossed. Is this dragonhide? Harry was already half back in the trunk as he called out absently. Yeah, it's pretty damn tough. There was the sound of rustling fabric both inside and outside of the trunk before Draco replied, Are you expecting to get into a fight or something tonight? Harry's snort was loud enough to carry from the trunk. I always expect it. It's how my luck works. Murphy's Law, the Harry addendum. It's part of why I'm letting you come tonight. Why is that? Draco didn't say anything to the Murphy's Law comment. He didn't know what Murphy's Law was, but instead concentrated on dressing. Harry huffed. I don't know anything about your abilities or lack thereof. I hope that I don't need you at all tonight, but better be prepared for contingencies, as long as you know to apparate the hell out if I tell you or at the first sign of trouble. I'm letting you come just in case, and because you asked. What does that have to do with anything? He felt Harry was being paranoid, but he wasn't going to object to extra protection. He had no interest in dying again. I spent enough of my life being protected, because someone else felt I wasn't ready and that they were more capable than I was. I won't do it to someone else, unless you really irritate me. Harry said with finality, ending the conversation. Harry was still out of sight inside the trunk when Draco had the top and the pants settled. He looked down to see that he was in a brand new dragonhide suit. He was in the process of trying on the boots when Harry called out, How does it fit? A bit loose, but it fits okay. The hips are too wide and the chest too big, but only a little and I can manage. The boots are another matter though. They're too big for me to walk very well in. Draco responded. There was a sigh from Harry. Damn Malfoy, how bloody small are your feet. Give them back and try these boots instead. Draco pulled the boots off and then tossed them into the trunk. He was rewarded a moment later by Harry's irritated voice. Damn it, Malfoy. Draco snickered softly. Revenge for the chamber this morning. He called out to Harry. His amusement was cut short when two more boots rocketed out of the trunk. One of them sailed cleanly over his head, but the other hit him squarely in the forehead. Ow, damn it, Flammel, he muttered as he rubbed the skin of his forehead before he bent down to grab the smaller boots. Harry climbed out of the trunk carrying a pair of cloaks, and dressed in his own armor. In contrast to the armor Draco wore, Harry's armor was gray and looked worn. Here and there were splotches of discoloration where the armor was patched over haphazardly with newer pieces of skin. Draco glanced up and a puzzled look crossed his face. Why did you give me the armor that looks new? Harry shook his head wryly and chuckled. The armor I'm wearing was initially made for me, though I've had to patch it a few places this week and Perenelle helped me size it to fit my younger, not to mention non-crippled, frame. Draco nodded. Oh, so what, is this your spare armor or something? He asked as he tugged lightly at the loose armor on his chest. Harry shook his head with a small smirk on his face. No, that was some backup armor which was made for a friend of mine. Draco frowned as he considered that statement. Oh, so who did it belong to? Longbottom, one of the Weasleys. No wonder it's loose on me. He asked as he flexed his arms, visibly imagining a male posing heroically in the armor. Harry shook his head. No, it was a spare set made for Hermione when she was 19. There was a pause as Draco digested that. Granger, I'm wearing armor made for a bloody woman. His voice was a combination of disbelief and scandalized. Well, you did say it was loose in the chest and the hips. You were kind of a runt compared to her when that was made, Harry replied blandly. After a pause he continued, though apparently her boots were too big for you. Luckily guineas seem to fit you okay. The irony of a Malfoy wearing a female Weasley's hand-me-downs had Harry fighting down a shit-eating grin. There was a choking sound for several seconds, and Harry appreciated how red Draco's face turned before he cut off any further reply when he announced grimly, "Darkness is already falling and I want to get moving as quickly as possible. I've never actually broken into Azkaban before. I'm not sure what sort of wards or other issues we'll be facing." Draco put aside his distraction and nodded slowly, attempting to match Harry's serious expression. "So, what exactly is the plan? Do you care to enlighten me?" Harry nodded slowly. "I try to keep my plans simple. We'll exit the castle through the secret passage. Apparate to the coast, together. Assuming you've got the power to apparate that far, and you've tandem apparated before, not just side-along. I really don't feel like trying to track you down because you apparated yourself to some random coastline, or reattaching a limb because you've splinched yourself." Draco nodded. "I have tandem apparated before, and I shouldn't have any problem reaching the coast." Harry nodded. "From there, my plan is to get to the island and then try and find Regulus' cell. It's not like they offer maps to prisoners' cells. If that doesn't work, I'll line of sight apparate to the island. Track down his cell, get him out of there and flame us both back to you." Draco frowned. "What will I be doing during all this?" Harry paused a moment and then shrugged, guarding the picnic basket. Draco scowled, but Harry cut off any protest. "Look, Malfoy, I've gotten out of the habit of endangering others on this sort of thing. I've got out of the habit of working with people, and I'm definitely not used to working with you. You insisted on coming, and against my better judgment I'm letting you. I won't always make you sit on a sideline like this, but for now, that's how it is. I don't have time to figure out what you can or can't do." Draco frowned. "Why are we in such a hurry?" Harry hesitated and frowned. "You saw the letter. I've been trying to deal with the information I have as quickly as possible. Before it becomes useless. The longer we're here the more dissimilar things are. I don't know if our Voldemort is here or not. If he is, any similarities to our world will disappear rapidly." Draco turned that over in his head and then nodded slowly. Okay. He wasn't pleased about the idea, and it showed, but he also wasn't going to argue and risk being left behind. He was determined to be part of it. He had no desire to die kneeling and keying the robes of Voldemort. As a last touch, Harry tossed Draco one of 2 gray cloaks. "When we're out there, wear that at all times and don't take your hood down. It's charmed so that only the wearer can pull it off without some painstaking charms. It will obscure your identity and modify your voice when you talk." Draco nodded nervously and held up the cloak speculatively. "Granger's." Harry shook his head. "No, guineas. I don't know if anyone's told you this before or not, but you're a bit on the small side." Draco rolled his eyes. "We're teenagers again, Flammel. Besides, you're one to talk." Harry shrugged at the riposte. "I'd offer to let you have Ron's." He managed to badger Hermione to weave a charm in that would make his eyes glow different colors when he wanted. "I never spent much time copying the charm work. But the cloaks are magic resistant, and you'd practically swim in a cloak made for Ron at 19. Harry glanced at Draco with a critical eye and then sighed. "Please tell me you didn't put the armor on over your wand holster." When Draco's only reply was embarrassed silence, Harry rolled his eyes. "Your wand might be a bit important tonight." They waited another half hour as the last bit of dusk faded away, before Harry decided it was dark enough to proceed. Harry cast a disillusionment charm on himself, followed by several other concealment spells. Draco also disillusioned himself, though Harry was slightly annoyed to note that it was all he did. Harry gave his companions a few more layers of protections, making a mental note to teach the blonde how to protect more than just his visual presence. They made it to the painting and Harry reached out and lightly patted a dog that was in the painting. The painting shuddered slightly and swung away from the wall like a door. Draco gave a start of surprise, but Harry ignored him. He knew Hogwarts like the back of his hand, possibly better than even the house elves. This Hogwarts seemed to be exactly the same as the one he remembered, at least structurally. Harry was slightly surprised to find that the passage was thick with dust and spider webs. Judging by the amount, it hadn't been used in a long time. Harry's suspicious nature came out and he flicked his wand into his hand, using several diagnostic spells on the area to make sure the area wasn't an illusion, BP-trapped, or in some way monitored. When the spells came back negative, Harry grabbed the air where he could hear Draco breathing, and pulled him forward by what he believed was a shoulder into the secret passage. He led Draco downward until the passage leveled off for a bit and then rose once more, until they came to a stone wall. Harry held out his wand and flicked it without a word. A small spray of water came out. When the water hit the wall, the stone rumbled a little quietly and slowly the big blocks shifted to the side creating a man-size opening. Harry ignored Draco's exclamation of surprise and exited the passage. Looking around, Harry was satisfied to see them in the same spot he remembered. Outside of the walls and Hogwarts' main gates. He looked toward the main gates and saw the outline of the Bobaton's carriage in the night air, and the Durmstrang ship as it sat in the Black Lake. Harry pulled Draco away, moving toward the Forbidden Forest and along the outline of the trees. Draco didn't protest, and Harry said nothing until several minutes later when he felt them pass through Hogwarts' wards. Once through, Harry pulled Draco into the edge of the forest, and cancelled first his own, and then Draco's disillusion spells. "How did you know about that? How did you get the exit to open?" Draco half asked, half demanded. He had been surprised by the secret passage, even more so by the exit, so near the main gate of Hogwarts. Harry chuckled mirthlessly. "I learned this place inside and out during my time here. You'd be amazed the things I know about Hogwarts. As for the exit, you have to cast a water spell on that specific stone for it to open up. Regular water won't do it, and if you cast the water on the wrong stone, it locks up for hours." Draco was about to comment on the bitterness in Harry's tone, but Harry shook his head, which cut off any more discussion along those lines. "Are you ready to tandem apparate? I ought to be able to get us damn near the coast." Draco nodded. "Whenever you're ready." Harry nodded, and without saying anything else, he disappeared with a soft crack, followed so closely by a second crack, that it was impossible to tell there were two sounds. Harry and Draco arrived near simultaneously with soft cracks. They found themselves on a rocky coast looking out at the North Sea. Harry looked around cautiously, for any sign that they were heard. When the area remained clear, Harry looked down the coast. In the distance he could see a small house with a boat. Harry was well aware that there were likely two oars on duty in the guardhouse. They were there to guard the ferry to and from Azkaban. The only way to get to the island by sea was to take the ferry, which had been enchanted to make it through the wards. The wards also destroyed any broomstick attempting to approach the island. The Ministry on his world had been particularly proud of that little ward. Harry looked over at Draco. "Okay, unless someone comes out here, don't go anywhere and don't cast any magic. When I come back, be ready to apparate. I will probably have Regulus with me, but until I talk to him, I won't be sure." Harry pointed down the shore. "Oars, so don't go doing anything stupid." Draco looked where Harry had pointed and nodded and then whispered quietly, "How are you going to find Regulus in all of the prison? It's not like they give out maps." Harry chuckled a little bit. "I'm very familiar with the layout of Azkaban, at least the Azkaban of our world." Draco frowned in confusion. "How's that?" Harry shrugged as he looked out at the sea. It was relatively calm at the moment but the waves were starting to rise, and he could see the initial signs of an oncoming storm. "I spent a few months there." Draco blinked in surprise and then frowned. "When?" "I came out on the worse end of a confrontation and needed someplace to hide from Voldemort, and figured that was one place he'd never think to look for me. I had nothing better to do, so I explored that place from top to bottom, and there was no one in it but me." Harry shook his head slightly, freeing himself from the thoughts. Draco just stared at Harry for several moments before he also seemed to shake himself out of his surprise. "How are you going to get to the island?" Harry rolled his eyes a moment, briefly irritated with Malfoy. He almost gave in to temptation and told him to go back. However, he had long ago learned that it was better to have at least some of backup. The fact that Draco Malfoy barely qualified in Harry's opinion was something he was trying not to dwell on. Harry stepped back and then closed his eyes in concentration. This was option number 1. His next option was to flame directly to the island, but he worried that might draw more attention than he wanted. For a minute nothing happened. And Harry was just about to give up when he felt it. Slowly his body started to shrink, his features began to shift. Harry hid a grimace, he could feel his body resisting the change. It was like pushing his entire body against a tide. It was like his body had no clue what to do while his mind did. Harry realized that that might be more true than he cared to admit. However, for some reason it always took him time to shift into his phoenix form, not that he had a lot of practice. This transformation hurt. His body shifting and compacting into the form was similar to the sensation of scraping his body along a gravel road, and he had no idea why. Harry was nothing if not stubborn though, and nearly 3 minutes after he began, he finished his transformation. Draco couldn't help a soft gasp of shock. Before him was a large bird, nearly waist-high, and completely pitch black. Draco had a hard time discerning the complete form in the night air. When he recognized the bird, he let out a sigh, though he kept his voice down and tried to sound exasperated, the surprise still filtered through. "Why am I not surprised?" Harry took a breath, taking several moments to recover from that transformation. It wasn't the worst pain he ever felt, but it wasn't pleasant by any means. Stretching his wings he made sure to gain his balance and then with a strong thrust he pushed himself in the air. It took several beats of his wings before he could orient himself out to sea. As he flew over the water below for the first time it wasn't incredibly disorienting for him. He was still seeing in depth. He shook his mind from those thoughts and concentrated on the mission ahead. Several minutes out to sea and he could already feel the drop in temperatures from the Dementors. He could feel the pressure of a ward pass over him as it tried to force him down. It took several beats of Harry's wings to force him through the owl-repulsing ward, and for just a moment he felt he would be physically ill. Harry had to admit he was impressed with the strength of the ward. However, it wasn't built to hold back a phoenix. As he came in sight of the large triangular pillar that rose out of the ocean. As it came into view he saw the familiar dark figures floating in the air around the prison, as well as the accompanying drop in air temperature. Harry flew on, ignoring the presence of the Dementors as he approached the island. As he approached the familiar island, Harry shifted his flight to fly towards the base of the prison. Initially he intended to fly and check the windows, but that would take a while, since he had no idea what Regulus actually looked like. Harry knew he could figure it out by process of elimination, but decided to try a quicker way. Harry flew toward a corner of the prison where he remembered finding the remains of an office in the Azkaban of his world. Of course he had also found the skeletal remains of someone crucified to the wall, with the word, "Warden," carved into wall over its head. Of course whoever it was, had been killed at least 2 years before he'd been there. Harry had taken the body down and burned its remains. Though it was far from the only body found during his time inhabiting the prison. Harry found himself outside a small window, peering inside. He could see the dark office, though it was far more in one piece than it had been in his old world. Harry was pressing his face against the glass and was just about to flame into office when the window snapped open inwards. The unexpected movement caught Harry by surprise and he went tumbling in with a surprised and undignified squawk. Harry fell onto another desk that was beneath the window where he gathered himself with a shake of his head. Once he regained his bearings, Harry stilled completely, prepared to flame outside in an instant should he hear any response to the sudden noise. After a full minute when there had been no response to the noise, Harry shifted back into his human form slowly, with a grunt as his muscles shifted back. It didn't feel any better shifting back and it took him almost 2 minutes to resume his human form. After making sure all his body parts were in their appropriate places, Harry quickly took stock of the office. It was rather bare. Harry guessed that even the lower part of the prison, where Dementors patrolled less frequently, still wasn't an ideal place for an office. He could sense the presence of the Dementors, though the sense was somewhat muted, telling him there was quite a bit of distance between him and the nearest Dementor. Not that he was worried about the effects at the moment. It was obvious that whoever the warden was, didn't spend much time in here. However, there was a small stack of papers on the desk, but it was on the wall beside the window that he found what he was looking for. A blueprint of the entire prison with names attached to each room hung there. Well, I'll be damned, there is a map after all. Harry murmured to himself as he checked closely to make sure he had a pretty good idea of where Regulus was. Of course he was kept in the higher area of the prison. High security was a bit of a misnomer since all of the cells were the same. High security just meant more Dementor patrols, which mean their effects were stronger. Almost all of the high-profile and unrepentant Death Eaters seemed to be in that area. The Lestranges, Rookwood, and Knott were all in the same cluster. He turned to the window and prepared to shift back into his phoenix form when a small chest at his feet caught his eye. Curiosity getting the better of him, Harry took out his wand and cast several detection spells on the chest, before hitting it with a simple unlocking charm. The chest popped right open and Harry's eyes widened. Inside the chest were a large pile of wands, including at least one he recognized. The crooked wand of Bellatrix was very distinctive, especially once one considered how many times he had seen this wand pointed at him. Each one had a little tag on a string wrapped around the handle. Rather than waste time sorting through the pile of wands, he cast another diagnostic for any tracking spells before he quickly pulled a pouch off his belt and summoned the whole lot, easily over 100 wands, probably closer to 200, right into the pouch that had been charmed to carry a large amount of things. Harry chuckled a little bit, shutting the trunk and then casting a quick obscuring spell, one that would remove all traces of any spell signature they could pick up within a few minutes. He cursed himself for sloppiness before he belatedly cast a similar charm on himself, that would obscure anything he cast for the next 12 hours or so. After one last glance around the office, Harry shifted slowly back into his phoenix form. He consciously tried to make the shift happen more quickly, to no avail. It still took him over 2 minutes to shift into that form. However, it didn't feel quite as much resistance to his body making the actual change as he did the first time, but it didn't make it feel any better or make it move any faster. Once the change was complete, he rested on the windowsill and then awkwardly turned around to pull the window shut. Harry was certain the theft would eventually be discovered, but there was no need for them to know how he got in. Harry slowly took flight again and ascended around the large building in a spiral, an action that presented a bit more of a challenge because it had begun to rain steadily. As he neared the uppermost level, Harry directed his flight toward a specific window. Of course, the term window was a misnomer. It was a narrow square cut into the wall, without any glass whatsoever. It was not even wide enough for a person's head to pass through. Harry landed on the small ledge, and peered inside. He could see a couple of lumps on the floor, but nothing that he would have described as human-sized or shaped. Once he confirmed he was in the right cell, with a bit of work Harry forced himself through the narrow opening. Once inside, Harry settled to the ground of the cell, and looked around the bare room. There was some straw and a small mat, underneath which there seemed to be a small huddled lump. Though Harry thought it was nowhere big enough to be a human. Still, a glance at the tray nearby showed that someone had been here to eat the small amount of food served to the prisoners. Harry shifted back into his human form with a grimace from the stretching and pulling sensation, once more, but he knew he would probably be sore tomorrow. However, he managed to keep quiet until he was fully human again, and had a wand safely in his hand. Once he did, he finally spoke, "Regulus Black." There was a start from underneath the small mat, and then Harry blinked in surprise when he saw a small canine head poke its head out to regard him in what Harry could only describe as shock. It took Harry several seconds to process before he chuckled a little bit. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You might as well come out and shift." The canine seemed to still be regarding him in shock, and it took almost a full minute to begin to shift. Harry had just about been ready to hit him with a spell and drag him out. He was surprised as he saw the full animal form before it began to shift. He wasn't entirely sure, but he thought it might be a fox. If a fox was filthy and mangy to the point of near unrecognizability with its matted hair and dark grimy fur. When the transformation back to human was complete, Harry got another shock, as he found himself staring into a familiar face. There were very subtle differences, but Regulus looked so much like the Sirius from his world that Harry found himself staring a moment before finding his voice. "Impressive, using an animagus form so the Dementors won't affect you as badly. Who are you and how did you get in here?" His voice halting and raspy, clearly from disuse. He regarded Harry suspiciously. Regulus was clearly wary of his visitor as he stayed backed into the corner. Harry frowned and kept his distance as he regarded Regulus cautiously. "I'm a friend," he said, though Harry was aware that his tone probably inspired little confidence. Regulus snorted, though it came out as more of a cough. "I don't have friends." Harry met Regulus' gray eyes as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Okay, then let's say I'm a possible ally." Regulus regarded him without changing expression. "You didn't answer either of my questions." Harry frowned at Regulus' lack of response, then answered one of his questions cheekily. "I came in through the window." Regulus blinked and glanced up at the window, high enough up on the wall he'd have to jump to grip the bottom of the frame to pull himself up. Regulus turned his attention back to Harry rather than question the statement that seemed more than a little off. "You still haven't told me who you are, and take off the hood so I can see your face." Harry frowned a moment and then pulled the hood off of his head, with a quick tug. "I told you I'm a friend." Regulus stared at Harry in surprise. "You're just a kid. How the hell did you even get here?" Clearly Harry's appearance had him repeating his questions at this sudden unexpected intrusion into his cell. Harry blinked in surprise. He had briefly forgotten his current appearance, and a bit of irritation surfaced. Right, because things are always as they seem in the magical world. And of course breaking into Azkaban is considered a great way to practice for your owl practical. Regulus narrowed his eyes, but he certainly couldn't argue that point, sarcastically delivered as it was. "Still doesn't tell me who you are." Harry rolled his eyes. "My name is Harry." "Not that that really tells you anything." Regulus frowned a little bit. There was something a little familiar about the person in front of him, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Regulus did recognize that Harry was right. "Okay, then why are you here?" Harry glanced at Regulus' expression and decided to be honest. If worst came to worst, Harry could always obliviate Regulus. He didn't like obliviation as a general rule, but had long ago come to terms with doing things he might be slightly averse to. "I need some information," Harry said bluntly. Regulus shook his head. "I'm not sure what sort of information I could possibly have for you. I haven't seen a paper for years, nor heard more than a few bits of conversation from occasional prison inspections from Aurors." Harry shook his head. "Not information like that." After nothing but silence met him as Regulus regarded him suspiciously, he decided to ask straightforward. "I need information on this." Harry reached into his pocket with his free hand and pulled out the necklace that he and Nicholas had removed from the underground cavern. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.